Okay, thank you. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Lower Saucon Township Council meeting of Wednesday, September 18th, 2024. The time is 6:33. Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon.
I'd like to know where the township manager, Sheldon Hudson, is. He's not here. Where's Sheldon Hudson?
Started on Thursday. Started on Thursday. I thought he would call the meeting to order.
Yeah, why isn't he here?
He doesn't call the meeting to order. The council
Calls the
president
roll.
does.
He calls the roll. Why isn't he calling the roll?
Mr.
Paid him
Bononis.
for 2 days, Thursday and Friday.
Mr. Bononis.
I'm here.
Mr. Croce.
I'm here.
Ms. Optoff Cordero. Here. Ms. Ray. Here. Also present is Township Solicitor Steve Caducean, Township Engineer Brian Cooker, and Administrative Assistant Stacy Werkeiser.
Okay, can we all stand and pledge allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Jason makes a good point. We had a township manager start on Thursday, but we have an interim township
You're out
manager.
of order.
Interim township managers
moving
calling
on.
the roll call. So why is that? What happened? What happened?
Next time somebody speaks out of turn.
Jason, I recognize you. Yes.
Thank you, Tom.
You know, you are not running this meeting. How
You, apparently you're not either.
You're not
You started
letting
3
me.
minutes
See
late.
how rude everybody is up here, everybody? Yes, everybody
Yes.
shake their heads, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so moving on, I would like to, at this time, make a motion to amend the agenda and move number 2A, introduction of junior council persons for the 2024-2025 school year. Now, I'd like to move it up. So would there be a second to my
Announce
motion?
that there was an executive session. We had
I
an
will get to
executive
that.
session.
I don't have a time limit for that. I will get to that. So just be
Stay
patient for a
tuned.
change.
Stay tuned.
Victoria, you second?
I second it.
Okay. At council discussion to move the agenda item forward.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that. Thank you for recognizing me. So what's happening here, folks, is the council president is trying to hide the fact that there was an
No, this
executive
is not
session.
the topic of the motion.
I'm speaking.
No,
I'm talking.
you're not
I'm
speaking.
speaking.
Vladimir
Hello, I'm
De
speaking.
Leon.
You're not going to interrupt me. Don't
Yeah,
interrupt
I
me
am.
again. Please have the
An elected
courtesy that you're
official.
accusing me of not having. I am speaking on the
Robert's
item.
rules.
Vladimir
speaking
De
on the
Leon,
item.
he's an elected official. He has the right
If you
to
will
speak.
stop interrupting me, allow me
Vladimir
to
De
finish, please.
We
Leon.
will find out what he's gonna say,
Thank
so
you.
go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Vladimir.
So what's happening here, folks, is she's trying to move up the introduction of the junior council persons, which is great. I think it's great that we have junior council people that are willing to serve on this council and see how to behave and see what kind of nonsense takes place in local government. But what I think is important here is the fact that we're not going to talk about what happened in the executive session and what's taking place within the township. And what's taking place
Are
in
you
the
going to
township.
talk about what happened in executive session?
I'm going to talk about what happened in the executive session.
That's a big problem. That's a huge liability. You continuously talk about what we do in
The hiring of a
executive.
township manager?
You're not supposed to be doing that. You
Vladimir.
jeopardize our township.
Vladimir, he had the
Jeopardize
floor.
our community by
for interrupting me.
continuously
May I
talking
speak,
about what
please?
happens in
You're
executive
not following
session.
the rules, so
You
why?
know better
No, she's not.
than
She's
to talk
interrupting.
about what happens in executive session.
You learn,
Vladimir.
students, that you don't have to follow the
You
rules.
have Mr. Bononis
Okay.
now currently putting our township at risk by discussing executive session matters in open public forum. It's not appropriate.
It's appropriate.
So keep executive session the way it is.
Have the floor.
He had the
Forward with
floor,
what's
Vladimir.
on, what's the motion?
Vladimir, he had the floor,
Are you
Vladimir.
done interrupting me?
Okay,
Are you
everybody
done
wait for
interrupting
their
me?
turn.
Vladimir, he had the
Are
floor.
you done interrupting me?
Keep it to the motion.
It is on the motion.
Not executive session, that's not the motion.
The motion is to move the executive session back. It's part of the motion.
Discuss executive
It
session
is. The
issues
effect of
in
it is
public.
moving executive session
Vladimir, you
down
gonna
the
run the
agenda,
meeting?
is what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. I'm going to explain to the public who may leave after this, after the junior council members are introduced, so that they understand what happened in executive session. What happened in executive session
Thanks for putting
is-
our township at risk.
It's not at
You
risk.
don't discuss executive session matters in
Because you already
open
put out a
public.
press release about what happened.
Every single one
Put out
of
a
the
press
people here
release.
know
The press
that
release said,
executive
"Stop
session is
interrupting
there
me.
for a reason.
Stop interrupting
So
me.
that
Don't
we
be so
don't
rude."
jeopardize our municipality. So we
So
have
rude.
Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi now attempting to
control the meeting?
jeopardize our
Or
township.
you're only gonna
I
gavel
will
our
stop
people when they
saying
stand up
that
and
right
speak.
now so we can
You're
move
only gonna gavel our
forward.
people,
But
I'll
so
tell you.
everybody understands,
You're gonna gavel her.
the attempt
You're
here is
gonna
to
gavel me. You
frustrate
gaveled Mr.
our
Carochi, you're not
council
gonna gavel her.
and destroy our township.
Gavel her
That's what
again.
you have here.
Gavel her
Victoria,
again.
Victoria, please.
Get control. If you can't do the job, step
I
out.
recognize you, Ms.
I can do
DeLeon.
the job, why don't
Well,
you?
clearly you can't because these people in the audience are saying, what the heck is going
Well,
on?
I think if we
I was
polled them,
speaking,
we'd
I
get a
was
different
speaking, and you
idea.
interrupted, and you interrupted. Are you
So-
done interrupting me, the two of you?
Go ahead.
So what I was explaining
Jeopardize
to you
the
folks
township.
is what happened. I'm not jeopardizing the township because you already put a press release out about this. And the press release announced that Sheldon Hudson, the gentleman that you hired over our objections to be the township manager, who you hired to work 20 hours a week, not 40 hours a week, 20 hours a week, and you're gonna pay him $155,000 a year. Okay? He decided, after you decided to hire him, this guy from Delaware, who had no experience in Pennsylvania municipal management, who was reluctant to commit to relocate to Lower Saucon Township or the area, you decided to hire him, and now we're without another township manager. So we started with losing our township solicitor of 23 years because you chose to play politics and get rid of him. You hired another solicitor who worked in that role for a total of 16 days before he said, I'm out of here because you guys are nuts and you're out of control and this is a mess. And now you got an interim solicitor who ultimately became the solicitor at your direction. Then you lose a township manager who was here, highly effective, competent guy. You can't hire anybody. You exclude Mr. Carochi and me from the hiring process. You won't share a damn resume with us as to who you're trying to hire. Didn't include us in any interviews. You had candidates that told you if you don't share the resumes with those guys, I want no part of this job. Then you make an offer to a guy who you thought lived in Stroudsburg and worked in Stroudsburg, who didn't work there, actually lived in New Jersey and had no intentions of even coming here and declined you. And then you hire a guy who's in Delaware because you can't find anybody local to take this job because it's such a disaster. And this guy's on board for a grand total of 48 hours and through nothing that Tom and I did or anyone else, but decided he didn't want to do this job and he didn't want to work with the three of you. So give me a break. Give me a break. Be honest to the public. And don't try to hide it, Priscilla, by moving it down the agenda so that these folks with their children here are going to go home. They need to hear this too, and the public needs to hear it.
They're more than welcome to stay.
Yeah, they're more than welcome to stay.
Tom?
Yeah, I would also say that they also ran a zoning officer out. And, you know, I'm to understand that Mr. Hudson met with some members of council, not me or Jason, on Thursday or Friday, and then hightailed it out of here, apparently, before the first meeting. So, you know, I did not meet with him personally on Thursday or Friday when he started.
Nor did I.
And there was a phone call he called to tell me what was on the agenda Friday afternoon. But other than that, I don't know what happened last week. But something happened. He accepted a job for at least 20 hours a week and said he would come from Delaware to do that. I agree with Jason. I didn't think it was a smart hire because, and I voted against it, because he doesn't know anything about being a township manager in Pennsylvania. We don't have a solicitor like we did before with Link Treadwell who could help him possibly scale that hurdle. And I don't know what happened here last Thursday or Friday. I was not in this office last Thursday or Friday, but something happened because he, I guess, dealt with the majority here for, as Jason said, a grand total of 48 hours, and hightailed it out of here. So the public can draw whatever conclusions they want to from that.
Okay, I'm next, and you have to understand that not everything you hear up here is the entire truth. So, and they think that, and this is my opinion, that if they say it more than 1, 2, 3 times, it becomes the truth. So just so everybody out there knows, it's some of the stuff is.
And tell them the truth. Tell them where we're wrong. You've got the microphone. You've got the floor. Tell them.
And I have the floor because I am going to speak on the motion to amend the agenda to move the item up. The last meeting we had, I was criticized so terribly for not doing the Boy Scout with his Eagle Scout. So I thought, and Kathy and I discussed this, that it would be nice tonight to move the junior council people up. And that's why we decided to do that. So I was working with Kathy and decided that, yeah, that sounds great. So I apologize to the junior council members, but you know, there is a system that you follow, Robert's rules, and it's really not being followed here, but that's all I'm gonna say. Victoria?
Thank you. I also want to apologize to the junior council members that are here this evening. As Priscilla indicated, in prior prior meetings, not that long ago, the same people that try to tell you truths tonight made a big stink about us not bringing forward our Eagle Scout before the matters that may be controversial or may be difficult for people to discuss are handled, so that the students don't have to contend with the disorder that happens. So now we get criticized for doing the opposite. So I said it at the beginning, I say it again. What we have here is people that just want to obstruct things for the purpose of destroying the order of our council. They don't have any good reasoning, nothing like that. Ms. DeLeon indicated she would handle the executive session after we handle our junior council members. So I'm sorry to them that you have to handle this. And I hope that moving forward, people can act courteously, not only for themselves, but for the people that are standing here and staying here in the audience, wanting to listen to a productive council meeting. And that means all of us, not three, not two, not you against me or me against you. It means every single one of us has the right, has the ability. You have control of your own thoughts, your own actions. So do the right thing.
Okay, Laura?
No, I'll just reiterate there. Hopefully the public is smart enough to weed through what is not true being said and what is true being said. It's the lies have been repeated over and over. I would like to move on and conduct our township business so we can get through with this.
What is the lie? What was untrue about anything that I said or what Mr. Carochi said?
Stating that you did not have the opportunity to interview with the candidates and you did not see their interviews. Well, we have the Zoom invite where you were invited and the email where you were mailed the resume, so.
You saw the response that I said, I want to see all the resumes before I participate in any interview. So be truthful to the public. You know, I wanted to see all the resumes and you wouldn't provide them.
What you just said, you just said you were not, well, I don't
You
have
ran
them
on
either.
transparency and you're not
Stop
transparent.
interrupting me, you.
Locked him out of the interview.
Here's the rudeness, and here's
Okay.
why, here's why
Laura has the
doesn't want to work here.
Interrupt you. Just stop lying.
Laura, she's not lying.
She is
Well,
lying.
She has to let her finish,
She can finish lying.
unless you're afraid of what she's
She
gonna
can
say.
finish lying. No, she
Afraid
can
of her
finish
lies,
lying.
yeah. That's what I'm afraid of.
Finish lying.
I'm sorry, Laura, were you finished?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to open it up for public comment, 3 minutes, and the agenda item is to move number 2A up to do now. So, if anybody like to speak on that?
Great.
Okay, if not, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis,
Yes.
Ms. Octoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi,
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Now, we're going to move on to the agenda item. This is the introduction of junior council persons for the 2024-2025 school year. The junior council person program provides an opportunity for high school students to participate in local government and serve as a link between the municipal officials and the students' peers at the high school. 7 students who are interested in participating in the junior council program are being recommended to council for appointments to the various boards. I would like to make a motion to approve the following Lower Saucon residents, students as junior council persons for the 2024-2025 school year. We have Samuel Van Norman, Zachary Bononis, Nitya Takkar to serve on Township Council. And if you're here, would you like to stand? Okay. And then we have Violet Whitley, Cole and Noah Hubert to serve on the Parks and Rec Board. Hi. And then we have Harrison Vickick to serve on the Environmental Advisory Council. And I believe Harrison is not here at the moment. He got called in on a fire call. Wait. Okay, sorry. All right, so I'd like to before I open the discussion and we vote, I would like to read the bios of the applicants for the position of junior council members for this school year. So Samuel Van Norman is a junior at Saucon Valley High School and enjoys being active in his community in many areas and also has an interest in becoming a future council member. This will be Sam's second year as a junior council member, previously serving on the Parks and Rec Board. He believes it is important to have other options and input from someone who lives in the community. Sam is a year-round camp counselor at Camp Mincy and also a volunteer of Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue and Dewey Ambulance. He is also a member of the Boy Scouts and his current rank as Life Scout and is working towards his Eagle Scout. He is also the president of the Venture Crew, which is a high adventure program in Scouts. As part of this program, Sam was camping in Florida Keys this summer for 2 weeks with only supplies taken and is scheduled to hike New Mexico next summer. Nitcha Takar is a junior at Saucon Valley High School, and this will be her third year in the junior council program, previously participating in both planning commission and council meetings. She first heard about the program through the high school students sharing their positive experiences with her, and she finds it interesting to see how the township operates. Nitya is a volunteer at St. Luke's Hospital and is a member of various clubs at Saucon Valley High School, including Student Government Association, Future Business Leaders of America, Debate Team, Model UN, National Honor Society, and Leo Club. Her favorite subject is math, and in her free time, she enjoys hanging out with her friends and participating in school events. Zachary Bononis is a junior at Saucon Valley High School and became interested in becoming a junior council member a few years ago when his father was elected to township council. He has experienced firsthand what happens in the township, its politics and government. He would like to become more experienced in many of these areas for his future career and believes that this is a good place to start. Zachary is a member of Saucon Valley High School baseball program since his freshman year, playing on both junior high and junior varsity. His favorite subjects in school include many history courses, including 20th century history, honors world cultures, and contemporary world issues. He also has enjoyed honors English literature, financial management and investing, and entrepreneurship. Fishing is Zachary's favorite hobby and loves going whenever possible. Parks and Recreation Board, Cole Hubert. Cole is a senior at Saucon Valley High School, and this will be his second year participating in the program. Cole enjoyed his time on the Parks and Rec Board last year and would like to continue this year as well. He has volunteered at Saucon wrestling tournaments, his sister's gymnastic meets, and roadside cleanup on Poke Valley Road. He likes spending time with his family and friends. Cole's favorite subjects are math and science. He is a member of the Saucon Valley baseball and wrestling teams and enjoys lifting. Cole is looking forward to continuing his academic and athletic career at Columbia University with biomedical engineering being his intended major, and he will also be playing baseball. Cole has lived in the township his whole life and enjoys outdoor activities like hunting and fishing. Noah Hubert is a sophomore at Saucon Valley High School and has lived in the township his whole life. He became interested in the Lower Saucon Township Junior Council program after learning about it from his brother. Cole, who had a good experience last year, and Noah wanted to follow suit and gain the same experience. He would like to learn about how things work behind the scenes with the Park and Rec Board. Noah is excited about the Easton Road baseball field, and there are many players like himself looking forward to playing there. He is a member of the National Junior Honor Society and Future Business Leaders of America. He participates in wrestling and baseball at Saucon Valley High School and shares that both teams have been very successful. His favorite subject is math, and his future goals are to attend a four-year college majoring in engineering. Noah also enjoys hunting and fishing very much. Violet Whitley. Violet became interested in becoming a junior council person to become more involved in her community and is intrigued to see who she is able to assist in the township. She is a junior at Saucon Valley High School and is a member of the debate team, Model UN, National Honor Society, and Future Business Leaders of America. Her favorite subject in and out of school is English, and everything that is reading or writing focused. She is looking forward to becoming a member of the Junior Council program and would love to make a difference in her community. Next, we have the Environmental Advisory Council. We have Harrison Visick. This will be Harry's second year participating in the Junior Council program on EAC. Harry has lived in the township since he was 3 years old and feels it is a privilege to live here. The community spirit, amazing quality of life, and the township's forward-looking approach are qualities about the Lower Saucon Township that have resonated with him and are what he loves most. Harry is a senior at Moravian Academy and is founder and co-president of the Finance and Economics Club, a team member and co-captain of the varsity boys tennis team, second chair cellist in the school's orchestra, co-president of the Asian Student Association, and a National Merit semi-finalist. He is an advocate and mentor for cochlear implant candidates through Advanced Bionics and ambassador and member of the newly formed Cochlear Implant Support Group in the Lehigh Valley. Harry is grateful for the opportunity to support the community and township and looks forward to continuing to work with the EAC members this year. Well, I have to say, wow, I am so impressed with our candidates, and you make us very proud of all your accomplishments. And you thank your parents for be proud. You are our future leaders of tomorrow, and I think this is going to be great, and you're going to learn a lot from the next year, a lot. And I also like to thank Stacy for putting this all together. Thank you so much. The Junior Council program is an outstanding opportunity to get the youth of the boroughs and townships to participate in the governing process of their own community. The outreach of both the community to the youth and the youth to the community is a start of building our municipalities toward the future. Lower Saucon Township's program began in 2002 to the 2003 school year and has been growing ever since. This program was started back then by Borough Council President Tony Bronco and Lower Saucon Councilwoman Priscilla DeLeon, so I'm very proud of this program. So with that, I believe we have a motion on the floor and it was seconded. Seems like that was.
I didn't get a second.
We did, okay, is there a
second.
second?
I'll
Okay,
second.
so Jason. And I guess council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed with the credentials of our young adults who are interested in serving on junior council in various capacities. I would encourage you as you go through this process that you observe, participate, you seek out honesty and civility and consistency, and you look for people that are going to get things done. I think that's how you should conduct yourselves later in life. So this is an opportunity for you to learn those traits and see how critical thinking is necessary for you to be successful in life. I would also remind you that this is not just something to put on your resume or an application. This is an opportunity for you to truly learn about how local government works and to interact with adults in various aspects of the government. So I hope that you'll fully embrace that and take full advantage of it. And again, I thank you for your interest in this. I think it's very important, not just for our community, but for our country as we go forward. So thank you.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, thank you all for serving, and I hope you all have a great experience and learn a lot. So thank you again.
Okay, and I would like to say thank you, and I already said my comments, so we'll move on to Victoria.
Just thank you all for applying. I look forward to working with you if I have the opportunity. I encourage all of you to participate and provide opinion. Some of you have credentials that indicate you're on debate team and things like that, and this is just another step. You are our future leaders. I appreciate you being a part of our council and our different boards, and welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, so I want to welcome everybody as well. It's great that we have a full slate. Some years we don't get so many candidates, so it's great that we have all our boards with some junior members. And definitely ask questions when you're at your meetings and participate, and we look forward to working with you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone out there that would like to speak on this?
Do you want to
Please
share
come
with
to
the public what the comment procedure is, because you didn't go over that at the beginning of the meeting?
You can come up to the podium and you have 3 minutes to speak. Would anybody like to come up to the podium?
How can you not want to speak? Oh, gosh. I'm sitting here listening, I'm Dave Boulet, and I'm listening to credentials of these kids. I'll tell you, they are solid. And what was said here about truly thinking about what's going on, being able to evaluate it as students today, you will learn a great deal if you attend these meetings and listen to people talk and how they come to their conclusions, good or bad and different. What you need to do is to read and understand all of the items that you're going to deal with and put them together just like you would in science. I heard a lot about math and physics here. Do the same thing. Don't just believe what's put out in front of you. Reason it out and work with it and come to a conclusion and debate others truly when you can, not just bloviate, but debate others to come to your conclusions, no matter what you're doing in life. And I congratulate you. Getting to where you are so far is a clear vector to where you will be in the future. Congratulations.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, seeing none, could we have a roll call, please, Kathy?
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you so much. And we'll see you at future meetings, so.
Thank you.
And if you have any questions, Stacy will help. And, oh, pictures. So would you like to come and stand in the front? And Stacy will take your picture. Stand in front of the dais.
Stand
Council?
up behind. No, that's fine. Order?
I don't know, I'm in a space. Okay.
She's got to be in the space. I can see that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Stacy wants to take a picture out in the hall.
All right.
Okay, continuing then with section 1, the opening D, announcement of executive session. Prior to tonight's meeting at approximately 6:20 p.m., an executive session took place with regards to personnel matters relating to the manager position. No official action took place. As many of you are aware, the township manager, Sheldon Hudson, resigned due to family issues. Separately, on September 16th, 6 p.m., 2024, there were 4 members of Township Council that were at the same location, namely the Easton Road Ballfield. No discussions among the Township's council members took place. No official action took place, but I wanted to be sure that this was disclosed to avoid any issues or problems. And I guess to name those people, myself was there, Laura Ray, Jason Benonis, and Tom Caroci.
Yes.
So with that, moving on to E, potential action on executive session issues. No action needed. Going on to F, public comment procedure.
Wait, hold on. So potential action on executive session, we're just gonna leave the township manager position vacant, not continue to advertise? There's no action on it?
No, don't we have to reappoint Kathy as interim? We had some guy who accepted his job for 48 hours. And I assumed during that 48 hours that Kathy was no longer interim because we had a township manager hired. So what's the deal here? Susie, can you explain?
There is an agenda item J, discussion and possible action of administrative staff compensation. I believe it's a It's an item that's already on the agenda that's been advertised, and I suspect it'll be addressed at that point.
Can we address how Sheldon Hudson is being treated? Because I know that you had prepared an agreement or a letter for the terms of his employment. He accepted the position. Does he get all that vacation time that was promised in that agreement, and does he get to cash that in?
I guess like 6 months' pay or something like
Right.
that on the agreement.
Right, I mean, like, how are the taxpayers going to be harmed by this? Is he paid for 48 hours of work or 2 days of work, you know, allocated or portioned over the total number? Or is he entitled to other benefits from that? I don't think that has been discussed. Have you addressed it?
It just had not been addressed yet based on the timing. He indicated he was resigning. Therefore, we'll address this at the appropriate time as to whether he's entitled to anything. And he has not made a request for anything.
Kathy, when does payroll go out for township staff, including township manager?
That would have been today. I did not pay anything to Mr. Hudson.
Okay, so that's still pending.
It's still pending.
And when will the next pay go out to the township manager?
2 weeks. We're on a bi-weekly basis, so.
Our next meeting isn't in 2 weeks, is it? Our next meeting is 2 weeks from today, right? 2 weeks from today.
October 2nd would be the
So
next meeting.
you're going to receive no instructions from this council as to how to treat Mr. Mr. Hudson's pay, and how to deal with his benefits. Again, this just goes to the core point. They don't know what they're doing, folks.
Yeah, I mean, was he added to our benefits? Kathy or Susie, if you know the answer to that, can you answer that?
No, he was not.
Okay, that's good. All right, and he hasn't been paid, but he was our township manager for 2 days. And now is Kathy our township manager, interim township manager again? And when did council make her interim township manager again? Because
It's not on the agenda.
before she was interim manager until a new manager was appointed. And I thought that happened with Sheldon Hudson at the last meeting. Susie, any comments?
As I said, there's an item J on the agenda
Yeah, but
regard to possible action of staff compensation.
it's compensation. That's the money part of it, but not the title and the responsibilities and the authority. Those are two different things. So one is the job, and the other one is how much you're going to pay them or compensate them for the job.
And
All that's listed here on the agenda is a compensation for staff, but it doesn't identify, you know, reinstating Kathy as the interim manager or anyone else serving as a manager. So right now, we're a township without a manager.
Right.
Is that correct?
Public comment, it says, council will discuss the compensation of the acting/assistant manager and the 2 administrative assistant positions. Certainly encompassed in that is what the roles are,
Where does it say that?
under public comment.
Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about reappointing Kathy as the manager.
So it's discussion and possible action.
You can't make a choice, you can't make a decision of reappointing anybody until you have the discussion.
All this
That's
other
why
is
it says that.
compensation, what you're going to pay somebody. It has nothing to do about the
It
role.
includes all of our staff there.
It doesn't say that.
It doesn't. It
It
says
doesn't say
discussion.
that.
Discussion and possible action of administrative staff compensation, not roles or offices or job titles.
I don't think there's anything precluding us from discussing it.
There's nothing precluding us from
Exactly.
discussing, but what
So if there's
precludes us
nothing
is from
precluding
taking
us,
action
why
on
are we
it.
making an argument about it?
You can't take action on it because you have not put it on an agenda to notify the public that you're going to be
I
putting
just
somebody
said
in the
there's
role.
nothing precluding us from doing it. There's
No,
nothing.
you said discussing it.
No, I
Discussing
said
it.
there's
Now you're
nothing
saying
precluding
action.
us
Two
from
different things.
discussing it. Yeah.
Two different
And
things.
it's compensation, so there's nothing in there that prevents us from discussing any of those things in item J.
You could pay Kathy
So
$1
we've
million,
now
but she's not
wasted
the acting
15
township
minutes.
manager.
We've wasted 15 minutes for
wasted
you to
anything.
argue about something that's already been on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
on the
It is
agenda.
not. Show me where it's on there. It is not on there.
When we get to the
Whoever prepared
agenda
didn't know
item,
what they
we
were
will
doing.
talk
More than
about
read
it.
what's in black and white on the agenda.
It says
We'll get to it.
compensation on the agenda.
Okay, next we
be your
have
lawyer.
public comment.
You can't even do an agenda. You can't even do the.
Next we
easy.
have public comment
I didn't finish
procedure.
commenting on this, Vladimir. I didn't finish commenting on this.
Hopeless.
It says compensation, and it should
gotta see it for
also
yourself.
job titles.
You gotta say, it's
Doesn't. So you didn't
unbelievable.
You have to see it for yourself
You
because
messed up the
they're
agenda.
trying to do something without putting it on an agenda. You never identified that we need to identify.
For item J, it's there, it's in
It's
black
not.
and white, you can read your public
It's not.
agenda content, you can see what's there and make the decision for yourselves. Nobody's hiding anything, it's right there in front of you.
They may treat it however they
There's
want to
nothing
cover up, but
precluding us
it's
from
not on
discussing it
there.
at that time. I'm sorry that we've now wasted 15 minutes because people can't read the agenda.
We
That's the
raised it
whole
50
purpose.
We raised it 15 minutes
Okay.
because you can't, you three are incapable of putting an agenda together that's accurate.
So public comment procedure, Lower Saucon passed resolution 64-2024. There's copies out in the doorway. You may read them. Please try to be respectful when you comment. That goes for up here too. So moving on, we have no developer items. Under township business items, we have One More Steel City LLC variance, -04-23-3679 Ode Philadelphia Pike. Would the representatives come up, please? One More Steel City LLC has provided revised plans based on council's comments at the last meeting and are here to present the new plans. When is your date for the zoning hearing board?
We do not have the date
You
yet.
don't have the date yet, okay. Steve, would you like to explain the process so everybody here knows?
Sure. Where we were last time is the applicant came before us. To be clear and to sort of set the stage, the applicant had provided two separate options with regard to residential housing on a particular lot. That residential housing use is a permitted use and an authorized use. The question was, the applicant provided two separate ideas or two separate plans. One which is known as a by right plan, which would require no zoning relief. One that would, and a separate one that would require certain zoning relief. And the inquiry at that time from the applicant was to try to determine on a sketch plan level, which is an informal level, what township council would be more amenable to. Township council provided a series of comments. The applicant is back before us. So to be clear, I believe what the applicant is asking, and they can clarify for us, is to determine the township council's position with regard to their variance requests. Whether township council would take the position of being in favor of it, being opposed to it, or taking no position like we customarily do for zoning hearing matters. So that's where they are. I believe the applicant, and they can speak for themselves, have revised the plan based on the comments that were received last time and are ready to proceed again, providing us with those two options.
Kate Durso for the applicant, that is correct. When we were here last, it was with a sketch plan submission, and since we formally made the zoning submission, we're required to go to council to get council's position on the variance requests. I'll turn it back over to Chris so he could talk and explain the changes and some of the additional materials that we've brought with us.
Hey, Kate, before you do that, may I ask a question just generally?
Yes.
The information that we have here on council identifies a zoning officer memo to council that was added on Monday, September 16th, which was 2 days ago. Kathy, did that make it to the website so the public has it as well? Because I don't know if there's going to be any reference to it by your witnesses.
It did, and it was posted on Constant Contact for anybody on the list.
Thank you.
I don't even have it, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
You want a copy?
Mine?
Take it. I don't have a copy, but I can share somebody's.
And I just want to announce to the public that our audio visual is not working. So, but if you go on the township website and click on board docs, a lot of this stuff's on there. So, you know, can't help that, technology.
Why isn't it working?
It's in my packet, so as long as somebody doesn't.
Why isn't it working? Why are we discussing it?
It just lists the variances that we asked.
People that watch these meetings understand why we're doing this if it's not working.
Mr. Chairman, just for the audience's benefit, we do have an old school board over here for everybody to take a look at.
And always come prepared, right? Because you never know.
You never know if you're going to have technical
You never know,
difficulties.
right.
Our residents watching from home can't see.
Thank you, Jason,
You're welcome.
thank you.
You're welcome.
And just, so the memo is just outlining the requested reliefs. so
Okay,
thank
can I
you.
have quiet in the audience, please?
It's just listing the.
It'll be tougher than that.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Good evening again. My name is Christian Brown, landscape architect and land planner for the project. I think, real quick, not to get into the weeds on it, but I think we should just quickly recap the relief requested as part of our variance request and the reason for being here tonight. The first one has to do with driveways. This is the subject of the memo that was just handed to us that was referenced as being added to the docket or to the packet of information available. So the first has to do with driveways to the project site. Township ordinance has a limit on 2. It's actually worded that the preference is no more than 2. We're proposing 3 driveways. The second part of the relief associated with the 3 driveways has to do with the separation. Our driveways meet the current separation requirements of the township as they relate to each other and to all other major driveways within the vicinity except for one driveway which we consider to be sort of secondary. It services an accessory structure. So relief associated with the driveways have to do with the quantity of 3 driveways versus 2, and the separation or the interpretation, favorable interpretation as to whether that driveway to the accessory use across the street is something that we need to comply with. The other relief then has to do with setback encroachment relative to some of the environmental features that we have on the site. The site is very unique. It's 8 acres.
Apologize.
No
That's working.
Okay. So the site is 8 acres, right? Pretty big site. Unfortunately, it's got a natural feature that runs right down the middle and bisects the property lengthwise. Associated with that natural feature are prescribed setbacks and buffers in the zoning ordinance that regulate what you can and cannot do relative to development. So at the end of the day, out of this 8 acres, we're left with about 2.5 acre developable window between the creek and Old Philadelphia Pike. There's actually an orphaned section of land, about an acre and a half, on the opposite side of the creek towards 378 that gets factored into the development density capacity, but is unreachable by us. So by default, it ends up becoming undeveloped. So the reason that we're seeking some relief relative to the environmental setbacks is because what is left to support a density of 39 garden apartment units, which after you factor out all the environmental restrictions on this property, it's still able by right to be developed as 39 garden apartment units. To do that within the 2.5 acres that's left between the environmental features in Old Philadelphia Pike requires that we need to ask for a little bit of relief, and we're going to talk about just how much relief that is. And the relief comes in 2 forms. So the ordinance allows for, in both cases, the 2 areas that we're pursuing have to do with the riparian buffer, which is a dimensional setback away from any creek or stream, and the wetland buffer, which is a dimensional setback from any mapped and known wetlands. Both of those come with a 85% protection rate in the zoning ordinance. That means we're allowed to encroach or disturb 15%. Something that isn't 100% clear, but we believe the interpretation is something that requires we need relief, is there's also a restriction on permanent encroachment within those areas, even within the 15%. So where we're at today, we have a riparian buffer, the buffer that flanks the stream that runs the lengthwise through the middle of our site. We exceed the 15% encroachment by about 2%. And it is about, because at this level we don't have our engineering finalized because we wouldn't take it to that level, but we've identified where our potential increases might be, and the relief that we're requesting comes along with a condition that the township engineer and other outside agencies, be able to have oversight with that. But we're asking for a 1 to 2% deviation from the published allowable rate of disturbance. Then there comes the permanent encroachment, And the permanent encroachment has to do with the corners of driveways, corners of parking lots, buildings, and walkways to access those buildings that reside within that 15% that we're allowed to disturb. But by our interpretation of the ordinance, we feel we need relief for those things to be there permanently. So we're allowed to disturb the 15%, but to put portions of buildings, parking lots, and those types of permanent facilities within those buffer areas, not within the actual sensitivity features, but within those dimensional setback buffer areas, we're gonna need some relief. We're gonna talk about some of the changes and improvements that we made to the project. But just before I do, I just want to reiterate one last thing relative to this, the buffers and the setbacks. While we have a minor encroachment, and I'll describe, just how de minimis we believe it is in terms of area and square feet, the area that I referenced on the other side of the creek, between the creek and the properties bordering 378, which was arguably more intense development, more intense highway traffic, and that sort of thing, all that area, because of the way that we propose to develop this project and that result of that portion of the property being inaccessible, that extra acre and a half roughly of land becomes really an extension of the buffer on that side. So while we might be encroaching 8,000 or 9,000 square feet into the buffer on our side, we're providing nearly 50,000 square feet of additional permanent buffer on the opposite side of these features that will be forever preserved. And we believe it's on the side where, some of the impacts that these are designed for, runoff pollution, more intense development, that's where we believe the benefit will really be found, much greater than lost on our side with the limited encroachment. So
Can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
And I don't mean to take you off your point.
It's okay.
But, are you willing to put a deed restriction on this property to prevent future subdivision of it so that that portion that you're identifying as being of greater preservation on the 378 side of the property, you indicated it would be riparian and open space in perpetuity. But when you look here at the map that we have, there are commercial businesses on Route 378 that abut this property. And it's not beyond the realm of foreseeability to have a creative developer come in and identify those parcels and try to pick them up and then acquire yours and subdivide it. And then the consequence of that would be that they could then generate a larger lot on the Route 378 side to construct something. So the solution to that, in my mind, would be to put a deed restriction, and that deed restriction would prevent that from occurring in the future.
And I would add that there's actual light there coming across. It could easily be turned into a four-way intersection and that property be developed.
We fully intended to have it be restricted, whether it's deed restricted or however it wanted to be restricted, but we have no intention of allowing further subdivision or further development of that area.
I understand, but you may not own it forever. You may sell to somebody else. And they may
Sell it to a slumlord tomorrow.
What I'm saying is
I
we
might be
would.
able to help. I believe what the applicant has said through all the conversations, including what they're saying today, is for that area that is closest to 378 that's shown in white, which unfortunately we can't see on the big screen, we're willing to sign whatever is necessary, whether it would be a deed restriction or otherwise, that would not be developed, with the concept being that they understand that if they get the relief they want on the old Philadelphia Pike side, they're willing to go ahead and sign whatever is necessary on the 378 side.
That
is that
correct.
a fair statement?
Yes, yeah. I just was commenting that I didn't know whatever mechanism that the township would want it to be in, but I understand what you're asking, and we have no problem with it being restricted.
Thank you.
Okay, and I would suggest that your language be as strict as possible, because we all know about deed restrictions in this township.
Yeah, I'm sure if it would be subject to review and approval.
Well, you hear what I'm saying.
I understand.
You know what
Trying
I'm
to play
saying.
politics with the landfill is what she's saying. And
Well-
she's misidentifying what it was over there, because it's not the same. It's not a deed restriction. But anyway,
I'm sure.
do your thing.
I'm sure we could make sure that the language was appropriate and approved by
Where's Joe
council
Is that in
and
the parking lot?
Attorney Guzuzia.
Right, okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay, and that was a great question, and I think that could be further reinforced in that, we're using that piece of property for our density calculation, so I think it's extra protected, really, because if we develop this project as proposed with the 39 units, the development capacity of this land, this 8 acres, is then consumed. So I think there would be some added protection sort of implied there, but as you heard, we'll certainly deed restrict it. I'm just reminded that I know you guys have the packet electronically in your screens, and if I could I'll just sort of remind you that the first page of the file that you have in front of you is just the existing conditions. That has not changed, all right? That just maps out and shows you and I'll remind you that it was well over 60% of the site that was encumbered by these restrictions, and they're mapped out for your review. The second sheet has changed, and this is our proposed site plan. I do have a more illustrative plan for you to refer to in a moment, but this still has all the mapped environmental concerns that we discussed earlier today and 2 weeks ago. The main change on this plan was we heard the stronger sensitivity towards the wetland buffer. And if you look at the southern parking lot, the southernmost parking lot, we've revised that shape, layout, and orientation, including its underground stormwater management, to completely avoid permanent encroachment into the wetland buffer. And we minimized the allowable disturbance into the wetland buffer from nearly 15% down to 10%. So that we're allowed 15, we were already under it, but we lowered it down to the 10%. So the wetland buffer, which I think we all can agree that is probably the more sensitive of the two, that one we removed all permanent encroachment out of by making this design revision. And that was without doing any parking reduction studies. It was something that we talked about 2 weeks ago. And while I think we're willing to, continue that conversation, from a design standpoint and a relief standpoint, I think, we prefer to be talking about our maximum, disturbance here, our maximum proposal. It can always sort of be peeled backwards, but looking at our potential unit mix, looking at the comments that I think we heard a year ago at the Planning Commission about visitor parking, while I think we're welcome to the concept of reducing the parking calculation, I think our preference is to keep it the way it is, two per unit. We feel like that covers both the occupants, the visitors, and the mix of units as it's laid out currently. The riparian buffer disturbance is relatively unchanged. I think it changed a few, 100 square feet. The third page in your series is a simplified rendition, similar. I think we looked at something similar 2 weeks ago, but this is a color-coded diagram that shows. So the yellow dashed outline represents the 15% of the riparian disturbance that we're allowed to do by ordinance. The yellow solid area represents areas within that allowed footprint that we're requesting relief to allow those portions of structures to reside. The red area is the area that we reference in our sort of variation in the relief, because it's unknown at this time the extent of which, and maybe will not even need the disturbance relative to the discharge of our stormwater management. And we're suggesting that that's handled in conjunction with an appointed agent of the township, such as the township manager. Or engineer, I'm sorry. Thank you, Kate. And then finally on this diagram is the blue, which is just the temporary encroachment into the wetland buffer, which is allowed by ordinance and well under the 15% that is allowed. To recap the actual dimensional relief, if I could, really quick. So the construction area within the 15% zone that we're allowed to disturb, the construction area resulting in permanent structures in that buffer area is about 9,400 square feet. I just feel it important to kind of put that into perspective. And then the the potential range of fluctuation in the disturbance beyond the 15% of disturbance that's allowed of the riparian buffer is somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,600 to 3,100 square feet. You know, by comparison to the overall size of the site and the amount of disturbance that is allowed, we feel that that falls closely to the de minimis category. The next sheet in your plan set, which I also have on display for the audience, is the illustrative site plan. I realize those previous plans are a little more technical and maybe not as visually digestible, but this plan is intended to you know, sort of bring the project to life in two dimensions, looking from above. And the main thing that I wanted to point out is the two areas on both sides of the creek that are sort of stippled with the yellow and orange type shading. That represents the areas that have been mown grass for as long as aerial photography is available, which is 30, 40 years, that we are proposing will be left to naturalize. Right? So when looking at the environmental benefit of this project, that's one of them, is that, you know, just by taking that, and it's a combined area of almost 2 3/4 acres of land that's currently mown now that would get left to become naturalized and provide more riparian buffer benefit. You know, by naturalized, I mean it could go into a high meadow. Trees could start to populate the area, and basically nature takes its course. The dark area of green around the parking lots and around the buildings, that would be the mown area that would keep the area tidy and looking good and complement the landscape and the setting of the project.
Now, you would do that, right? The mowing?
Yes.
Yes, there would be
Yes.
some sort of homeowners association or management team that would take care of the mowing, correct?
We're not, if you're asking, we would not be asking the township to do any mowing. It would all be done by the owner of the property or contractor.
But if you, I mean, I trust what you're saying, but if you sold the property after you developed it, that would be somebody else who didn't come here before us to make that promise, correct?
Well, I think the township ordinances would kick in. You would enforce noxious weed ordinance or property maintenance, you know, concerns. I mean, that would.
We have plenty of people doing things on their property that the township doesn't allow. People running businesses, we have people piling junk on their property, we have plenty of people. And that's my concern. Your promises are fine, but they're just promises. They're nothing more than that.
Well, I mean, there could be notes placed on the plan that detail what the proper maintenance that has to be done on the site, which would give the township the authority to enforce it if it were not to be done.
Great point. You said the homeowners association, I think, one of you just said that. My understanding, these are apartments, not condos.
Right,
So why would it be subject to an HOA?
Then I said management company.
He
I think
meant-
it'd be more of a management
Yeah,
situation.
it would not be a homeowners association, yeah. I think you meant more
I'm just
than.
making sure you didn't revise it so that it's
No.
now going to be condos instead of apartments.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out.
I just want the public to understand that this would be a future management company that would have to come through on the promises that these three are making at the table today. It's not you. It's not you three. It'd be a future management company,
Well, no,
correct?
it would be the owner of it's not unusual for an owner of a property when they have apartments to hire somebody who does management because they are more proficient at it than a regular property owner would be. So that's why we're talking about they're potentially having a management, because that's typically what is done in apartment situations.
Right, but apartments can be sold and new management companies can be brought in, new owners of the apartment can be brought in. As I was saying, I want the public to be aware that it may not be these people that are making these promises tonight that actually have to deliver on the promises they are making tonight.
Right, and if,
Okay, Ms. Urso?
I would say that what you're saying is something that would apply throughout the township, because anytime you get an approval, there's no restriction on the ability to sell that property.
you could put plan notes on your plan, like you said before, that's recorded at the courthouse and would be perpetual.
Correct, especially with the maintenance, and that would be something we could obviously, if we were to get the zoning hearing board approval, that during the land development process with what the notes would actually state, same thing with the the conservation restriction easement that Jason mentioned.
Sorry. Yeah, that was great. All right. And so then the final series of images that are in your materials for tonight are our attempt to illustrate in sort of a 3D combination of Google Earth as sort of the ground plane, and this is actually on the topography of this section of the township, and this gives a series of views to try and support what I was describing 2 weeks ago at our last meeting on how we feel, even though this design, this layout requires a little bit of relief, how we feel that it fits more aesthetically in terms of size, scale, and repetition of buildings along the street in a way that is superior, we believe, to if you imagine this same building footprint turned sideways against the road. So these images, you can see the first image has the township complex on the right. We're looking south from a semi-bird's eye view, and you see the 3 proposed multi-unit apartment buildings in the center of the image. The next page is the same orientation, just more down at the ground level. The third image shows kind of a bird's eye hovering above the municipal complex.
These images, how come there's no cars on the roads? How come there's no cars on the roads in these images?
I guess
They're beautiful apartments, but what about the traffic going down the Black River? I don't see that on these images. Where is that on these images? No, they hid that. They hid that.
the next image is looking northward. Again, series of similar sort of semi-bird's eye.
Where are the cars going up the Yannis? Where are the cars going up the Yannis?
His presentation, please.
And then another one, same orientation, just a little bit down lower.
Parking lot.
And again, this is just to provide a visual of what we're talking about from a, a standpoint of design and aesthetics along the roadway.
Right.
It's not meant to be a true aerial map that would show existing traffic or other features in that area.
No cars on those roads. Your aesthetics from the roadway, there's no cars on the road.
The aesthetics are meant to be of the building in proximity to the other buildings that surround it, which would not entail
You're interrupting.
including traffic, because it's meant to be a visual depiction of the buildings that are proposed.
And can you go back 2 pictures, please? Right now, the next one, the one before. Now, that one. When is there that few cars in the parking lot? What hour of day do you think you reckon that is?
Well, sir,
There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 in the first lot, 4 in the second lot.
There's 14 total, I counted them.
Yeah.
There's 14.
Again, it's just meant.
39 apartments.
It's meant to show the building and what the parking lots look like. It's not meant to show it at full capacity. It's not meant to show any kind of traffic representation.
You don't want to show it at full capacity. You don't want to show it at full capacity. You don't want to come here at a public meeting and show it at full capacity.
For purposes of the variance relief that's being requested, we did not feel the need to have to show the traffic because the use is allowed as is the density. So the intention was to try to show the representation based on the nature of relief that's being requested.
A second.
They wouldn't want the public to see that. They wouldn't want to see that.
Ask you about that. So when you came in last time, back on September 3rd, you asked us for 3 variances, if I recall. The first one that you asked for was 180.98B4 A and B, which was to allow you to have 3 driveways. The second variance you sought was 180.95B7B, which is the riparian buffer. And the third one was 180.95B2E and H, which was disturbance within the riparian. And we have a memo here from Tyler Mitch, the Township Zoning Officer. This is dated September 16th. And I'm just seeing this for the first time today. This was not included in our materials. Hold on, let me finish. So in his memo, he identifies a 4th variance, which is now 180-98B3E, and the following is the topic. Traffic impact driveways, off-street parking and loading, drive-in facilities require rights of way, and you're requesting a favorable interpretation of the above ordinance, or in the alternative, a variance from the above ordinance regarding access separation criteria for the proposed off-street parking areas. So you just told Mr. Caroci that his question had nothing to do with the application, but in fact, the variance that's been identified, the fourth new variance that wasn't originally before us 2 weeks ago, is now before us, and it specifically addresses the parking. So how do you reconcile that?
So the relief that's before you is the same relief that was here 2 weeks ago. If you look at the supplemental statement that was included, which was submitted, is dated July of 2024.
So that fourth one was back in there back in September?
Yes,
Well, then I must have missed it, but it's still important, and I
it was.
regret
And
that I
it-
did
and
miss
it-
it,
and
because
it
Mr.
deals-
Caroci's question points it out, and you're trying to sweep it under the rug.
I'm not trying to sweep it under the rug. It talks
I don't mean
about.
to put words in your mouth, in my
time.
opinion, I think you are.
It talks about access separation and not the amount of traffic on the road. It talks about access separation, which is what Chris explained as one of the original variants that's being requested. It deals with our driveways in proximity to the one driveway that's across the road.
Brian, what does access separation criteria for proposed off-street parking areas mean?
The separation between one of their driveways and the one driveway across the street is too close. The ordinance would require it to have a little more separation because of conflicting
Traffic coming out, there could be an accident because they're too close to one another.
That's the purpose of the regulation.
Which driveway is that? The township driveway or the one down?
I think it's the township
At the
driveway.
township.
Now, if you look on the renderings, I'll just point it out to council here. It's this small accessory garage in the foreground of this photograph. That's the driveway right there. As Chris mentioned earlier, our driveways, independent of one another.
Phil, let me find which picture that is. Now, he has a picture, you're showing me a diagram, he's showing me a picture.
So it's this small accessory garage that is actually adjacent to the township's access. So the township's access actually doesn't meet this criteria with that garage entrance either. Our driveways are aligned directly across, one of them from the township access point at that location on the road. But as Chris mentioned, our three driveways do meet that separation criteria as prescribed by the ordinance.
Yeah,
So
but in all fairness, this other building across the street was there before you were there, so you can't be critical of it's not complying because you're the one that's changing the situation by putting the building in across the street.
That is absolutely a fair point. The only thing I would note with that, though, is that this nonconformity already exists with the township's access driveway because ours is aligned directly across the street from that. So that there already is a non-compliance or non-conformance with respect to this section
Worsen
with what's out there right now.
You can't worsen that.
I think what he was saying is we're not worsening it because we're trying to get it aligned across from where the existing township access driveway is, which then results in it being close to that accessory driveway. Because from a design standpoint, and Brian can correct me if we're wrong, from a design standpoint and a traffic standpoint, you want the driveways to align across from each other if you can.
I understand, thank you.
Can I just ask a question? Was
Yeah, 'cause
really
then I have one afterwards.
okay. Last time you were here, you had an option that was completely in conformity and didn't require any variances. That was like a 2 driveway option. So, like, I understand we've had a lot of discussions about traffic, and I think I brought up last meeting, I had a concern about the traffic there, and the increase that would be. I didn't vote for anything, it was a sketch plan, but what I wanna reiterate, I guess, right now in this discussion is we're contemplating 3 driveways, which would require the variance. There is still an option for this developer to come back with a different viewpoint of their buildings that wouldn't require any variance at all. And so I just want the public to understand, I can appreciate the concern for traffic going both ways on Old Philly Pike. But the problem is that there's a different option that was presented 2 weeks ago that wouldn't alleviate any of those issues either, because this is a permitted use. And I just want the public to understand that we don't have the ability to grant this approval or deny this approval because it's a permitted use. The only thing we can do is either require that they strictly comply with our ordinances, which would then mandate that they come back with the 2 driveway plan, or they try to get some variance relief and go with this 3 building option that they've provided. So our options right now are to really just look at the design and say what's best for the community in that area, given the way it's zoned. So I wish I could tell you I have the right to say yes or no to this particular use, but I don't have that right. So what we're trying to do here is look at their options and pick what would be best for the community's needs in light of the property owner's rights to develop it the way it is. So I just want to put that out there and make sure everybody understands the traffic issue going back and forth in Old Philly Pike is not something we can change with this particular use.
Excuses.
And I would just like to say that I know I've talked to some residents and they're concerned with stormwater, they're concerned with traffic. And the reason why we have this pre-meeting before you go to the zoning hearing board is so council is aware of all the applications that the zoning hearing board hears. Right. And that way we're aware of what's going on in the community rather than be, you know, like blinded or whatever. And that's why we're here. And so I told the people if they wanted to come and ask questions, they were able to do that tonight, but they also could do it at the zoning hearing board. Whenever that date is.
Yeah.
So, but.
We would be required to address stormwater in the land development stage, because we would be required to comply.
Yeah, I think the other thing that we absolutely have to address during the land development phase of this, just for the general public's information, is traffic volume. So the concerns that are being raised are all valid. They apply to virtually every project that comes across your desk. And we will have to address traffic impact requirements of the township, whether this is in traffic service area, we pay an impact fee, we have roadway widening and things that we have to do just by the very nature of a land development application, which we absolutely have to comply with the township's ordinance on.
Right. So when they go to the zoning hearing board, if they approve this, they have to do a site plan and come back to us and go through another little, well, not little, another bunch of regulations and whatever. So, anyway. So are you finished with your presentation? Are you?
Yeah, yes, we're happy to
cut
answer
you
any
off?
other questions.
Okay, well,
to hear from
council,
the
I just
public.
want Brian to comment. Brian, do you have any comments?
I don't have any comments. We did go through and we checked the calculations that they're mentioning for the relief that they need. Most of the level of our review comes if it gets to the land development.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to take no action. Let the zoning hearing board work this out and do their jobs. And would there be a second to that?
I'll second that.
Laura, was that Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna go down the line. Jason?
There's public comment.
Well, it's after council. I'll go first.
What, vote?
No, this is just a comment. This is my comments. I have the same concerns that I had when you first came in, and that is, I mentioned this previously, there are significant stormwater issues on Route 378. Route 378 has flooded multiple times when we have significant thunderstorms in the summers, as well as remnants of tropical storms that come through. I think that what's being proposed here is going to worsen that. You know, you're looking for relief with regard to the riparian buffer. The riparian buffer, the purpose of it is for water management. You're also looking for relief for disturbance within the riparian buffer. The other issue that we have is the traffic. I think the traffic issue is a very important issue. I know many times of the day when you're trying to get from Old Philadelphia Pike onto Sidesville Road to cross at the traffic light at Route 378, traffic is backed up there. It backs up on the side of Yanni's. And if you're going to be adding another 39 units that may be using that intersection to get access to Route 378 North or to continue on Sidesville Road towards Hellertown, I think it's only going to worsen it. That's just a tremendous exponential growth in the number of vehicles that are going to be jamming up that intersection. And I think you're going to create problems down here at Black River Road as well. I know, you know, to make a left turn on a Route 378 in the morning from Black River Road northbound, it gets backed up because of conflicting traffic coming from the other side of the highway. I just don't think that this makes a tremendous amount of sense. And I would just point out, I know there's probably members of the public that are here in opposition to this. I've heard from many members of the public who are in opposition to this. What just happened there with that motion is this council majority trying to shirk their responsibilities, and they're going to say to you, whatever the zoning hearing board does, well, I couldn't do anything because it was a zoning hearing board. What they could have done, instead of making a motion to take no position on this, they could have made a motion to be against this. And if they're against this, what they do is they send the township engineer and the township solicitor to go to the zoning hearing board to tell the zoning hearing board that this township has taken a position against this, and as a result of that, we would like you to listen what this township council and what our solicitor is telling you and to consider that. But instead what they did here was they said, we're gonna take no position, and it's gonna go to the zoning hearing board, and the zoning hearing board's gonna hear, well, they took no position on it, and there's gonna be no opposition from the township. So they say they're representing you, and they're representing your interests, and what's gonna happen is the zoning hearing board's gonna do whatever they're gonna do, because they're an independent body, and they get to make their own determinations. But if this township and its solicitor were there telling the zoning hearing board, we're opposed to it for this reason, that reason, the other reason. Maybe they're the reasons that I brought up. Maybe they're reasons that people bring up in the audience. Maybe they're reasons that Mr. Carochi brought up or anybody else. But they're not gonna hear that. They're gonna just think that the township's washing its hands of it and it's up to the zoning hearing board to decide. So they're passing the buck here, folks. Just so you know what's happening, they're passing the buck. When they could stand up and do something to represent you and to speak on your behalves, they choose not to do that. So pay attention to what's going on. As this goes forward, you're gonna see a vote, and I can tell you how the vote's gonna go down. The three stooges are gonna vote for it, and Tom and I are not gonna vote for it, okay? And that's the way this is gonna go down, and it's gonna go before the zoning hearing board, and you're gonna have to go there independently, either on behalf of yourselves and speak up, or hire a lawyer on your behalf to go and speak up, because this township wouldn't put the resources behind backing you up. They'll put the resources behind fighting a landfill because it affects Victoria's parents' property, okay? They'll do that gladly, right? She was involved in litigation, all right? And instead of her being involved in paying for it, she's trying to get the township to pay for that. They're gonna get involved when there's a cell phone tower going in a neighboring property of Priscilla's house, okay? But they're not gonna use township resources when it affects you. And you're the folks that are paying the taxes, and you're the folks that are paying the money that they're collecting, the salaries that they're collecting on your behalf, supposedly representing you, and they're not gonna listen to you. They're gonna say, yeah, whatever, and they're gonna not change their vote. So here it is, I'll predict it. I wish I could tell you what the lottery numbers are gonna be, because we all wouldn't be here, I can't do that. But I can tell you the way this is gonna go down, that's the way it's gonna go down, I assure you of it.
Clowns.
Okay, Tom?
Yes. And the zoning hearing board is appointed by these three, the majority. They're not elected, they're appointed by these three. And they've refused to reappoint people who were on there that they didn't see eye to eye with. So this is what we're doing. My concern is mostly the traffic. I mean, that Yanni's intersection up there, sometimes it's back beyond the stop sign. You have to wait 2 or 3 times to get through the light. To add 39, 80 cars a day, who knows how many people are going to live in these places. These people who are here making these promises, they seem like nice people. Kate's been before the council before and all that. But the fact of the matter is, they get this thing built, 5 or 10 years from now, they sell it. You have no idea what type of slumlord is running this place. None. You have no idea. And they're not going to be the people that sat here and made the promises tonight. I can guarantee you that. It's not going to be them. The traffic on Black River is bad as well. We just don't need this in this part of our township. Maybe there's other places in our township where this is appropriate, but this is not one of them. This Philadelphia Pike is a narrow road to begin with a lot of setbacks that were long before our zoning laws, so the buildings are close to the road. And this is just, it's completely, it would really ruin this part of the township, in my opinion. Completely destroy this part of the township, in my opinion. And it's disgraceful that the majority of council is just gonna pass the buck and let something like this happen. It's disgraceful.
So Tom, I just want clarification on something that you said, if I may. So you're suggesting that the 3 ladies here on council are actually putting themselves ahead of the voters, right?
Yeah, well, absolutely. And also, now you also have our school district, right? You have our school district, right? So you get somebody out, and how many kids is it going to add to the school district, right? It costs Saucon Valley, last thing I saw, which was a couple of years ago, about $25,000 per student to educate a student, $25,000. And there's no way, if you have 25 to 50 kids in these apartments, that they will pay for themselves in school taxes. I sat on the Northampton County Revenue Appeals Board for 6 years, and I'm telling you, these apartments don't pay enough in school taxes to cover even 10 children in the Saucon Valley School District. And it's a burden when you put this type of housing into a school district, which we should care about our school district, because we have a good school district, and that's one of the reasons why people want to live in Lower Saucon Township. And it's one of the reasons why people will come into these 1-bedroom apartments with 2 kids and live in a one-bedroom apartment with 2 kids because they know their kids will go to a good school district. And I don't blame them for that. But what I do blame is the majority of council that's gonna let that happen,
Just to finish my point about clarification that I need there, where you said you were suggesting that they're putting the voters below them. I would just direct your attention back, Laura Ray's social media account, Facebook, February 24th, 2022. She had the wherewithal to put up an organizational chart, and on it, she has voters at the top and council below it. So let's see if she does that, okay? And if she doesn't, reach out to her and ask her why.
Okay, is it my turn yet? I want to ask Steve a question.
You know, you put it up, she may take it down, I have a screenshot.
If we send a letter to the zoning hearing board to say take no action, can we also include in that letter that council is concerned with traffic and,
You certainly can, however, and you can do that. However, just to be clear, and this is important for the members of the public and for township council to understand, by right, this developer, this applicant is entitled to put in the use, the residential use. That density is permitted. So they're allowed to put in. We may not like it, you may like it, the public may like it, that's really irrelevant at this point. There is, right now as the law sits and the zoning ordinance sits, and they have filed within the zoning ordinance, they're entitled to put in the 39 units, they're entitled to put in the apartment use. There's nothing you can do to stop that, whether you like it or not. The question that's before you is, and it sort of has gotten far afield from where we started, is are they gonna do it in one way, which is what they've proposed with the three buildings, or are they gonna do it the other way with the 2 buildings? But either way, there's nothing that this township council can do to stop the apartment use and or the density of the 39 units. So I want that to be clear. I'm not suggesting it's a good idea or bad idea or anything else, but that's where we are right now.
But we don't have to give them the 4 variances that they seek.
it's my turn to speak, okay? And the
I'm just
zoning
trying to
variance
clarify.
is up to the zoning hearing board. And can I amend my motion to include that language in the letter?
You can, but remember that although we can include it in the letter, ultimately the applicant has to come back here for land development.
I understand all that.
I understand, but the short answer is yes.
Priscilla, don't cut him off, let him answer your question.
But the short answer is yes, but when they come back before us for land development, they have to address traffic issues as outlined by their engineer. But certainly we
I
can.
understand, okay.
Sure.
So at this point, I'd like to amend my motion to, let's think of the concerns, stormwater runoff, traffic. The stormwater would have to do with the riparian buffer.
I don't understand what your motion is. Can you please clarify?
Wow. My motion is to take no action, and when we send the letter to the zoning hearing board, to include concerns of council of stormwater, riparian buffer issues, and traffic concerns.
And when you say no position, you mean, you said no action, you meant no position.
Nope, I'm sorry, yes.
If you're expressing that you have concerns,
We've done this before, okay? And you were very strict of saying, let the zoning hearing board do their thing.
It's not no
And now
position.
you're changing your mind. So
No,
I
we
could do a
rezoned.
right to know and find out all the times that you've done that.
Go ahead, do it.
So
No,
go ahead.
I really don't have the
If I can
time
get-
or
If I can
care.
get us
Yeah,
back
you
on
do.
back
Do
on
it.
track.
I have nothing to hide.
Are
Do
you
it.
amending your own motion like you
I'm
said?
amending
You don't
my
have the
own
time, you've
motion.
been on disability for
Yeah.
40
I
years
need-
and collected disability. What do you don't have the time?
Laura,
You don't have the time?
keep laughing,
do?
people. I'm sure all of
You're
you
on
know a
disability for 40
disabled
years, how do you not
person.
have the time?
That's okay, mock me.
Time for 9-hour meetings.
Laura, will you amend your motion to second my amended motion?
Second?
I thought we have public comment.
Yes, I'll second.
She's just making
The
the motion
amended.
first.
Okay, so my motion's amended then, and you're clear on my motion?
I'm not.
No, I'm not clear. What did you amend it to? I was out. I stepped out to use the restroom. Please clarify.
I will repeat it for you.
Thank you.
I won't comment on why, but I will repeat it. My
You
motion,
comment why, just has to repeat it.
you know what? Everybody
ask you.
sees you, okay?
Yeah, I see you too.
I know.
You're not invisible,
It's
Priscilla.
unfortunate.
Yeah,
It's
it really is
It
unfortunate.
really is.
know.
Okay,
Later
my
in the night,
motion
though,
was to
you
take
slunk
no
down.
action, but to include.
No position.
No position, I'm sorry.
Let Mr. Gatsuzi make the motion for you. Let Mr. Gatsuzi make the motion. Please.
Vladimir, get it together tonight.
36 years of making motions, this is what you get.
Vladimir's got to get it together tonight.
Okay, I
Ask yourselves
believe I
whether
have
you
the
think
floor.
insults is an appropriate way to conduct yourself on council.
Okay, so I'm going to amend my motion to take no position, and in the letter to the zoning hearing board, ask them to look at the stormwater, the riparian buffer issues, and traffic. I believe that's what I said. And Laura seconded the amended motion.
Well, I have a comment on the amended motion. So anybody who wants to get up and speak, you should understand, what she's just saying is to go to the zoning hearing board with no position. So you're gonna get up and state your positions. And her motion is that we don't send your positions on to the zoning hearing board. We send on to the zoning hearing board that council had no position on it. So please get up and speak, and maybe she'll amend her motion again, maybe she won't. But that is what that's the motion she just made. That's the motion. I just want the public to
And
understand.
I want to speak on the amended motion as well.
Okay, Victoria's next, and then we'll start all over again. Victoria?
Well, then she's first.
Okay, so I just want to play this out for you. I want to play it out for you because I want everybody to understand. If I vote to send our solicitor and our zoning and our
Engineer, he's called an engineer.
Engineer. You sign the engineer.
thank you. If I vote to send the engineer and the solicitor to the zoning hearing board and oppose the applicant's request, there's two options that will happen. Spend a lot of money sending those people there. The zoning hearing board still votes in favor of the applicant. I can't control their vote. And no, I didn't on January 2nd appoint all the members of the zoning hearing board. The majority of the zoning hearing board has been there from when the prior council was here. So no, there's no new zoning hearing board with new members. But going back to that, they can still vote to approve the variances, okay? And if they do that, then the developer comes back to us and we have a whole development plan. So they can vote differently than us and you can still have the same result. The second option is, like I said before, is the developer can pull this plan completely and they can produce a plan that still has the same number of housing units, the same number of children, potential children, all of that stuff that we're worried about. They can put a plan forward that doesn't need any variances. And that means that we as council are constrained to grant a permitted as of right. If we oppose that, there is 95 to 100% chance that we're gonna be thrown out in court.
How do you know that?
Okay, because if I say no to a permitted right, then I put this whole township at risk and I jeopardize all the legal fees that I spent trying to oppose it. Okay, so whether I like the use, I don't like the use. If I don't like the use, I don't like the use, but the problem is it's zoned for that. So I have to go within our zoning regulations. And so I want you all to understand that I don't like the traffic, but if it's the proposal that needs a variance or the proposal that doesn't need a variance, I'm gonna get the same amount of traffic. The same amount. So I just want you to recognize that people are accusing other people of disrespecting the residents. I didn't make this zoning map. I didn't put it this way. By law, I have to create a zoning map that, if I was on council, I would have had to provide for this particular use somewhere in the township.
You are on council.
So I can't restrict people wanting to put apartments in the entire township. I can't say no apartments allowed in Lower Saucon. That's not legal either. So we're constrained with what we have. So the best that we can do is try to find something that looks the best it can within the community, or be stuck with a plan that doesn't look as nice and that we wouldn't have any say in. And I think you all heard that there are certain things that the applicant is offering us, like a conservation easement on certain parts of the property. Those things they're working with us on. If we decide that we're gonna be hard-nosed about this and fight a losing battle, which is basically what we would be doing, they can pull all that stuff away and we'd be stuck with less than what we have. So I want you all to understand that if I vote for something, it's because I might have to do it legally, to protect you legally.
Excuses.
Not because I like the use, or because I want the traffic, or I want the increase to our burden on our schools.
Excuses.
So Respectfully, I'm trying to explain that all to you. And I remind council, at the beginning, we talked about, we wanted our junior council people to see honesty, civility, and consistency.
Not
So let's
excuses.
just continue moving forward. I thought we saw some improvement tonight. Let's cut the insults. If you don't agree, you don't agree. Make a good argument for whatever you want to make an argument for, but remove your insults and accusations about people doing the wrong thing.
Okay. Okay, Laura?
Yeah, so like Victoria explained, this specific zoning district, it's a very small area of our township called Village Center, does allow for this use, so it is permitted by right. So it's not something you can just say, no, you can't put an apartment here. I know somebody had dug up some statistics on the number of children that come from apartments that we already have in the township, but I don't know who told me them, but they were very minimal. We have Sandbrook Apartments and we have Scenic View Apartments that I know of. And the number of children were very minimal. We're not gonna be overwhelming the school district that I can understand. There's
Being so
absolutely
definitive,
nothing
minimal.
about
One
this
at a time.
development that benefits me personally in any way. So I'm not sure where that statement came from. And if you look in the past, zoning is very complicated, but if you look in the past at all the things that come before council over the years for zoning variances, and there's a lot of them, the vast majority, probably over 90%, go to zoning hearing board with council having no position, because zoning hearing board has a very specific, different legal way of reviewing things, and they have to follow the laws, and they do their job. And that's outside of our, we don't manipulate and control the zoning hearing board. So it's not unusual for something to go to zoning with a no position from council. And it's certainly encouraged, though, for residents to go there. You don't have to have a lawyer. You can certainly go to zoning and emphasize your points. We are gonna send a letter to let them know. It's pretty clear anyway with what the variances are. They have to do with the impact into the riparian buffer. So, and the traffic, that's already a problem, so I don't know what can be done about that. But our hands are pretty well tied on this. I appreciate that they have made the change that kept them out of the wetland area, because that is a big concern. That's where groundwater is recharged. When you look at the property, it is relatively flat. I guess there's some grade, but it's relatively flat. So I think the stormwater runoff hopefully should not be horrible, and it does have to be handled on the site. That's part of the regulations, and those type of things get looked at and talked about in another round. So just because it's going to zoning now, it's gonna come back again for the site and land development, and that's where you get to put your input about things like the stormwater and the traffic issues. That's when that gets addressed. So it's a long process. This is just the beginning, so.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to reopen it up to Jason and Tom because they did not comment on the amended motion.
Well, I appreciate Laura's wisdom on school enrollment calculations and how that works. I don't know if her having any credentials in that regard. And I also appreciate her hopes and wishes to the downstream residents that the condition hopefully should not be horrible. Those were her words. Hopefully it should not be horrible. See, that's the thing, folks. Rather than actually address an issue, they're going to hope that things aren't horrible, and when they are horrible, they're going to say it's not their responsibility. They have the opportunity right now to do something about that, and they're choosing not to do that. Referring back to what Victoria said, first of all, she lied to you about appointments to the zoning hearing board. They appointed at least one new member to the zoning hearing board in January. So that was a lie. She said they never did.
We don't have a majority
Hello,
on
I'm
the
speaking.
zoning hearing
Don't
board.
interrupt me.
Yeah, but
Please
you're
don't
not
interrupt
telling
me.
the
Don't
truth.
interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. She also had talked about not wanting to spend money on this. Doesn't want to spend taxpayer money on having a lawyer go to a zoning hearing board for maybe 2 hours or whatever it is for him to speak, write a letter and to speak his position on it. But she's more than happy to spend thousands of dollars opposing a landfill that pays 35% of your municipal budget. And it would help to benefit her parents. And in fact, she withdrew herself from the lawsuit because of the conflict of interest. So, and then they're also happy to spend thousands of dollars on trying to keep a cell phone tower out of Priscilla's neighbor's backyard. That's a cell phone tower that public safety was necessary for 911 calls that were being dropped. And then they say that they have to do it because the law is going to rule against the township. Well, they never considered that when the cell phone tower issue came up. I told them that federal law precluded what they were trying to do, and now they're scrambling to try to get a settlement. So all of a sudden, now they have to do it. But back then, when it benefited Priscilla, they're all more than happy to vote to protect her sight line, so the cell phone tower that's needed for public safety and 911 communications isn't there.
Item is the garden apartments, and you're talking
Don't
about
interrupt me.
everything
Don't interrupt
except
me. Don't be
garden
so
apartments.
rude.
Yeah, where's your
Don't be so
gavel,
rude.
Vladimir?
Where's the gavel? Come on, Priscilla.
Vladimir, where's your gavel?
I'm going to bring a gavel, Tom.
I know, we need our own gavels apparently.
So here's the other thing, folks. You got to know this. So this gentleman here, Chris Brown, who is the landscape architect for this proposal, seems like a nice guy. Seems to know what he's talking about, but you aren't here for the last meeting. And in fact, I raise a question if you actually received, if the pertinent residents that are neighboring this property received the requisite notice to be here, to know what's going on. You know, so yeah, well, there's the answer there. So the folks didn't even, well, I'm not done. I'm not done. So you never knew about it, but thankfully, at least there's some people here that are paying attention to the agenda. And hopefully you can talk to your neighbors and explain to your neighbors what's going on because of the lack of notification. Now, you should receive notification when it gets before the zoning hearing board. There's a requirement that properties within a certain radius of the property will receive notice. So hopefully your neighbors are aware of that. But what this gentleman, Mr. Brown, said in the last meeting was a word that stuck in my mind and will forever stick in my mind. And he said that when they were looking at this, they were looking at the rhythm of the development being consistent with the neighborhood. Okay, I don't know what kind of rhythm he's talking about, but I'm not aware of any apartments that exist anywhere of this size and magnitude, anywhere along Route 378 or along Old Philadelphia Pike. So when you go to the zoning hearing board to oppose this, you may want to point out the rhythm argument because this isn't rhythm. This is Elaine Bennis dancing on Seinfeld. That's the kind of rhythm we have. Yeah. All right. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I have.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah. So when they talk, I think Laura said, well, you can oppose this at the site and development when they put those plans. That's after the variances are granted. So that's a problem. The other problem is they won't spend $180 to send our solicitor to oppose this. That's what we pay our solicitor an hour, Susie, $180 an hour, right? Right? They make 20 times that just to serve on council. They take the pay, I don't. Okay, they won't pay $180 for 1 hour of our solicitor's time to go to the zoning committee. That's the kind of money she's talking about when she says, well, we don't want to spend the money to do that. $180. I'll gladly pay the $180 if you agree to change your mind and send Susie to the. I prefer you send somebody else besides Susie, someone competent that can do it. But I would gladly pay $180 to do that. The other thing, when Jason said they appointed someone to the zoning hearing board, you heard one of the most honest statements ever out of Katie Optoff's mouth. And she said, we don't have a majority of the zoning hearing board yet. Meaning, she only wants to appoint Democrats like her to the zoning hearing board, which is supposed to be independent. She said, we don't have, and we can listen to the tape, we don't have a majority of the zoning hearing board yet, which means if there's an opening on the zoning hearing board, only apply if you're a Democrat. Disgraceful. Anyway, they won't send that. Again, the rhythm of the neighborhoods, it's a ridiculous comment. And the traffic, again, you literally, listen, they go over these things. I'm an attorney, Jason's attorney. There's a reason why. How many cars did you count in that parking lot, Jason? 14?
I counted 14. I may have
14,
miscounted,
right.
but it looked like 14.
39 garden apartments with 2 parking spaces per apartment, right? Roughly 78, 80 parking spaces. They put 14 in the visual they give you, 14. That is not by mistake. That is not by mistake. That is on purpose. That is on purpose. And that is the type of people you're dealing with. That is the type of people these 3 people at this table are and who they represent.
That's uncalled for.
Can I just
Okay,
address
you'll be next.
some accusations?
You'll be
Thank you.
next. I'm going to say that there was reference made to notices, and the Municipal's Planning Code of Pennsylvania sets the rules for when you are to receive a notice, and it's not yet. It's so many days before the zoning hearing board, and it's a radius of, I don't know, 500 feet. I don't know. That's not that big of a radius. But anyway, that's because the MPC, or the Municipal's Planning Code, has nothing to do with the township. They provide a list of the residents, and then the township does send out the letters, but it's not at that point yet. It's not at that point until it's scheduled to be on the zoning hearing board, and the nearby residents will get the notice. I did ask Kathy a while back, in fact, September 11th, and I asked her to find out how many school children were, and she did, and she called the school district. There are 24 apartments in Scenic View and 48 apartments in Sandbrook. According to SVSD, Transportation Department, there are 5 children in Scenic View and 2 at Sandbrook. So that's the children that are living there.
Ms.
Yes.
Chairman, thank you. I would say that that's generally consistent with our internal data. We looked at this after this came up at the council's meeting a couple weeks ago. I would say roughly with all the apartments that we have, it's under 10% of those units are units that actually have.
So I just wanted the record to reflect that I did call to find out, because that did concern me too. Okay, Victoria?
Thank you. What you heard was complaints about this
Hold on, she already
current.
spoke on this.
No,
She went first after you amended
I
the
asked to
motion.
be heard, and I got permission to be heard.
And I'm
She already
running the
went.
meeting,
She's
and
ready to go again. She already spoke after you
again.
amended the motion.
I'm letting her
I'm
go
going to speak
again.
again. She already spoke.
I
She already spoke.
requested to
Spoke after you
clarify
amended, and
your
then Tom,
accusations.
Then Laura.
We had
then me, and then
accusations
Tom.
from you.
Now you're letting her speak a
And
second time.
accusations from you
Then I'm going to speak again.
about things that I
Then I'm
said.
going to speak again.
So I have a right to
Did you-
correct the things that you said that were inaccurate.
You'll give us the right.
So I have the right to do that. And I asked for the request, and I got permission.
Vladimir,
So
she spoke
if you don't
already,
like,
Vladimir.
you don't like the truth, then you can get
Vladimir,
up
she
and walk
spoke
away.
already, Vladimir.
Don't like the
The
truth.
transcriptionist cannot take the minutes with everybody talking.
She spoke
Okay,
already.
so-
Remember that.
So I just like the record to reflect, some people don't like the truth, so they have to walk out because they just can't handle it. The truth is, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again, neither of these two told you what would happen if we objected. They didn't address the issue. They did not address the issue. They did not address the issue that this is a permitted by right use, and the developer can come before us with a plan that we don't have any control over. Okay? They can come back with a plan that has the same number of apartments, the same traffic. There's nothing that either one of these people have said to rebut that. Okay? I don't have control over the zoning hearing board. I encourage anybody who doesn't like this particular plan to go there. But what I can say is that I can't control what they vote for. I don't have the right to control what they vote for. I shouldn't control what they vote for. But more importantly,
Majority Democrats.
if I objected to this plan, I'd get a worse plan. I'd get a worse plan with the same traffic and the same issues.
It's not true.
Okay, and they want to say it's not true, but I haven't seen these guys in the last 6 years object to this kind of development plan, number one, because they know they're going to lose in court, the 2 attorneys know. And number 2, they know that we would be the laughingstock of the entire county if
You
we did
already
that.
are.
It's
You
pathetic.
already are. You can't hire a township manager. You already are.
I think the truth speaks for itself, and I'm going to leave it at that.
You had a township
Okay.
manager for 2 days. You already
Laurie,
are
did
the
you want
laughing
to go
stock.
again?
You already are the laughing stock of the
Tom,
county.
it's not your turn to talk.
It's not? I thought I was recognized.
No. I don't have any additional comments to make on this. Let's move on.
Okay, at that point, I'm going to open it up for public comment. You have 3 minutes to speak on taking no position.
I didn't get a chance to speak again,
Yeah.
and I'm going to speak again. And the question I have is, Kathy, maybe you can answer this. Township property is presumably within the radius where notice needs to be provided to property owners. So the township will receive notice of this matter. The question that I have is, every resident and taxpayer of this township has an ownership interest in the township property. So as a result of that, is that notice going to be sent out and mailed, as every other notice is, to every resident and taxpayer of the township? And/or is it also going to be posted on the township website so that the public is aware of this zoning hearing board meeting on this application? What's the answer to that? Can somebody answer that for me? Because I think it's only fair.
That's a good point.
I can address the first one. The first one is that if the township receives notice of a hearing or anything else, it remains with the township.
Why?
That's the way it is.
Why? What's the authority for that?
The township is the owner of the property.
What's the authority for it? I mean, the residents and taxpayers have a right to understand what's happening with their property. The township property is their property.
So it's the equivalent
Write a
of this.
regulation or law.
Hang on, wait a second. The answer to your question is this. For example, if IBM owned the property next to this development, IBM Corporation would receive the notice. That's it. IBM would not then send the notice to every single one of their shareholders, or IBM would not send the notice to every single one of their directors or otherwise, because that's not the process. The statute requires the owner to be provided notice, and that's what would happen. With regard, so your first question.
This isn't a corporation, though.
Let him finish.
It's not a corporation, it's a
Let him
municipality.
finish.
So the analogy is absurd.
It's absurd.
It's absurd.
And shareholders are
You're
given
talking about
a
a
right.
publicly traded corporation, you're trying to equate that to Lower Saucon Township, which is a municipality. The two things are entirely different
Right.
And if you're,
entities.
and if you're, just for the sake of academic discussion, we'll move on because you're not going to be satisfied with my answer no matter what. It's the same as if every single time the township received any notice for anything, the township, according to your analysis then, the township would then have to send notice to every single taxpayer and every single resident under any circumstance. And that is a ludicrous result.
It's just a
Why is
zoning.
it ludicrous?
All right.
These folks want to have notice, the people that are in the public, as a resident and taxpayer and an owner of the property on which this municipal building sits, I would like to receive notice. I don't think that's ludicrous. That may be your opinion. I didn't ask for your opinion. I asked for a legal answer.
You did ask for my opinion.
And
You
you,
just didn't like
and you
it.
said that's just the way it is. You equated it to a publicly traded corporation, which is, we're not. So what's your authority for it? Can you
The
give me a
statute.
citation? What's the statute?
Right, let's
What's
see.
the case law?
The statute, the NPC is clear that it goes to exactly what Mr. Gazuzian said, to the fee owner of the property based on the tax assessment records.
Okay.
Which is exactly what he just said.
And the fee owner of
Is that
this
what he
property
said?
is the township.
And that's all it goes to. The mailing goes to just the fee owner of the property.
Then why aren't we notifying the public? I don't understand that. I mean, the easiest thing, even if we don't send a letter out, okay? Why don't we post it prominently on the township website so that perhaps residents that are interested in this see it?
We can
We
do
can
that.
That sounds like a great
That's a
idea.
great plan.
Good,
Okay,
I'll
thank you
make sure
for
that's done
thinking
when
of
we
that.
get the notice.
thank you.
That's very good tonight.
There was no fight about that. We didn't have to assume there'd be a fight.
Mr. Gutsuzian said we're IBM, I don't know.
Susie, I know. He
Okay,
thinks we're a
so
corporation.
where are we? Laura, you just.
Forgot he
went-
was a
okay.
solicitor.
I'm opening up to the public. Thank you, Kate. Anybody out there would like to speak on this? Please just come to the podium, one at a time. Oh, the mic. Okay, thanks, Stacy. And you have to state your name for the record, please.
Thank you. Hi,
Hi.
my name is Larry Riggy. I live at 3667 Old Philadelphia Pike. I'm the next house down on the left, and my property borders this property. Have you people ever been in this area? I'm talking to the three of you with your backs to me. When we've had thunderstorms when we had these creeks overflowing, okay? I bet you a dime to a dollar you haven't. My next question to you people is, would you want these 3 apartment complexes in your neighborhood? I doubt it very much. Why? You don't have to put up with the traffic problem, the water problem, or whatever, but we do. And we don't need to have 3 extra apartment buildings to screw us up, okay? My next question, if I may, is there a member of the zoning board on any one of your chairs? Why not? At least we, the public, could also ask the zoning board, why did you let this happen?
Sir, would you like me to answer that? I don't want to interrupt you, but would you like an answer? By the municipal planning code, people who sit on the township council can't sit on the zoning hearing board. They're not permitted to do so. You can't.
Well, they appoint those.
I don't understand, appointed or not. If it's something that's so important, they should have the right to be able to sit and become part of this.
If I may, do you mind if I answer it? Go ahead. What I'm saying is, perhaps you and I are saying 2 different things. I think your question was, why isn't a zoning member sitting up here? They cannot, by law. A township council person cannot be also a zoning hearing board member. You can't do it by municipal planning code law.
Be a conflict of interest?
It's not called a conflict of interest. It's actually set separately, and the zoning hearing board has their own separate lawyer. So the township solicitor can't serve as the zoning hearing board solicitor.
Okay, I wasn't aware.
I understand that, and I apologize for interrupting you, but I asked if you wanted me to answer your question, and I did.
You did. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And to further answer your question, it is because of conflict of interest. We can't make decisions, the zoning hearing board is independent of us. So it's to prevent that conflict of interest where the township interest would overflow into the zoning hearing board interest and vice versa. So that's the reason why.
Also to clarify, the motion that you're at the podium speaking about is for them to take no action, meaning they could send a representative saying the council is opposed to this. Okay, they could send Mr. Gudsuzian to the zoning hearing board, the independent board, saying the council is opposed to this, and the majority wants to say no. Send nobody and don't say the council has no position on it. No position on it. That's where they're being cowards. That's where they're being cowards.
One more, if I may. Does the zoning board ever have an open meeting?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely, it's a hearing.
They do. Okay.
You're gonna be able to go.
So
You should get notice, he should get notice.
Sir, would you like me to answer that question too?
if on that schedule that we received of the, the itinerary and everything else, it does mention something about a zoning board. I would, from the general public, I would be allowed to come here and listen to the meeting, right?
Participate.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
And it takes place in the same room right here.
That's correct. Okay, right. So, I think it'd be the biggest mistake this township ever made. I really do. I mean, if these people don't want it in their neighborhoods, why do I want it in mine? Okay? And the way they show it on their paintings and in the pictures, go to the desert, go ahead and build your things out there and everything else. We don't have that here. We have private homes. There's a home that was built in the late 1700s, Hackman's property, the white 2-story home. That's one of the most historic buildings in this township, and you folks are just letting it disappear. And why? Because somebody wants some money. Bullshit. Pardon me.
Agree.
Sir, I just want to get clarification. Sir, if I could get clarification on something you said. So your concern is that there are other developers that could come in and buy up other properties and put in some similar product to this all along Old Philadelphia Pike. Is that okay?
Because it's being proven to me right now. How could I not?
Thank you.
And
Okay, who else would
I have a
like to
comment
speak?
first, sir. And you're right about their integrity. When you have 80 parking spaces and you put a picture in front of people with 14 cars in it, that says all you need to know about the integrity of these
Okay,
three
we're
people.
in public comment. Next person that would like to speak for 3 minutes, please take the podium.
Cheyenne Ryman. Couple things. I didn't see anything about the unit mix. Was that brought up at all? Did you, or did I miss it? I did watch the last meeting as well, like what the unit mix would be as far as 1s, 2 studios.
No, I can address that. We haven't finalized that mix yet, but we do envision it to be a mix of studios, 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms.
Okay, and that would be presented then at the zoning to know what the numbers would be?
It doesn't necessarily have to because it's not the basis of the variance relief.
I'm just curious if you guys would be forthcoming and share that with the public.
I mean, we have no problem.
Yeah.
It's just, it's not set in stone yet, because we haven't designed that internal component to the building, but we have a general sort of massing assembly that we've, is a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, but we have no reason not to share that at the zoning board. That's perfectly fine.
My other thing is, I don't know if anybody else has an issue with it, but I have a serious issue with the solicitor speaking on behalf of the applicant. So interpreting what they're trying to say, I do think is kind of a conflict of interest in and of itself. So when Mr. Brnonis presented a question to Ms. Durso, instead of allowing her to speak, you sat up and said, I think I can interpret this. I don't feel like that's the position of a solicitor. I feel like I'd rather see you keeping the township out of litigation, which clearly wasn't the case, and speaking to that, for Victoria, for you to say you can't say no, you guys did that and got us into a lawsuit with the Verizon Tower in federal court. So you didn't take it to that point. So if you can't speak it on one and not on the other. It doesn't make sense. But I do think that is a serious concern. It raises a concern as a resident. Who are you working for? Applicants or the township? And that's a problem. Furthermore, and I'm going to get off a little topic a little bit, but it was brought up, so I do think now is the appropriate time. When you say January 2nd you came in and you didn't take people off boards and this and that, you did. You took 6 people off Parks and Rec, 1 of who specifically asked to remain, and you got rid of them, Victoria. You got rid of them. 6 people from Parks and Rec. And then you made an appointment for a family member to the pension board. That's an issue. That's a serious issue in itself. Nepotism doesn't work, and it doesn't work for the township.
Yeah.
Next person that'd like to speak, would you come to the podium?
Like a point of clarification, because there were just a
Okay,
couple,
go ahead.
a couple things said. Number one, I haven't,
Excuse me, that woman was standing up to speak at the podium.
yeah, and I've asked for a point of clarification.
And you've done that also.
Asked for a
You
point
will
of
go
clarification.
next. You will go next.
Asked for a point of clarification.
Go ahead.
Number one, there was an accusation that I somehow put us into litigation on the cell phone tower. That could be nothing further from the truth. What happened is we had a council that refused to vote for a decision that supported their position, knowing, because they're attorneys, knowing that without a written decision, without an explanation of why they're voting yes or why they're voting no, you could say yes because I think it's a great idea to have a cell phone tower. They didn't vote for that. They didn't vote for that. They didn't want any decision to put us into a position where we had to have litigation. So no, it's not my fault that we have cell tower litigation. It's because we have 2 lawyers that chose not to actually have a decision that was supposed to happen.
You're
Okay?
out of order again. Next time, the cops are going to take care of it.
We're on the police force now.
Two,
You're on the police force now. Vladimir runs the police force now.
Number two, there was an accusation made that I somehow can stack boards and choose things. You all can go on the township website and see when there are vacancies up for appointment. Zoning Hearing Board has a staggered vacancy schedule, okay? So every year, certain members on each board, whether it be Parks and Rec, whether it be Planning Commission, Zoning Hearing Board, they all have dates of expiration, okay? So every year, there are vacancies and we have to appoint them. When somebody asks to be on a board multiple times after multiple times, it's the council's discretion to choose whether they allow a new face on or they keep the status quo. When the voters voted, they asked for change, okay? Part of that is, so when they asked for change, the status quo was the status quo.
You can't be speaking,
okay?
You're out of order also.
When it comes to Zoning Hearing Board, there has not been a change in the majority of that Zoning Hearing Board. Absolutely not. You go online, look at the terms of when they were appointed, and then you can go online and see who was on council when they were appointed. And then you know who in the Zoning Hearing Board was there when they were appointed. So I think Mr. Brnonis and Mr. Carochi appointed all the people on Zoning Hearing Board that you now have the right to go before and to challenge. And I said to you before, if you challenge it, let's say the Zoning Hearing Board says, yes, we agree. We agree we're not going to grant any variances. Everybody here knows what's going to happen is they're going to come with a permitted by right application, which we still cannot prohibit. I still can't stop that. That's where we're at.
Well, the point of
I got a
clarification.
point of clarification on that
The
too.
cell phone towers permit, but
So
also.
first of all,
Out of order. I'd like the
she
resident
interrupted,
to
I want to be
come.
recognized, because I'm going to respond to what she said.
No.
Two people in
Folks,
council
with regard
cannot
to all these
appoint.
appointments and all these vacancies.
so sorry.
The beauty of the
No,
right
the
to know
lady
request
is
is,
gonna
the beauty of
speak.
the right to know request is that I found emails that predated when they came onto council, and back in December, they were scheming and concocting how they're going to stack all these committees and all these boards, and it's all laid out there point by point as to what they were going to do. I discussed these publicly in a meeting, so for her to suggest that this happened organically or whatever, it didn't. It was all schemed and planned and concocted by them to make this happen. The other part of this, to suggest that I made appointments to the zoning hearing board, I used to be the chair of the zoning hearing board, okay? There's a gentleman who's still on the zoning hearing board that was on the zoning hearing board before I got on the zoning hearing board some 15 years ago, okay? So I never appointed him. That's a complete lie.
He's still there.
And then to suggest
I didn't
that
take
they
him
that
off.
they made, now the answer is, well, I didn't appoint the majority. Well, before she said I didn't appoint anybody. So pay attention as the goalposts continue to move and how the story changes. There's nothing credible that comes out of these mouths. Nothing credible. And I hope you pay attention to it. I hope you tell your friends.
And I also want to point out that two people, she said that me and Jason appointed all the zoning, two members of council can't appoint anybody to anything. It takes three at least. And so we were, me and Jason were not, there were two people. You need three votes to
you're a
appoint
majority.
anybody.
The majority that
So,
you have.
2 out of 5 is not a majority. I know it's simple math. It's really complicated.
So I
Is
can
it
hear you.
working now?
Yes, thank you.
My name is
Apologize.
Faith Studenroth. I live at
I didn't hear
3658.
your name.
Faith Studenroth. I live at 3658 Old Philadelphia Pike, which is right down the street. I know there is nothing we can do to stop apartments coming into the area. However, the 3 driveways would be a pain in the butt. The traffic is going to be unruly. I do worry about the stormwater because we have had horrendous flooding in this whole area in the last 5 to 10 years. We've lived here over 31 years. And I don't know why we have so many easements in this area, why they can't do an easement out to 378 and get all the traffic to go out there. That would be number 1, elimination. And it's such a little piece of land. Just, you want 2 driveways? Create them out there. You got a red light right there. That's pretty much all I gotta say.
Okay,
The driveway
thank you.
situation and the traffic and stormwater are serious issues.
Okay, thank you. Next, who wants to go next?
I'm Dave Boulan, and I'm really disgusted. First of all, we don't have a big screen because the township's too poor to afford it or fix it. That's intolerable. So when you sit there and have a presentation like these fine folks sitting in front of me make, the audience is shut down, shut out. They can't see what the color of the circles and everything else are. That's intolerable. That's on you, Priscilla. Number 2, yeah, don't shake
I
your
don't know
head.
what to do. I'm
You're
not the
supposed to be
technical person.
respectful.
Just show respect to the
I
public
just
instead of
found-
laughing at them and mocking them.
found
too.
out-
Let's
I
start by
found
not
out-
laughing and
I
mocking them.
didn't ask you to
There.
speak, and you don't
Public
comment
mock
on
you, show
anything
respect to
unless
that.
you want to refute it.
Flat.
You're like this other one over here who can never shut down. Number 2, I'm going to start keeping time on this council. You talk about Virginia over here, whatever her name is, talks about
Katie's her name.
about people taking too much time. I've got a clock, 150, I got 1 minute and 49 left. She goes on for 10, 20 minutes, and she'll stand up in front of you and yell and scream like a banshee because she's been insulted. That's got to stop, and I'll start reporting on it. And I'm never going to get to this comments down here. Okay, so what are you going to unload the school buses? Gee, nobody asked about that. Where are the playgrounds for all these kids going to be? Over here? Where are these kids coming from? We only have 2 in the entire world, according to Ray or you, whatever. And by the way, when you start taking sides on the council, I don't care who you are, it's crystal clear which side you're coming down on. Gee, I don't want to send the attorney, but I don't want to look bad. Therefore, I'm going to say, well, you ought to really look into these issues. Of course you should, and that's what the attorney should go and say. And he can't. And he can't say anything until he feels like he has to. Then he pops up and wants to clarify. And as far as the other council person over here, a point of order? No, that's a political speech. Let's get it right. And if you want to throw me out, go ahead, because I'm fed up with it. All right. The traffic impact is horrendous. Anybody knows that, unless you live maybe in Steel City and you never get there. Don't you hold that up on me, darn it. I don't need that. I'm not in your school class, and I resent that. And I'm going to ask you for now another 15 minutes. Of course not, because you're a dictator, and so are the 3 that vote with you. All right, where's the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission? Gee, we didn't ask about that. Where's the EAC, the vaulted, time's up. I know, throw them out, because you can't stand the truth.
Mr. Bland, I'd like to respond to your question, Mr. Bland, if I may. You asked a question whether it was funding or incompetence for the lack of the screen. I would just direct you back to our budget and our finances. The township is sitting on $9 million in reserves. These 3 fools raise taxes. The first order of business in January is to raise taxes even when they're sitting on $9 million. So it's not a money issue here. It's not a money issue. There's plenty of money to afford a lawyer to go for an hour or 2, but they don't want to tap into that $9 million plus the tax increase that they just kicked on top of it.
And Mr. Berland asked a question. Mr. Berland, hold on.
Raise your taxes.
Mr. Berland asked a question.
But he starts a losing fight.
All right, listen,
Taxes were not raised, and we just found out tonight when we walked in that the projector's not working, so sorry. Maybe the light bulb burned out. We don't know. We don't have control of that.
Now, Mr. Berland asked a question about school buses, and I actually know the answer to this because I live in a cul-de-sac. The school bus would stop 3 times in front of each apartment building, and the kids would walk and get on the school buses that way. So they would be out on Old Philadelphia Pike. It would stop traffic both ways 3 times, because school buses don't go into cul-de-sacs and turn around, and they wouldn't go into these parking lots and turn around because they don't want them to back up. They don't like them to back up because of the kids. And that's what would happen there. So we would stop 3 times every morning and every afternoon, stopping traffic both ways on Old Philadelphia Pike for all the kids. So I don't see any school buses in the pictures they provided either. So,
Okay, I'm sorry. You're next, please.
Anne Marie Slavic. I live in Lower Saucon Township. Just a few points. Over in Sandbrook, it's pretty much a flood every time it rains. There's a moat around the apartment complex because it's very swampy there, which is the same situation over here, which is going to be a problem. So FYI to the apartment builders, it creates mold, it creates mildew. It's a problem. It really, truly is. I'm sure it's eroding the foundation as well. Also, traffic. Friend of mine who I work with, husband's truck was hit coming down 378 to the light at Yanni's. And the person who hit him, he pulled into Yanni's, the person kept going and left. They did call the Lower Saucon Police Department about it. So also the other night, I'm driving north, and a gentleman flies around me, going very fast. And I was hoping there was a police officer in the parking lot. There was, and my prayer did not come true. They did not stop and give speeding tickets. I really think, I love the police, and I'm very supportive of them, but I do believe that we need to start giving tickets at that light, around that light. There are a lot of accidents there. It's completely out of control. Only 3 cars get through when we're waiting for traffic. Sometimes 1 car gets through. A reference to the zoning board, I do remember in the past when I do believe this was the gentleman, but I could be incorrect. There was a gentleman who wanted to parcel his land or separate his land, and I do believe, Victoria, that you voted and wanted to send a letter to the zoning board recommending something of how they voted. You could easily do that here if you wanted to.
We are.
Okay, that's good.
What they're doing is they're saying that we have concerns. In that situation, I don't mean to interrupt you, in that situation, they stated that they were against it and the reasons why they're against it, but they won't come out that forcefully here.
I thought I remembered that, and that's why I brought it up.
Memory.
So,
about
also,
litigation
for
there.
all the people who are wondering things and think that everything's just on the surface, all the people listening, all the residents that are here, there is an agenda throughout the nation about this new housing that's going up. It's going up everywhere. It's going up in Bethlehem along Linden Street. It's going up off of 512. Random apartment buildings are going up where there's like a little tiny blade of grass. They're building apartment complexes. It's definitely an agenda for some scenario. You could all kind of research it. You can kind of form your own conclusions. But Governor Shapiro just signed an executive order creating Pennsylvania's first housing action plan to increase affordable housing, address homelessness, and make Commonwealth more competitive. What the government is trying to do, federal and state, is create a centralized government planning that they're going to override municipalities all over the state in order to put these new complexes in. It might be affordable housing, but luxury apartment complexes raise the rents around the area, which has done, and also in Sandbrook, and you might want to reach out to them, and I'll tell them to reach out to you. They had a problem with keeping retired people there with, with
Your
set
time is up,
incomes.
I'm sorry.
It's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I know we're not supposed
No,
to
you
go twice,
can't
but
go twice.
I know, but I'm going to.
cannot go
You don't want to
twice.
pay to send the solicitor to the meeting?
out of
We have $9
order.
million
You
in the
cannot go
bank,
twice.
and you're also
I'm
not paying a
sorry.
manager, so you have all that money in excess, and
you are
I've sent
not
emails to
going
council asking where that
twice.
money is going, and I haven't gotten a
Talking, and
response.
the transcriptionist
That's extra
cannot
money.
transcribe what you're
Here,
saying.
everybody that's sitting here can hear it. Everybody on YouTube can hear it, and they should be asking.
You're out of order.
Vladimir,
Okay,
you're
the
the only one.
next person.
Vladimir De Leon. Won't let people speak. Vladimir De Leon.
Hi, your name, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Virginia Stangline. I live at 3659 Old Philadelphia Pike. I moved here 45 years ago for a not noisy, quality of life, rural type of atmosphere. I understand things change. I wanted to just say I understand everything you said about the zoning, that we cannot fight the garden apartments in the zoning. But it seems to me that you might be able to go back to these folks and say, we don't want to approve your request for these variances. Why don't you reduce the number of apartments, and then you won't have as much of a parking issue, you won't have the egress and, issue, and maybe we can have a happier situation without having any of the approval of this regarding the water. So that's just my suggestion about that. I would like to say something about the Hackman House, because I know that's an emotional issue for some of us that have been here for a long time. It was built in 1824. It's a historic home. It's really sad to me what has happened with this. Now, the home was sold in 2019. It's been vacant since. Nobody took any care of it. The people that are taking care of mowing are really not there too often. And I do believe it was sold again, so perhaps the current owners were not the owners in 2019. So I don't know that situation. But I can tell you that for Mr. Riggi here, who just spoke, there is trees down, there is grass that has not been taken care of on their part of the property that borders on his. He even had to go to the township and get a tree removed. So what I'm wondering is, are these the folks that are going to take care of the property that same way? You look at that property now, it has not been trimmed along the side of the road. It's terrible. And I think it's an embarrassment to our township that it wasn't taken care of better in all these years. So I would hope that something's going to improve with whatever that they do. The traffic issue has been dealt with. Reducing the numbers was one of my things. Now, one thing that has not been mentioned at all, I did call a realtor to talk about the issue of property values for our homes that are down the street. And of course, it's not easy to say what would happen. I mean, it depends on the quality of what is built. But one of the things that this person mentioned to me, what are the apartments intended for? Are they going to be luxury apartments? Are they going to be middle-income apartments? Is there any possible chance that Section 8 is coming in here? Because if that is brought in, this will bring a problem to our township and to really bring down the quality of life here. So thank you.
Mrs. Riggi, Mrs. Riggi. I'm sorry.
Question.
Virginia, I have a question for you. You mentioned the Hackman House. Yes. I'm not familiar with that property. And I understand that, but if I was to show you a map that the applicant gave to us, could you show me where it is on this map? If you feel comfortable coming forward.
And while she's doing that, Kathy, can you look into the maintenance of that property and see if it's violating any of our lawn cutting, reading, whatever?
Oh, Adam.
This is my property right here. This is the border line. Here's the creek in question.
Jason, if you go on this.
Yeah, maybe we do one here.
He pointed to the wrong place.
Okay, who wants to go next?
Well, I want to get some more clarification here from Virginia. So I was not aware of the historical nature of this property, and for the folks who weren't here at the last meeting, I made this suggestion, totally ignored by the three ladies on council. My suggestion was, why isn't this property being preserved as open space? Township has $10 million in open space fund, okay? $10 million in there. We can't find properties to acquire. This property is an environmentally sensitive property because of the wetlands that are on it. In addition to that, there's a historical property that's on there. So why, the question I have, and the question that I would ask these ladies, because I don't think they're going to give you an answer, the question I would have is, why aren't they trying to preserve? You have Miss EAC over here, right? And you got Miss Historical Society over here, okay? So why aren't they putting their money where their mouth is? We got plenty of money to do it. Why aren't they doing that to alleviate all? I'm not speaking to you. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking rhetorically, okay? I'm not speaking to you. You can speak whenever you want, but when I'm done. The question is, why aren't they putting their money where their mouths are? We've got the money to do it. Why don't they contact the builder and say, we'd like to acquire this property, put a conservation easement on it, or acquire it and use it as open space, or if the builder's disagreeable to that, then consider eminent domain, all right? The money's there, so I'm just putting that out there for you folks. And they won't answer that question for you. They won't answer that question because they want to hoard the money and they want to see, they need to accomplish something because they can't accomplish anything.
Just explain the word rhetorical to Laura, thank you.
Yeah, well, that might take a while, Tom. We'll be here late. I don't want to be here till 4 in the morning again.
She doesn't understand the word rhetorical.
Okay, ma'am, can go.
Sorry, yes, Stacy Mazensky. I live in Lower Saucon Township. I have a question. Okay, so my feeling about this property, and I'm not familiar with the historical site, and I'm surprised, do we have a historic registry in this township? I don't know if we do or not, but that house should have been put on it way back the first sale, right? Or, I don't know. Anyway, but this property, okay, so if I understand that you cannot change what these people would like to do with it. However, we don't have to make it easy for them. Restrict all the variances, don't give them any. Also, if you know that this is the pristine look of it, this is the overview of the glamour, then make them create it in such a way that, think of it 12 years down the road, 20 years down the road, what is it gonna look like? So for every issue, every possible sidewalk issue, every nook and cranny of this place, think of it 12 years dilapidated or 50 years dilapidated. Think of it as, what is it gonna look like after they're done with it? I mean, I wouldn't trust that this is what it's gonna look like in 12 years from now. I really wouldn't. And also, I wouldn't give them a single bit of variances because those variances, that 2% that they're talking about, oh, it's just 2%. But that 2% is for walkways and driveways. Walkways and driveways need to be cindered, they need to be maintained. So that's herbicides and materials that are gonna go right into those wetlands every season. And it's not stormwater, it's not technically stormwater, but that affects wetlands. So I think this really needs to be seriously looked at. Thanks.
Stacy, I would also add that, these people sitting here making these promises may not be the ultimate owners of
That's
the property.
what I'm saying.
They could sell it to slumlords at any time.
25 years from now, think about
They could sell it the minute after they complete it, 2 years.
then 10 years. I mean, think about the property not in its pristine shape right now. Think of it what is it gonna look like when, you know, things start to deteriorate?
You're right on. You're right on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who wants to go next? State your name for the record, please.
Hi. My name's Brian Thompson. I live at 3654 Old Philadelphia Pike, which is the house right on the corner of Black River Road. I am also very concerned about the traffic. I don't know if doing analysis of traffic will be part of what zoning will look at. I do agree with what you said. You said it at the last meeting, you just said it again. I kind of question the wisdom, the foresight of why this land, this undeveloped land, across from the municipal government buildings, the police station, was not purchased by the town at some point to do something, whether either to preserve it or to do something for the entire town. I just think that's a lack of foresight. I come from northern New Jersey. I have only lived here 5 years. I haven't lived here 45 years like my neighbor Ginny. But I did come here for a different way of life. And I can tell you from living in northern New Jersey and coming to there from rural Maine, you're gonna rapidly see a decline in what you love about this community by allowing these types of buildings to go in. By show of hands, I'm assuming nobody on this council lives on Old Philadelphia Pike.
Right.
Correct? So it's not going in your backyard. And I hate that I'm saying this, because I used to be a reporter in New Jersey, and I used to cover municipal government, and I used to cover a lot of meetings where people from the community would come in and talk about things being built in their backyards. And I said, I can't imagine ever being somebody who would get up in front of my community and say, I don't want something in my backyard, but I don't want this in my backyard. And this is not an offense to the people who are sitting here. Part of moving here was also to get away from the traffic and the craziness that is northern New Jersey. And if any of you have ever driven there for more than 5 minutes, you'll understand what I'm talking about. I lived there for 25 years. I had a nervous breakdown one Christmas while I was shopping. The other reason I moved here was because I wanted a quieter way of life. And I'm gonna go off topic here a little bit, but since these meetings seems to be a free-for-all anyway, I'm gonna do it. I'm really ashamed that this is our local government in this town. And I'm saying this to all the Republicans, all the Democrats sitting here. We, as the community, the people that voted you all in or didn't vote you in, you serve all of us. You do. And there's been a child sitting here during this entire meeting, and I'm just wondering what she's absorbing watching all of this. We deserve better. You all certainly deserve better for each other. You gotta get your crap together and learn how to function, because I watched the last meeting. It was like, and I missed Jeopardy to come here tonight, so that's a big deal for me. So I just wanna say, you can do better. I know you can.
Thank you.
Brianna Rich, I live on 3554 Old Philadelphia Pike. So prior to coming here, I was actually decorating a cake because that is what I do for business. I decided to hop on YouTube and watch the shit show that is tonight. This is an utter embarrassment for our community from both sides. It's just embarrassing. I don't know how anyone can watch this other than to laugh. For this to be our government and to represent us as a township, I feel like it would be better to have nothing than to have what is in front of us. As far as the development going, I've lived here since 2015. My mom actually was my realtor. She found our house. She said, as she was standing in it, she called me and said, this is your house. This is the house you're gonna buy. It's perfect. It's at the perfect location. It's a quiet neighborhood. The police is right down the street, a perfect park. You guys putting in all these apartment buildings is going to tarnish this community, especially if Section 8 goes in. We can expect our parks to be filled with needles. We can expect our parks to be filled with unruly children. We will be in danger. My children will not be safe. We just had a beautiful park put in. It's going to be ruined. As far as flooding, my basement floods every bad storm. And I'm at the far end of Old Philadelphia Pike, so I can only imagine how much worse it is not being on the hill. If I'm getting it bad, they're getting it bad. Overall, I also think that the town manager not being filled is a representation of how bad the board is doing. why we even considered someone who lived in Delaware that had different interests, that you can look it up yourself. It took me not even 5 minutes to dig in deep and find out why that was a bad decision and it shouldn't have happened. I've stood up here fighting for the library. I didn't want to stand up here fighting for this, but I felt like I really had to. I'm a busy mom. I have 3 kids. They're active in sports. I'm on the Little League board. I really don't have time to do this, but I feel like more community members need to come out and do this. If I am as busy as I am, you guys can come in here and argue with this. Your voice needs to be heard, and I encourage everyone to come out. It took me 5 minutes to get here. I didn't even want to be here, but I needed to be here. Thank you for holding your orange card to let me know about my time. It's appreciated. But with my 19 seconds, I'm going to say, you guys need to do better for us. This is like watching the 2024 election, but with people who mean less, that will do less. So do better.
Okay, next.
And the gentleman before stated that, you know, we missed an opportunity to buy that. There's still an opportunity. This property was purchased for $500,000, I think, in 2019. All right, if the majority had any courage here, they could take that property by eminent domain, give them $500,000, $600,000 out of the $20 million we have in the bank, and this issue would be solved. Eminent domain, the township would own the property, the township could build a road maintenance crew building over there, they could put a park over there, they could do nothing with it at all, if they don't want to add to traffic. So to say that there's, you know, she's all like, oh, we'll get sued. Can end this tomorrow by taking it, by going down to the courthouse, sending our solicitor down to the courthouse, and filing eminent domain papers. Tomorrow they can end it.
Hi, my name is Emma Marrero. I live on 3658 Old Philadelphia Pike. I've lived there 30-some years. And I've been to these a couple times, but it's been many years since I've been here, and I must say I was really shocked at how you guys interact with each other. I was shocked. I don't know if you heard me say calm down or something, let the people talk. Oh my goodness. All right. One of the things that I wanted to ask is, why are you even dealing with this issue if you cannot do anything about it? Why does it come up to you? What is the process that they're here to talk to you about? Why isn't the zoning, why didn't they go to zoning and get approved? Why is it here now?
Would you like me to answer that, ma'am?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Would you like me to answer?
Yes,
okay.
Somebody.
Sure. So as part of the procedure in the township, before an applicant goes to the zoning hearing board, they come to township council first. So it's the way it's set up. So
So if I want to put an addition in my house, yes, I would have to come in front of you guys.
Yes. First, for zoning relief. So if you had to go to the zoning hearing board for relief. So if you had to go get a permit, for example, you would not have to do that.
Right.
But if you had to go to the zoning hearing board and ask for something.
I might put a couple of houses in my lot because I have a pretty good lot since everybody's building, right? How about everybody can build? So all of us can build houses in our houses, in our yards? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Such an
The village center is multi-family, right? That's what you're saying. You're saying that this whole area could be built in apartment complexes.
What I'm saying is, I think your question was, why are the applicants here? The answer to your question is the applicants have to be here because it's part of the procedure in Lower Saucon Township. They have to come to the council first before they go to the zoning hearing board. So that's what they're doing.
So you can approve.
So we can do one of several things. And I said this in the beginning. We can either oppose, we can either...
But I'm saying, why do you even have to look at it, oppose or whatever? What is that? That's part of the council's procedures?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Policy.
And so then zoning is the one that decides really what's what, right? And zoning can also deny the variances, could they not?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things I wanted to ask about water and sewage. adding that amount of water and sewage in this area, is that something viable? Did anybody look at that?
Vic,
Well, what
aren't
happened
you,
is, would you like me to answer that? I don't want to interrupt people when people talk, but do you want, I'm happy to answer it.
Victoria's the water authority liaison, shouldn't she answer?
You guys could answer, just answer.
Sure.
But you're not the water authority liaison,
Yeah.
Victoria is.
The idea would be that when they come for land development approval, which is not this step, but at a later step where they come in to say, here's our plan, then they'd have to meet all those other requirements, including water, sewer, whatever it may be.
Okay.
But this is an early portion of
You
the
look
plan.
at it environmentally, you look at it how it affects the environment, how it affects the neighborhood, how it blends in with everything that's here, right? That's what you guys do.
It's not exactly that, but it's reviewed.
You take into account those things. Have you taken into account those things?
Again, when they come for a land development plan, which is a much more detailed plan.
They don't have a development plan yet. They just have I thought this was a development plan.
We have a sketch plan.
A sketch plan, okay.
They have a picture with 14 cars and 80 parking lot spaces. 14 cars and 80 parking spaces.
So
That's what they have a
but
picture
the
of.
thing is, what I understand is, if they were allowed to buy the property, obviously they were aware that it was, they could build on it.
Correct.
When did this become then you have to propose what you're doing with the land you're building.
Correct.
So that's why you send it to them.
Correct.
Okay. The wetlands, I mean, pretty much that land over there, really, it should be kept historic, I think. The house, we need to appreciate the history of this area, I don't know if they knew it was a historical place or who's what's that?
They don't care.
You're what is the card for?
30 seconds left. I know, they're rude. You have 30 seconds left in your 3-minute talk. You're allowed 3 minutes.
You were doing this before, though, when
I
when
know.
everybody was talking, so I had no idea.
Explain that instead of calling us rude to actually explain what she's doing, but we're the ones that are
Usually
rude.
say that in the beginning of the meeting, and I apologize for not, so.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm concerned about traffic. I'm concerned about flooding. I don't know that they're not gonna flood. They will flood as well.
Yeah.
In the area that, and I would assume that they would do a study on that, right? Not mess up everybody else's, because when somebody builds, it affects the neighbors as well.
They don't
How the
care.
water drains, how everything drains.
They don't care.
Anyway, I guess I'll be going to the zoning board,
Zoning
because
hearing.
you guys really can't do much.
Ma'am, let me respond to one of your questions that you just asked. Here's the best part of this. When they build this, and if there's a problem with stormwater and you're affected by it, you know what your recourse is? You have to go out and get a lawyer, and you have to be the one that pursues action against, not the
These
township.
guys?
Not the township.
I sue them?
Just so you know.
Right. In fact, we have a development in the township where that's exactly happening.
That's right.
It's not an apartment complex, but it's a single-family home
We
development.
can all get together and sue the board.
I can't give you legal advice on that, ma'am.
Okay, next. Hi.
I'm Donna Brown. I live across the street at 3701. I knew Sue and Herman quite well. They were our wonderful neighbors. And I just wanted to a little history for the property. When you go to Sue and Herman's house, all you hear about is the history of the house. He had books. The first person that ever lived there was a doctor, and it's just the history. I don't know if anybody has, his son Carl might have all this history of this property. It is historical, and it should really not be torn down. The wildlife that comes in there. My kitchen window is right there, the 7 acres of field. And the bucks are coming up today, to the windows to eat corn. And we get the geese, of course. Who doesn't? We get turkeys. And the wildlife there is, you know, amazing. I mean, it makes me cry to think about it being gone. We've been there for 26 years, and I can't imagine not looking out my kitchen window and seeing Sue and Herman's house and the beautiful property. And it's a shame that it's gone to hell to see the condition, because Herman took great pride in that house, and all. He would be out there for hours, pruning and cutting and doing, you know, it was just amazing. So I just wanted to add a little bit of you know, emotional impact that it's having on people in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next.
Diane Hollowell, I am concerned about when you talked, the woman talked about traffic accidents. There is too much traffic at this light. I just had an incident tonight. I came up from Black River Road at the light. I was going straight. A car pulled right up beside of me, and I had to actually pull up and show the woman that I am going straight across too. So yeah, there is a concern about too much traffic at both of the lights.
Okay, thank you. Next. Hi.
Hello. I'm Kim Young. I live on Old Philadelphia Pike. I want to get a few things on the record, and that's why I'm speaking tonight. I'm sure the planners know we actually live in a flood zone on Old Philadelphia Pike. So you can imagine our concern with water runoff coming down to our home. We are at the bottom. We get all of the water from up above us, from all of our neighbors. We couldn't be any lower. We're right next to Black River. Traffic is horrendous. We have people cutting through, trying to avoid 378, coming back on Old Philadelphia Pike, racing down that way. It has made it rather dangerous out there for all of the neighbors, for all of the children in there. I'd like to clarify a couple of things that were set up here, and maybe I misunderstood them, but I believe you said that you had checked with the apartments about how many children get bused, right? But that's only what gets bused. That doesn't mean the number of parents who aren't driving their children to school. I was a teacher, and if you recall the movie The Field of Dreams, and at the end of the movie you would see all of the cars coming around at the end. Yeah. That's exactly what Saucon Valley looks like in the morning, particularly on rainy days. So there could be many, many more children in those apartments. And you mentioned about, I think it was $25,000 to educate a child.
One student.
No, it's about 14,000, and I know only because I was there and.
Morning Call had an article a couple years ago that put it, I thought, at $25,000. It was about 2017, 18.
Last I knew, it was about 14 when I was there, and I retired in 2019.
Okay, well, I'll just say, I read it in the Morning Call.
It's just to get on the record.
Even 14 is somewhere in between.
Exactly. I'm right there with you.
Saucon Valley's graduation is down about 40%, so the average graduating class is now about 150. A few years ago, it was 250, so that may be the difference in the numbers. Your number is smaller because you have more graduates.
I ever taught, and I was there for 20 years. The largest group I ever taught, I had about 200 students in my class. Yeah. That was about it.
Right. So here's
graduating class was about 200. Yeah. All right. Again, I have to reiterate with my neighbors, the behavior of the board is something that is intolerable. I don't want to say I'm embarrassed. You should be embarrassed. That's really what it comes down to. I'd like to thank the solicitor. I thought he was very professional this evening. Again, I'm hearing comments. It's not necessary. It's my opinion, and I'm entitled to say that, and I think he was very professional. I appreciate how professional of you have been, and Kathy, and sitting over here, I apologize, I don't know your names. I watch you off and on Zoom, so I am familiar with how the board operates. We need to do better for our community. We need to set the right example. Let other communities look at us and say, we want to be like them, unlike communities currently looking at us and going, oh, look at them.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else like to speak? Okay.
Bill, Bob? Bob?
So up to I live in Lower Saucon. I would just like to add to that comment concerning the board. the board has quite a following on YouTube. I bet it, because people would rather watch this board operate than watch
Is this
reality.
the agenda
TV.
item, member? Is this the agenda item
Yeah.
topic?
And you know, you probably get some money on it. But anyway, I find it's kind of disingenuous by our two Republicans here who attack the Democrats. Everything is their fault. You guys walked on water and didn't get your feet wet. And that's a lot of baloney. You know, you guys were there. You did such a nice job that you got voted out. So let's face it.
I'm still here. I didn't get voted
But it'd be nice if you worked together, and it'd be also nice if you follow some rules of decor, not just interrupt and carry on like that.
I didn't get
You know,
voted
you don't you don't even let the people talk. By the way, you're already starting on me, right? You don't even let me talk, do you? You can't let me finish, can you? Look at that. Just
Okay,
think about that.
address the chair, please.
Well, anyway, I can sympathize with the residents who are concerned about traffic, what about school, you know, what about the school and the flooding, and I can really sympathize with them, and I hope that the board and the zoning people look at that hard and make the right decision. And I'd like to also mention that I hope they do a better job than they did with the garbage dump.
Mr. Optoff, just to bring up a point of clarification, why don't you start with having your daughter share the resumes of the manager applicants with us that we've been asking for 6 months?
Please,
If you want to talk about civility and cooperation, everything else, why don't you do that to start? Because you're going to blame Mr. Carochi and me, but your daughter is the biggest offender out of anybody up here.
Well, how,
Okay,
you know,
so
how do you know
lecture
what
me
she's
about
doing?
it.
You're not even here half the time.
What do you mean I'm not here? I'm here. I'm sitting right
Well,
here.
you're here today, and half the time you're not, and neither is he.
Okay, let's
Time
not
before that.
argue.
On the phone, you can't even show up.
We're going to name that bathroom after you out at Easton Road. We're going to name that bathroom after you.
Okay,
Top
anybody else?
outhouse. Top outhouse.
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident. I understand the concerns of these people. Water, traffic. I understand that they're bringing up environmental issues, property values, the inconvenience, the quality of life, traffic problems, historic buildings. These are all concerns that those of us who are fighting the expansion of the landfill brought up. So I can understand where you're coming from. But I would also like to point out that our concerns when they were brought up under the previous council were totally ignored. You sit there and applaud because you agree with what's being said. Your applause is not probably a quarter of the applause that was heard when people spoke against the landfill, when those of us opposing it were here. According to Carochi, this present majority doesn't care because they didn't know something that was asked about this property, this historic property across the street. Well, that being the case, apparently Bononis doesn't care either because he sat there and admitted, I had no idea it was there. Can you show me on a map, et cetera, et cetera. Those of us sitting on the other side right now listening to your concerns and complaints, we are quiet when you speak, not because we are ashamed and not because we are intimidated, because we are showing respect for you because we've been through this ourselves and we know what it's like. As far as the conduct on the council, if Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis would put their efforts into helping the council rather than
Okay, 30
trying
seconds.
to bully them, this township would be much better off.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, anybody else want to come?
Sonia Miller, Lower Saucon Township. I wanted to make a comment before, and I wasn't able to come up here.
but I just want everybody to know that when the ringmaster comes in, he always says, "Bring in the clowns."
Okay, thank you.
We have three.
Next.
Nicole Yeakel, I live off of Old Philly. I have one question. What is the likelihood of you actually doing some research, finding out that it's worth keeping, and actually doing something about it? I want an actual answer.
And that's not for me.
It could be easily done. We have the money. Might as well use it for something that the town people want.
They could file eminent domain papers with the county tomorrow if the majority chose.
do
And
some
I would vote
research.
for that.
It doesn't take much.
We have the money, they could file eminent domain papers tomorrow with the county.
Mr. Gazouzian, can you explain an eminent domain process and how that could play out in this situation here?
Especially since there's an applicant on file.
With a property owner, I mean, it's not as simple as I can just say, I'm gonna take it.
We did it with Raiders
Isn't it
Lane.
worth
We did it with Raiders Lane,
It
and
would
there
even be
was a
worth it to
development on file.
One at a time
Vote.
speaks.
It would be worth it to even vote to send him to the zoning meeting. It's what we want. So use the money that we give with our taxes for what we want.
I'm happy to consider that. I just want you to understand, if I do that,
I understand.
I can't prevent them from coming back with a plan that doesn't need zoning hearing board approval. I just want you to understand that.
I think we all understand
Okay.
that nothing might change, but isn't it worth trying to fight for it? It's better than doing nothing.
They want to do nothing.
I'll go for it.
They want to do,
I'll go for it.
Okay, I'll amend my
no
motion.
that we're not sending anybody.
Right?
That's the whole point of allowing public comment after each agenda item, so we can hear what you all have to say.
Only one time.
That's right. Anybody else that hasn't spoken would like to come up?
Somebody. I thought you seconded it.
Lauren Weeder, I live off of Old Philly Pike, Fox Lane up here. I wasn't planning on talking, but I had lived here for 27 years. I've seen that house in its glory, and I've seen it in its sad state now. It is a gorgeous old farmhouse with a barn right attached to it and the field for the natural life. We need to keep that ground, okay? The traffic is horrendous. I know we've all said it. I walk on a daily basis around this neighborhood because we don't have sidewalks, and it's easier for me to leave my house and do a loop. You have to just be on the defensive every time you walk. And there are kids in this neighborhood that walk up Old Philadelphia Pike to come to the new park up here, to play basketball up here. And you're gonna put 48 new cars and vehicles coming in and racing and going up and down on top of other traffic cutting in and out. You're putting people's lives at risk on that. So I just ask, do the amendment. Let's try and fight to keep our property as it is and keep our history. Let's stop erasing it.
It's 80 cars. It's 39 apartments with 2 parking spaces each and guest parking.
Okay,
It's at least
anybody
80
else like to
cars.
come up and speak?
Do you want me to check the hallway? There must be a lot of people in favor of this, right? Because we've heard from so many people at the podium. Maybe they're waiting out there, they're afraid to come in because they've been intimidated by loons, like when we'd have the landfill stuff, people wouldn't come because they were afraid. I haven't heard from a single person who's in favor of this, either at that podium, by email, or talking to me in the store, on the street, or in any other means. Maybe other people here on council have. If they can, maybe they'll share those comments with the public. But I haven't heard from a single person who's in favor of the township taking no position on this applicant's request for relief from 4 different variances. Quite the contrary.
I've only heard it from the 3 majority members up here. They're the only people in favor of it.
After hearing public comment, I would like to amend my motion.
So now we gotta go through another whole comment
No,
period
we
again.
don't.
Sure
No,
we
we
do.
don't.
You're amending.
You're amending the motion.
We can, but I think that this process where we allowed everybody to speak during each agenda item and then hear what you have to say and discuss is what you want the council to do for you.
This is the same motion.
I'm happy to go through it again and let you amend it. Go.
Okay,
If Mr.
so,
Bedonis doesn't want to hear their comments a second time, I guess he doesn't.
okay, so I guess we have three options: to support, oppose, or take no position. So I guess if we're gonna send the solicitor to the zoning hearing board, then I guess we have to oppose it on the, reasons that was
So
stated
you're withdrawing your
earlier.
motion?
I'm not withdrawing it, I'm amending it. You do know the difference, right?
Yeah, one is you're withdrawing it and you can make a new motion, or you could try to concoct something out of the mess that you've already made out of a motion.
I'm amending it, I have that right. So I will amend my motion to oppose, send the solicitor to the zoning hearing board, and Brian, if necessary, I don't know. And our reasons, you heard tonight about the stormwater, the riparian, the traffic.
And the historic feature.
The what?
The historic
The
feature.
historical.
Which I don't think anybody really knew about. It was discussed until this evening. So I appreciate that coming to our attention.
So Laura, will you amend your second?
Yes, I'll amend my second.
Okay. So there's a new motion on the floor, and Jason, would you like to speak on that?
I don't understand what the motion is.
Wow.
You've made three motions.
Yes, I have
You
that
made
right
a
to do
motion,
that.
you amended it, and then you amended it again, and I'm not certain what the current motion is. So could you please
Actually,
restate it clearly? Maybe Mr. Gutsuzian could speak on your behalf.
It's literally the motion that I wanted, that I talked about 2 hours ago. Oppose this before the zoning hearing board. 2 hours ago I said this.
Yeah, thank you.
2 hours
So
ago.
my amended motion is to send the solicitor to the zoning hearing board to oppose the application based on what we heard tonight from the residents with the stormwater concerns, the traffic, and the historical nature of the building. Did I forget anything? And Laura, you confirmed
features.
the second. Do you understand that?
Environmental
Jason?
features.
you
Victoria, that's
understand
important.
that
Say
now?
that.
You didn't include environmental features in your motion. Is that part of what you want him to take a
To me,
position
the
on?
stormwater, all right, if you want to change it to environmental, I was.
And
I'm sorry if those
environmental,
words
both.
offend you, but I think it's important to be clear as to the instructions you're
Stormwater
giving
and
the solicitor.
environmental. It's both. They're
He's gonna be
different
taking
things.
action official on behalf of the township, so give him the right instructions.
Water and environmental, because they're different things. They're both.
Okay, so the motion will be stormwater and environmental. Laura, is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay, Tom?
Yes, this is what we, again, said 2 hours ago, to send somebody to please oppose this. And so, let's do it.
Okay, and I would like to thank the residents for coming and voicing your concerns and letting us know how you feel. So I want to again, and please, you need to go to the zoning hearing board. So, Victoria?
I just want to also thank everybody for coming, because this is exactly what we're supposed to be, is listening to you and then adjusting things based upon what you would all see. So you all asked us to send somebody, understanding that there may be implications that we can't control in the future, but we will do our best to represent you.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I'll add no additional comment. I would like to move on.
Okay, public comment? We have 3 minutes again?
Can I finish my, you didn't ask me to comment. You went right to Tom.
Oh, no, wait, he has to go.
Tom explained what your motion was. You didn't give me.
You asked me to explain the motion.
Well,
I thought that was your question.
My comment is this: better late than never.
Okay,
2.5 hours to get to this point.
okay. All right, everybody went. Cheyenne, you can go again.
I do give you guys credit for listening to the residents, because that's an issue that should happen. You guys are there for the residents, not your self-serving interests. So I give you guys a lot of credit, and not for any reason other than just being constructive. It is somewhat confusing when you do watch this at home and the motions are made and amended. It does become hard to follow. So if we can maybe consolidate that to withdraw and make a new one, just to keep it a little cleaner, I think would be easier from a engagement standpoint. My 2 cents.
Anybody else?
I'm gonna make a clear motion.
Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Cordero?
This is on the third amended motion.
Correct.
I'm voting yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
I'm just going to respond to the folks that have been critical of the divisiveness of council. This may be the first time we've come together with unanimous motion. I'm going to vote yes. We're trending in the right way.
One more, stay here.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'd like to make a motion that we take the property by eminent domain.
I'm going to make a motion to go into executive session to discuss land acquisition.
I'll second that. I'll second that. I'll second that. I'll second that.
All I want to do,
Executive session, discuss land acquisition. I second that. I second that.
I would like to thank the two of you for your patience with me. I appreciate it. I'd like to thank you as well for your patience with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir. We appreciate
Hopefully
it.
we'll go into executive session to discuss land acquisition. I just made that motion. We'll see if they come around on that. We'll see if they come around on that.
All right, so there's a motion.
Have a nice evening, Kate.
No, not the motion to go into executive session.
I made the motion.
I heard you. So there's a motion on the floor.
I made a motion to go into
Who was
executive
the
session
first?
to discuss land acquisition.
Who was the first? You or
I
Tom?
was the first, Tom was the
Okay.
second.
Jason, Tom. Okay, we're going to go in executive session, and the time is 9:28. We're going to recess the meeting.
You gotta vote on it. Yeah.
We vote on going to executive session?
I mean, it's-
I would say.
All right, we'll vote on it. Kathy, you want to do a roll call?
Yes.
Hang on, just to be clear what we're doing. There's a motion to go into executive session, there's a second.
Correct.
So then the question is, do you want to go into an executive session?
You have to call roll.
I understand that, I just want to clarify where we are. So if you vote yes, that means we do go into an executive session. If you vote no, if the majority votes no, we do not go into executive session. So I just want to understand where we are.
My motion is in the affirmative to go into executive session.
Yeah, no, I was just clarifying, just so we were all on the same page.
Ms. Ray?
I love how you clarified the simplest motion
no
I make.
to go into
You allow her to
executive
stumble
session,
around like a
no.
fool.
Ms. DeLeon?
She voted no?
She voted no.
I'm going to vote yes.
Mr. Benonis?
You guys paying attention here?
Mr.
Yes.
Benonis? Ms. Altough Cordero?
I'll go with exec, it's fine.
So did you notice that Laura Ray,
Motion passes 4-1.
Laura Ray voted against going into executive session to discuss land acquisition, just so the record's clear.
Right.
No, I didn't say that was not part of my motion to discuss, and it wasn't regarding.
Eminent domain was clearly stated.
It was not what was my motion? Kathy, what was my motion?
Motion to go into executive session regarding land.
Position, thank you. Listen, it's part of the job. Listen to the job.
I will be putting, I'll be turning off the mics. I'm gonna, Mike's back.
Oh, the mic, the picture's on?
I turned the mic off, I just turned it on.
Okay.
Everybody here, here's Tom.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the meeting. Its time is 9:40. And we just came out of executive session, and I'd like the solicitor to report.
So in executive session, we discussed real estate, potential real estate matters. No official action was taken. However, as a matter of process, the Township Council authorized the solicitor to take the appropriate steps as set forth by reaching out to necessary parties in accordance with the direction provided.
Okay, I'll make that a motion. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Oh, you were mumbling. Okay, any other discussion by council? Jason?
No.
Tom?
No.
Nothing from me. Victoria?
No.
Laura? No. Okay. Well, they can't really. Anybody like to speak on our motion?
Yeah.
I don't really know what you're talking about.
I think it's wonderful you made a motion. I am so happy you're a happy family now, but I'm absolutely blown away at 2 hours or worse of on and on and on about things that really nobody had the time to correctly address here. And when you took away our 5 minutes, our 5-minute talking time, you just backed up over one of your pet, I use the correct words, mandates of why you wanted to be elected, and that is the public doesn't have time to talk. So I'm very pleased about that. I'm very displeased about the fact that there's a certain council member who bloviates ad nauseum when it sets her mind to it. And it doesn't matter who's talking or anything else. And I would like very much to have this council, yes, I still have 2 minutes. I would like this council to seriously consider allowing or disallowing, I'll use it that way, the negative, that members on the council, just because they're members, can talk ad nauseum at will whenever they want, because clearly the chair favors one side over the other. So if you want to be fair, and I know you say you can do whatever you want, yeah, you do, but I'm just talking to the public right now. Things that I oppose can be one side or the other, and you find that to be the truth, okay? And I do get passionate, but I am really so tired of people just jumping up like whack-a-moles on a council, certain ones, again and again and again, even though they restated that positions many times. That's why we're here till 12, 1, 2, 3, and 4 o'clock in the morning. So lean it on yourself and just go do your own calculations on who's burning it. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Robert Blaska, Lower Saucon Township resident, and I would put forward to the council as a reminder that much of that 2 hours was done in taking comments from the public, which is the way it's supposed to work. As far as going from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, the previous council allowed 5 minutes, period, for the evening. You are allowing 3 minutes on each topic. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Anybody else? Okay, Kathy, I think we have a motion on the floor. May we have a roll call?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Zappa Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the agenda, B, we have discussion and possible action on Archaea Air Quality Plan Approval Application Submittal, a 30-day public comment period. DEP received notification from Archaea Energy to modify their plan approval regarding the backup flare usage. The municipality has 30-day window to offer comments. Council review and offer their opinion if desired. Kathy?
Yes. Archaea, representatives from Archaea could not be here
this evening. However, in your packets and it was distributed to you, correspondence of Archaea intending on modifying a plan approval through DEP, and pursuant to regulations with DEP, the municipality has 30 days to respond or make comments to the application. The change, which was noted on the packet, was that they are modifying their flare operations from 3,000 hours per year to 363,000 MMBTUs per year, which aligns closer to the RNG facilities in Pennsylvania. But they did want to note that importantly, that the adjustment does not increase emissions. So if council, the packet or the application was provided to you, if you wish to make a comment, I can send that to the appropriate parties.
Okay, Brian, would you like to comment on this?
I did look at it. I'd note that your regulations through zoning defer all of your air quality requirements to DEP, so there's that section of the report really you leave up to DEP. I did note in their section on the flare, which is their combustion unit section of the application, section E, under work practice standards, they make the statement that the candlestick flare will be located with natural visible screening, including vegetation and topography, to minimize off-site visual impact. So if council wanted to pass any comments on, that is one that's not necessarily related to air quality, which you defer to DEP for.
I would like that included, yes, if I would like them a letter sent. So we have 30 days. I think we're at the 30-day mark.
We are at the 30-day mark, but I did notify the appropriate parties that the meeting was today on the 30th day, and that we're reserving the right to send a letter.
Okay, so I'd like to send a letter, but I'm unclear. I wanted to put what Brian just said.
I have a couple questions for Brian, if I may.
Okay, I'll hold my motion then. Go ahead.
Brian, are you able, or somebody, staff at Hanover, able to provide guidance to the council about the implications of the difference between the BTU and the hourly calculation?
Only intrinsically, in that the 3,000 hours is a simple way to measure it, and the metric million BTUs is a form of energy, so they are probably saying they can only, they're limited to burning a certain amount of energy with the flare, as opposed to just running it for 3,000 hours. What the implication of how many hours at what rate, those are very, very specialized calculations that have to be done by the people familiar with the plant and the reviewers at DEP. So I understand what the difference is, but yeah, and you don't have a regulation for it anyway, so I'm not really sure what I'd comment on.
Okay, so right now we don't have anything that could in our zoning, or sorry, in our regulations that would be able to provide us guidance on that issue.
Correct. You defer that to DEP.
And when was that regulation implemented?
Well, that's what the purpose of this application is. They're asking DEP for permission to change the way they measure how often the flare is burned. So that's up to...
I meant like the deferral to the DEP component. When was that implemented? Or when was that? Maybe
That's
Kathy
been in your
can
zoning
answer.
ordinance since the regulations on the environmental standards were done, which was a long time ago.
Okay. Okay. Then I think I'm okay with the idea. I do think we should comment on that section regarding the screening. And specifically, I would want to see screening. First, I would like to see that it be encapsulated so that there's no flare, but if it had to be visible from the street, I would expect that the flare height be no higher than vegetation, and that there be thick screening provided so that people cannot see the flare above the highest point of vegetation that we have. And I don't know whether I know there was some concern about sound with that. When the flare lights up, it makes a sound like psh, like I don't know. But I would ask that they put some mechanism in place to buffer that sound or reduce it so, it can't be visible. Right now, the residents don't see the flare. When it had been operating from the landfill, it was all encapsulated, and we should continue with that status quo to the extent possible with this flare.
So how do you turn that into a motion?
I'll make a motion to instruct our township to draft a letter to the DEP that we would ask the DEP to require Archaea Energy to modify that section of the permit application that reflects the flare and the screening to require that the flare be encapsulated, and in the alternative, if it can't be encapsulated, that it require sufficient screening to prevent the visibility of the flare from the street and the noise to emit beyond the perimeter of the boundary perimeter of the landowner.
Okay, I'll second that. Okay, so council discussion, or does anybody have any other comments?
I do.
Brian, I'm not talking about you yet. Brian or, okay. All right, now Jason, go.
So we have a letter that was sent to us, I believe, yesterday. This is in an email, 2024-918, Archaea Air Quality Plan Approval number 48-00115A, Modification Application Submittal. This is a letter that was sent to us. The letter's not dated, but I assume it's the same date. And it's addressed to Kathy, and it says the following. Dear Kathy Gorman, Archaea Energy Incorporated, Archaea, on behalf of Area Energy East, LLC, Bethlehem Renewable Natural Gas, RNG, would like to provide additional information regarding our recent request for a minor modification to our Bethlehem RNG facility air permit approval number 18-0015A, submitted to the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, PADEP, on August 27, 2024. As you are aware, our Bethlehem RNG facility processes landfill gas from the Bethlehem landfill, converts it into a renewable natural gas that can be used as a domestic energy source. The landfill gas undergoes filtration, compression, and cooling to remove non-methane components like sulfur, volatile organic compounds, VOCs, not our VOC, siloxanes, oxygen, O2, carbon dioxide, CO2, and nitrogen, N2. Any remaining waste gases are safely destroyed through a thermal oxidizer unit, TOU, or a backup candlestick flare. These control devices are essential for reducing emissions and are approved under our current permit with the PADEP. Flaring offers a safe and effective way to manage emissions. Here's the part. The reason for our requested modification is to adjust the way we monitor flaring activities at our facility. Instead of limit on the annual number of hours of flare operation, currently set to no more than 3,000 hours per year, we are requesting a change to throughput limit of 363,000, what's MMBTU? Metric million BTU per year. This change more closely aligns with how other RNG facilities in Pennsylvania are permitted and provides a more accurate reflection of our operations, since gas flow rates and flare usage can vary based on plant conditions. Importantly, this adjustment does not increase emissions. We're happy to provide more details or answer any questions you may have. If helpful, we'd be glad to arrange a meeting with our technical air quality experts, either virtually or at a future engagement. Thank you for your time and consideration. So, there's nothing about what they're asking here that deals at all with screening, sound, or encapsulating at all. They're asking simply for DEP, who are the experts in this, to simply allow them to calculate based upon metric million BTUs per year as opposed to hours. So now we have a motion that includes all these other things in it. I mean, why not tell them they can't have a sheep farm on the property too? I mean, like, it has nothing to do with what they're asking us, which is simply to allow DEP to recalculate based upon metric million BTUs as opposed to hours. I don't know why this council pretends to know more than DEP, pretends to tell DEP how it should be doing its work, because what's being proposed here has nothing to do with screening, sound, or encapsulating. what's being proposed here is simply to change the way a calculation is done by DEP, which they apparently permit elsewhere. So I don't understand the motion that's before us. It's a very simple request. I mean, I don't understand why there are all the conditions that are being placed upon this request that have nothing to do with the matter that's before us. Makes no sense to me.
Okay, Tom?
And I would add that, I mean, DEP are the experts. I'd add the member of council that made this motion does have a conflict with the landfill. You know, and that's not being, confrontational. That's just a fact. And I think, you know, the DEP does a good job inspecting the landfill. They do their inspections, and I'm against this motion.
Okay, so I feel that DEP also does a very good job, but this is a letter to us, and it doesn't hurt to add the language in here to let them know how we feel about it. So I'm in support of the motion, obviously, because I seconded it. Next, we have Victoria.
Yeah, I think the permit includes that component of the flare, so it's relevant because it's still part of their permit. And I think that it never hurts to tell the DEP when there's a concern that we have. So we're doing what the residents asked us to do and do what we can to protect them. They've come out here and complained about the flare sound and the height and the look of it. You know, there's been issues with that, so we're gonna do what we can.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, so the application, or what this is before us, is to provide comment. So that's all that was mentioned earlier, was comment. I did have a bunch of questions. I wish they could have had somebody here, because to me it seems a bit confusing, because when they presented their plan a while back, a couple months ago when they were all here, this flare, this what they're calling the backup flare, I thought they described it as it would be operating only during certain periods when the pipeline couldn't accept the volume of gas that they were putting through. And now it seems like this flare will be always operating. So even with the 3,000 hours per year, that's 8.2 hours a day that you have that it operates, and it kind of seems like it does that now. It's every few minutes it goes on, and then it runs, and then it goes off. So I don't know how many hours it'll be running to produce that much BTUs. But there's nothing in here that tells you about that part. So that's where I would have questions. I don't know how you could incorporate that as any comment into the thing, but I guess I can individually do my own comment. That's all.
I mean, I can amend the letter to say that we're also concerned with the operational time of the flare that was represented to us. It was only to be used as, you know, in the event that they had to have a shutdown or some event. I think it was, and I don't want to be quoted as exactly, but as I recall, sitting here today, I believe it was 90% of the time we would not be able to see the flare. And there was a specific period where it was in this, I don't know, calibration phase where they had to test it and determine what they needed it for, but then ultimately we wouldn't see it like we do. And I think we asked last time they were here, like, how long would this be in this period, this phase? And they said probably another 2 weeks, and that's been a couple months ago.
Right.
So we do have a concern with that. Right. We have the ability to send the letter. I'll amend the motion to include the concern about how long the flare can operate.
And I'll amend my second to include that language. Okay, so I guess we're at public comment. Is there anyone out there that'd like to speak for 3 minutes? And I will put up my orange card when it's 30 seconds.
Hello.
Hi.
Stacy Mazunski, Lower Saucon Township resident. Okay, so I understand it's an application but I have a concern about the backup candlestick flare. I'm wondering, there's been concern about, it's actually creating light pollution. And I'm wondering if there's a way we can put that to DEP to find out, you know, is there limits on the amount of light pollution the thing generates? Because it is very bright at night. And I mean, I don't personally drive and on apple butter personally, but I know from other people who have told me, and I've seen pictures of it, there's clearly a significant amount of light pollution coming from that flare. So I was just wondering if that's something that can actually be put into or addressed with the DEP as well. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if this is the time to do that.
I think I said that I didn't, it shouldn't be visible above.
Right.
I said it should be encapsulated, which my understanding, and I know Ms. Garber's here so she can correct me, when the landfill flared the gas, it went to the landfill's flare, which is encapsulated. So other than I think the initial light, the flame was never visible from anybody outside. Now that we have the natural gas plant, converting it to natural gas, they have their own flare, and this flare is constructed differently. So my motion was to ask the DEP to require the natural gas flare to be essentially the same flare that's been used by the landfill, and encapsulating it so it wasn't visible, would prevent the light pollution, etc. Alternatively, if the DEP isn't on board with that, then the screening that's indicated in the permit talks about vegetation and whatever. I think that needs to be clarified to ensure that the flame is not visible above the height of the vegetative screening that's there. Because if the vegetative screening is, let's say, 10 feet and the flame is 15 feet, the screen is missing for the top 5 feet. So the light pollution component would be taken care of in that motion.
Okay, no. So you think that's sufficient?
I think so. I mean, I think, you know, reiterating that the concerns are light pollution, sound of the flare, and visibility.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience like to speak?
So we're going to heat 14,000 homes, and now we're worried about the light of the flare, the noise of the flare, everything to do with the flare. I find it incredulous that nobody worries about all the absolute horrendous light that come off all these warehouses, the noise, the pollution. And I see Bethlehem's going to toss in another one, another 8,000 or 9,000 square feet, 900,000 square feet building. So yeah, if Bethlehem still were running today, this council, some people on this council would shut them down in a heartbeat. So think about that. If you've never ran a business, I'll tell you, the way you throw money away, you want to have these people do everything so it turns out gold from horse manure. It just floors me sometimes. And it sounded like at the end of that motion, it was going to be, we want them to do this. We want to see that this is taken care of. So it's a little bit different than saying, we have these concerns. Is there something DEP does or whatever not? Now it's becoming virtually, we demand it. And I think that's terrible. As a matter of fact, seeing all of you there basking in the glory of the landfill and the gas it accumulates and how it turns it into useful, pollution-free products, and now you're going to load them down with all of these crazy things. It just, you know, two-faced.
Okay, next.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I do find it interesting that now there's comments are made that there was something beneficial about the landfill. There's something positive about the landfill, that they had the flame hidden. And for all the people that have been here in the past year, you would think that the landfill did nothing right by how you guys talked about them. So that's interesting to hear. But I do think that there's an element, and I understand that there's a problem with businesses and noise in certain residential areas. I do understand that. And I will admit that I don't live near the landfill. I don't. So I can't say 100%. But I will say that it does seem like there's a lot of micromanaging of businesses. And I will also say that one of the issues that have been coming up, and this is a national discussion, this is also a local discussion, is the fact of the housing crisis. And this ties into this, because there's a housing crisis, therefore the government has to give people money to buy houses because it's of different various things, and we need more government spending. And the reason we need more government spending and more housing is to attract people to come into the area per the governor of our state, so then we can have more people living here. So we can have more people working here, but there are no jobs. So the thing is, once you start crushing businesses and telling them how to run every single second of the day, meaning let's tell them how big the flame has to be. Well, they're the engineers, and we're trying to explain to them why we want a flame a certain height and behind a certain wall, whatever, whatever. But they're the engineers, they own the business, they know the business. And unfortunately, sometimes the business was there ahead of time and people need to live with whatever goes around on the business. And you can't dictate every little single thing that this landfill does. It just seems like, again, I'm glad you guys all came together in the end with the last one. It did take a while, took a while. Maybe it didn't have to take that long because now we're in the landfill and we're talking about how we have to micromanage the landfill. And now we have to micromanage the gas engineers that are putting the gas together through the pipeline. Now you're micromanaging them, but it took a while for you to say you were not supporting, the zoning for the apartment complex. Again, you can't micromanage every business. The businesses will leave if you micromanage them all. If you put up so much regulation that they can't function or do their jobs, then we don't have to worry about housing because nobody's going to come here because we're not going to have any jobs. So try not to micromanage businesses that you don't know anything about.
Well, they can't help themselves, but the good thing is the folks that are going to move here on government subsidized housing aren't going to generate any trash. Don't worry about that. No trash.
Anybody else like to speak? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to let everybody know, when the flare operates, it means that there's no gas going into the natural gas economy. So
you don't know the process?
Our hope was, and they presented to us, that the flare would not be operating except for 10% of the time. So my hope is that we do send the landfill gas to the natural gas economy, let it go there. When it's being flared, it is not.
I understand that.
However many houses.
I understand I totally understand.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And the last time I was here, when the engineers were here and they were up here speaking, they said that it wasn't going to happen all the time. Right. They also gave a date. I don't have it written down in my notebook. I don't know if everybody remembers. They gave a date as to when, because there was like an issue with the pipeline of the gas company and it wasn't ready yet. But I don't remember the date they said it was going. And they did say the flare would not be there all the time, once in a while, blah, blah, blah. But that's the point that I was making is, yes, this process has to go through. This is the way it has to work. And they know what they're doing because they're the experts. And we can't always dictate to them. And then the government agencies step in. And then it's just a lot of
repeating yourself.
It's a bureaucracy.
Okay. Thank you.
But just to clarify your point, here, they're saying that when the flare is burning off the gas isn't going into the system. That's not the case. They were there. They went out to when they did the grand opening, I was there. The folks were there. I asked them how the process works. Clearly, they didn't ask how the process works. But what's being burned off, hold on, what's being burned off here is not the gas that goes into the pipeline. What's being burned off is the waste gas, okay?
Yes.
Stuff that's not going in the pipeline. And on top of that, the letter that I just read here, stop interrupting me. The letter I just read says, quote, I'll read it again because clearly the folks on this council can't read, don't read, choose not to pay attention. Any remaining waste gases are safely destroyed through a thermal oxidizer unit, TOU, or a backup candlestick flare. It says it right there in the letter. And they're talking about two different things here. They're talking about the gas that goes into the system being burned off. That's not what's being burned off. The waste is being burned off. That's the byproduct that cannot be put into the system.
Okay.
And these are the folks that are telling DEP how to do their job.
Is that flare going to be there all the time per that letter?
Candlestick flare that we're talking about is the flare that operates when it can't go into the natural gas
Right,
system.
but is it always
There is
there?
a second flare that he's talking about, which is encapsulated, which is inside the building, so.
Oh, okay. But is that
appreciate
always
his
going to, I'm confused
point of-
by one thing because I would have asked too, because I think it's kind of interesting. But, so is the flare going to be there all the time? Or do you not know
It's
yet?
there, and yes, it has to be there as a backup. My understanding is it's going to burn off the gas when they can't send it to the natural gas pipeline.
Right, right.
They're always going to be trying to scrub it with this other
Okay.
flare. That flare happens, but the process, and like I said, Ms. Garber's here, so she could probably answer
maybe
it
she can.
best.
Yeah.
But my understanding is the flare shouldn't go on unless they can't send it to the pipeline.
Right.
The candlestick flare.
Got
The other
two different
flare that
things.
scrubs the stuff is inside the building. As far as I remember them discussing it, I asked about that. So what I remember them saying.
All right.
There are two, I think.
Mary Ann, did you want to comment on that? No?
No, I mean, these are pretty, these are all engineering details, so I'm not really qualified to comment on
Okay,
it.
I understand.
Are there
Just thought I'd ask.
Are there two separate ways to get rid of the landfill gas? There's the one that's in part of the.
She's not
Oh, you
gonna
won't, okay.
answer. Okay, anybody else like to come to the podium? Okay, I guess none. So we have a motion on the floor. Could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Mr. Jones stepped away. Ms. Altaf Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Carochi.
I don't know where he went.
Roach is here.
I'm here.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I think we should leave DEP to let them do. They're the professionals. We're not. So no, I'm gonna vote no.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Mr. Croach or Mr. Bononis is not at the dais. So motion passes 3-1.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Next,
Oh, Jason's
right?
up.
Oh, we just took the vote.
No.
Okay.
3-2.
3-2. Okay, next we have discussion and possible action on PA House Bill 1076 and PA House Bill 2045. Council will discuss the bills and whether they wish to send a letter in opposition or support. I put this on the agenda. I read the Upper Saucon letter in opposition, and they also did a resolution, and I support it. And I don't know, Brian, I know you have, can you comment on this also?
Yeah, it looks like they're both would preempt local zoning ordinances to allow for multifamily dwellings to be allowed by right. The first one in a commercial zone, water and sewer, and the second in anywhere where you allow a single family dwelling, the state would preempt your zoning ordinance and allow somebody to put a multifamily dwelling there.
So I definitely oppose this and make a motion to send a letter opposing both bills. Is there a second?
Second it.
Okay. So, Jason, discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I think we should do what Upper Saucon Township did, which was actually craft a resolution, just because I think a resolution has more formality to it.
Right,
and greater weight, and I think credibility. So I would prefer to see an actual resolution if our solicitor could cut and paste the Upper Saucon one. I would adopt that in its entirety. I think it's well thought out and well written, and I appreciate the fact that Upper Saucon was kind enough to share this, with our state representative and also with us. And I would ask that it also be sent to our state representative, as well as any other stakeholders in Harrisburg with regard to this, such as the head, the majority chair of any committee, and certainly the leadership in the Senate and House with regard to the bills. 1796 and also 2045. I think the message needs to get out much more clearly. I think it's appalling what's being proposed here, where they're trying to take away local communities' abilities to self-govern and to manage their land. And I'm totally opposed to it. I would prefer to see something along the lines of the resolution.
And I will amend my motion to make it a resolution and not a letter. And also, Brian, if you could share Bushkill Township's information, we can maybe combine them. Thank you. Okay, so Tom?
Pardon me, just so I understand the potential marching orders. There, at least Upper Saucon wrote a letter and did a resolution.
Correct.
The letter came from the township manager, the resolution I can certainly draft. Do you want the letter and the resolution to come from my office? Or I think it might be more appropriate to have my office do the resolution, but have the letter come from.
This has to be on the township stationery.
Agreed. That's what I was going to suggest.
Right.
So,
Absolutely.
so tonight.
Sign the letter.
So tonight, I mean, wouldn't the resolution have to be brought back to the next council meeting and voted on?
No. I
We
think
have it in our
Jason's,
packet.
All right, that's fine. All right,
especially in light of the timing and everything else.
yeah, in light of the timing.
Who's going to sign the letter?
Kathy?
I can draft the letter and send a resolution with Steve if you want to.
I'm more than happy to have you draft the letter, but in what capacity? Because you haven't been appointed the interim manager yet.
Can we get to number J, please?
Okay.
J.
We're not there though, but I mean,
No, we're not there,
instructing
just please be patient.
All right,
Sure.
all right, so yeah, I agree, we should have a resolution and a
She's
letter,
still the assistant manager, right?
hopefully.
Okay, so Tom, was that your comment?
Yes.
And I agree. Victoria?
Yeah, I agree. I amended my second or whatever.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I have a few comments. So this, maybe 10 days ago or so, PSAT's had a town hall online by Zoom, and this was their main topic that they wanted to talk about. So it was the town hall for townships with greater than 10,000 population. So I attended the call and participated. Generally, everybody who spoke on this was in opposition to it. I don't think I've heard any township representative favor it. It's just looked at as being, you know, how can people in Harrisburg make this big blanket regulation? They don't know all your individual townships and what your situations are. So really, this is something that should remain in the hands of each municipality. And I'm definitely not in favor of these bills either. And I have personally sent notices to my representatives.
Great. Great. Thank you. Opening up to public comment, 3 minutes. Anybody here like to speak?
Yeah, first of all, I'm a little confused when I opened the multiplicity of of the reporting of this bill. Did you guys send duplicates by mistake or?
Yes, we did. There was one.
Okay,
by mistake.
I'm sorry. I was consumed by other things this week.
That was mine.
That's fine. I just,
We didn't want to take it down.
you know, it's like I don't. I'll Xerox something and I don't read all the Xeroxes, so I try to eliminate that workload. I'm blown away because I really, when you sit down and try to read this thing, it's got single strikeouts, double strikeouts. So when you get done, it's not clear to me exactly definitions they want to use, et cetera, et cetera. But this thing is really atrocious. This thing steps in and wants to take control of communities, period. We're going to tell you what to build, where you're going to build it, who you're going to put in it, et cetera, et cetera. And it should have never even been let out of, I don't even know how this thing got past the primary stages in review. I mean, the thing is atrocious.
Out of committee.
Say what?
Out of committee.
Committee, yeah, out of sight. And I applaud the council. Do you realize this is the second time that everybody's agreed to this thing? Yeah, it is so bad. And Laura Ray was saying, what was that P stat you call them?
PSATs.
PSAT.
PSAP. Thank you. Absolutely. The only thing I would ask next time, I don't know how to I still don't know how to read this thing. I guess I have to go hire a lawyer to figure out what's crossed out and therefore. But what really bothered me was some of the language in it about who's going to review this. If you want to protest this as a town, you can. But who are you going to end up with? Who are you going to protest to? The higher authority? It's going to be the regional development group, whatever. And I just use, that's my parlance, okay? So I'm thinking the Lehigh Valley planning group. My God, I'm absolutely out of breath. Maybe it's because we've been voted Lehigh Valley is now the most allergic area in the Northeast. So, and thank you, Lehigh Valley Planning. So thank you for voting it down. I'm absolutely agreement with doing it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
I think Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. We're talking about the resolution that you're sending to the state, correct? Or did I miss it?
State reps and
Yes.
everybody, so they don't
Sorry,
pass.
I had to go out and talk to somebody.
Oh, sorry.
I am happy that you're all in agreement. It's kind of a scary thing. As I said in my first presentation, and that's why I mentioned the governor's executive order, is what they're trying to do with the state, and it's a central planning thing, and it's federal government and state. They're trying to come down on everybody and make everybody do whatever they want. So I appreciate you all voting that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, roll call, please, Kathy.
Mr. Benonis.
Just to be clear, I said representatives plural, meaning Representative McKenzie and also Freeman, who represents the eastern side of the township. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
And everyone else, yeah. Okay.
Whoever else we can send it to.
With that understanding, then yes.
Right.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Carochi.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. Next, we have authorization for payment number 1 to Barker & Barker Paving for Cherrywood Paving Project. Hanover Engineering Associates is recommending payment 1 to Barker & Barker Paving in the amount of $348,012 for the Cherrywood Paving Project. I'd like to make a motion to approve payment number 1 to Barker & Barker Paving in the amount of $348,012 for the Cherrywood Paving Project. Would there be a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Victoria. And Jason, comments?
I would just ask for Brian to confirm that the work was done in accordance with our expectations and standards. Kathy, I know you live over there, so you could probably comment to that as well from a lay perspective.
Yeah, it was, we're retaining 10% of the contract amount for punch list items the contractor has, but it's substantially complete.
Great, glad to hear it. Well, I'm glad that we advanced this project, and I'm glad that the neighborhood's paved, so I have no other comments.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah, I drove through there, and while I don't have necessarily a trained eye like Brian, it seemed to be nicely done and much improved from what it was from when I'd driven through there before the project was done. So I'm in agreement with the payment.
Okay, I agree with the payment. Victoria?
I agree with the payment.
Laura?
I have no comment.
Okay, anybody in the audience like to say something? Okay, not hearing none. Kathy, roll call.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Carochi.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, another one. Okay, next we have E, which is Lower Saucon Fire Rescue Financial Request. Lower Saucon Fire Rescue is requesting payment for the following. I'm gonna do one at a time. I'll say 3 of them now, but I will do one at a time then. Remaining balance to pay off Tower 1621 in the amount of $293,718.58, which is principal and interest on the loan. Pay off ladder truck. The second one is repairs made to engine 1612 in the amount of $19,150.24. The third one is additional support for the 2024 PPC program in the amount of $50,000.
I'll make a motion that we table this until the next meeting.
I'll second.
Motion's been made to table.
You just made the motion, so I second it.
Seconded. It was seconded to table.
She was in the process of making her
No,
motion.
no, she wasn't.
She was. She said, "I'd
was
make a
not.
motion."
She did not. I made a motion to table it,
What
and
did
I
you do?
wasn't.
Did you make a motion?
I
or
made a
not?
motion to table it,
I seconded.
and he seconded it, and it was clear.
Alright.
And I did it before her. Now, this
I
is.
started saying I was going to talk about, I don't,
No, it's fine.
It's fine.
Let's go through it. It's fine. They wanna make
okay,
a
so
motion.
there's a motion on the floor to table, and who made the motion? Tom.
It was seconded by Jason.
Jason, table. Okay, I guess, Jason, do you have a question? Tom, do you have?
Yeah, the question I have is, what they're asking for here are the fourth payment and the fifth payment. The fourth payment would be due in 2024 currently this year. The fifth payment will be due in 2025. And in addition to that, they want us to pay for the interest on it. And that wasn't the deal that we had made when we agreed to purchase Tower 1621. I don't know why we would do that and further deplete the fire services fund. Doesn't make any sense to me why we would want to do that right now. I'm sure the interest rates that we got when we first got this was a pretty good interest rate, probably much lower than what rates are right now. So I think it's inappropriate to pay it up front now. But the other thing I'd add to this is, back in August, I think it was July or August, there were discussions about creating a permanent fire chief or fire marshal position, and maybe that was June actually, I'm sorry. There were some representations that were made by Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, and I don't see anybody here in the audience today from Lower Saucon Fire Rescue to respond to any questions that we have, but they seem to be ducking me. And I sent, this is back on June 24th, sent an email to both Scott Creasha and Ty Johnson. Scott Creasha is the president of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. Ty Johnson's the chief. And I brought up what happened at our June 17th council meeting about creating a possible fire chief administrator position. And I explained to them that I'd like to better understand the issues to better inform our residents and taxpayers. And I asked them to provide me with information materials. And among these things, I asked for financial records for Lower Saucon Fire Rescue 16. I also asked for financial records related to Lower Saucon Fire Rescue Social Club, the current and pending accreditations of the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue 16 members, and also the administrators, officers, and fire police officers. I also asked for records of all 911 calls to Northampton County for Lower Saucon Fire Rescue from 2018 to the present, and I asked for calls that they were dispatched and canceled regardless of where the call took place, regardless of the municipality, where they were dispatched to Lower Saucon and canceled, where they're dispatched outside Lower Saucon and canceled, where they were dispatched, responded, and actively participated regardless of the municipality, where they were dispatched to Lower Saucon, responded, actively participated within Lower Saucon, dispatched outside Lower Saucon and responded to outside Lower Saucon and participated, where they were supporting ALS and was canceled regarding it, and on about ALS and BLS services. And I also asked for records of all calls of mutual aid to Lower Saucon from other municipalities, and I asked them to give that to me in short order, and instead I got a summary. We already had that summary. So then I explained to them later in June that I wanted specific items that I had requested there, and then I got a response from Scott Creasha that they were working on it, and he pointed out to me that they were volunteers, and I appreciate that they're volunteers, very much so. And then he, on July 8th, I explained to him that, I didn't want a summary, I wanted the actual operational records because it was important to better understanding Lower Saucon Fire Rescue and their advocacy to allocate this township taxpayer money. And then what did they do? July 24th, they provided me with a series of reports, essentially summaries again. And then I explained to them again on July 24th, I don't want summaries, I want the actual information, the data, individual records. And then on August 14th, several weeks later, they gave me another breakdown. They did give me certifications of the personnel, and I appreciate that. They gave me incident counts on a bar graph, and they gave me another chart with a summary, but I don't want charts and summaries, I want the actual records, and I explained that to them yet again on August 14th, that that's not what I was looking for, and I told them what I wanted, and I put in bold the actual records containing the data. And I have not received any further response from them. I don't know why. How hard this information, these are records. These are fire records that should be readily available to them, financial records readily available to them. Why won't they share this with me after 3 months? And now we have in front of us them asking for pay the remaining loan balance, not just this year's payment, but next year's payment, along with other things. So I cannot, in good faith, agree to this until they give me this basic information. I don't understand why they're stonewalling me. It's been 3 months. Just give me the information. If you don't have it, tell me you don't have it. I'll go find it in another source if I have to. Maybe I will anyway. But it doesn't make any sense to me. I would expect better cooperation in light of the discussions that have taken place over the years with them. I don't know why there's radio silence now for 3 months. That's all I have.
Okay, so, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously one of the reasons. The other reason is, they're asking for over $360,000 tonight, and they didn't show up to answer these questions or some questions I have. I mean, you've had, how many fire services meetings have you had this year approximately? You're the liaison, isn't that correct, Ms. Opto?
We've had, and I'm just being respectful in answering.
Yeah.
During your period. We've had meeting approximately every month. There may have been in January because it was the reorganization. I don't know that we had met in January.
Right, okay, every month. What can you tell us about the labor and industry, Pennsylvania Department of Labor and Industry investigation into our fire department and the injury that occurred?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Because you don't know, or because you won't?
I'm not at liberty to discuss it.
She doesn't know.
I
So the fire department,
I don't think that's what your motion is about.
No, it is. It's the lack of their transparency, and you three being so in their pocket, you're willing to give them $360,000 of taxpayer money without being transparent. They didn't disclose to you in monthly meetings about a labor and industry investigation that I found out from someone in Harrisburg, and I knew about, and I'm not the liaison and never attended a fire services meeting this year. They won't provide Jason the statistics he asked for regarding the calls. Priscilla, in years past, has been adamant about not paying the interest for this fire truck. We have that in plenty of meeting minutes. Now, all of a sudden, they don't even show up, probably because they knew some of these questions were going to be answered or asked. And, you're going to give them $360,000 of taxpayer money? I mean, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. They should have to at least show up and answer questions about why they weren't transparent about this investigation, why they're not transparent about why even this business item. It does say, it says pay off Tower 1621 in the amount of $293,000. It doesn't say that this is a payment for 2024 and 2025. I mean, and that says that's for public comment. So you were trying to mislead the public that there are two payments being made. This additional support for the PPC program, all right, they say they lost, the grant didn't come in, but where's the itemization of what they used the grant for in the past? And it doesn't say the grant. It says they lost a grant, but it doesn't say the grant was $50,000. It doesn't say what the grant was at all. These are like simple questions. This guy wrote literally a page and one paragraph. A page and one paragraph asking for $360,000, close to $370,000, and you're just going to give it to him blindly. I mean, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. And how come you don't have it here? Where's the money coming from? Is the money coming from the fire fund, or is it coming from the general fund? That's not in here either. I don't see. Because I thought we spent a lot of the money in the fire fund to order the new truck they wanted, the pumper tanker that they wanted. So I don't understand the harm of tabling this for 2 weeks so they can come here and answer some questions for us, unless you guys are just gonna sweep it under the rug and go with no transparency on $370,000 in taxpayer money. Just table it, have them come, put it on the agenda for the next meeting, have them come and explain why they were investigated by labor and industry, why they need $360,000, why they want the 24 and 25 payment in the same year, and why we should be paying the interest when that wasn't the agreement that we had.
Okay, I'm next, and I'm gonna ask Victoria and Laura as the representatives. Do you see any harm in waiting 2 weeks for this?
I don't, this way, I don't think there would ultimately be any harm in like the fact that the payment or like them, you know, going out of business or something happening in the community because they didn't get the money tonight. However, the concerns that Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce raised are related to the discussions around fire chief and that issue. The labor and industry request, again, has nothing to do with these things. And I didn't get a chance to even talk about them because there was a motion jumped out down our throats to table it before we could even get to it. I mean, I'm happy to talk about it under this motion. If you want to hear it, I'm happy to talk about why I'm in favor of this. I don't think it's, I am concerned that there is a course of conduct to create a wedge between all of council and our fire company.
When I assure you, there's not.
I would like to see that our council,
Speaking.
I would like to see that our council not nitpick the fire company on some things, on requests that historically we have been in favor of, that we've supported, and create an environment that is against collaboration. We should be collaborating and cooperating with our fire company. They should be cooperating with us.
I agree. They should be here.
It's a two-way thing.
Tonight.
I don't think.
We're not nitpicking, it's $360,000.
And we haven't gotten there because you quickly tried to motion to table.
Right. It's
So
not
I haven't
nitpicking.
been able to discuss those things.
You mischaracterized what I said. It's not nitpicking.
I'm not even talking about nitpicking. I'm saying you
As
haven't
elected
let
official,
me, you haven't let me try to explain what these requests are about.
But you mischaracterized
So
what I'm saying. For $360,000, I should have a few questions answered.
I understand that.
And so table it until they come here.
I haven't gotten to provide the information that may answer some of your questions, and I think you may know the answers because you have been on fire services. And some of this stuff has been lingering for a few years. It didn't just crop up right now. So I understand you made the motion to table. I understand you want information from the fire guys. I don't necessarily think that you should. I'm not trying to prevent them from being here, but what I'm saying is I don't think it's good policy for us to withhold money from the fire company in order for them to provide a lot of information. From what I heard from Mr. Bononis is he's been communicating with them. It wasn't 3 months of radio silence. He said that he got responses June, July, and August. His last request was the middle of August. And at least my understanding is that the last request that you have involves somebody printing out thousands and thousands of individual pages that cannot be select all printed and which are available at Northampton County, which can be obtained, but it takes time to do that. They don't have them like in their pocket ready to go to just like select all and print. I think they've showed a good faith effort in communicating with you, and I don't want to take away a good faith effort here. For the tabling motion, I'm opposed to it because I haven't even gotten a chance to explain the other things. So I'm opposed to the tabling motion.
They didn't give me information. They gave me summaries, and I said, I don't want summaries. And they gave me summaries. And I said, I don't want summaries. And they gave me summaries. The only thing they gave me responsive were the credentials. So to suggest that I'm having a level of communication with them is really disingenuous. It's untrue. Yes, because we've exchanged emails, but it doesn't mean that there's a free flow and an open flow of sharing of that information that I've requested. Just the opposite. Just the opposite. And the other part is,
have you been aware that you could
the other part of this is you're talking about giving them a payment for 2024 and 2025, which wasn't part of the deal. It was never part of the deal.
I haven't gotten to explain it. We're on a motion
Why
to
are they
table.
here? Why aren't
And
they here?
I'm not trying
explaining?
to nitpick, and I'm not trying to give these folks a hard time. I'd like this information so I understand what their financial situation is to justify the comments and the positions that seem to be coming out of this council in June. So I think I'm doing my job as a member of
that's on another
council.
issue.
I'm not
It's
just
not on
sweeping it under
this.
the rug and saying, let's just pay these people. I think the folks in the audience and the people that are tuned in appreciate that I'm asking questions about what's happening with $368,000 and how is this being handled properly? And thank you for actually looking into things. I'm not the liaison to fire services, you are. These are the
And
questions you should be asking.
I have not been able to present any information on the actual requests or talk about them because you made a motion to table.
I didn't send my request to you. I sent them did they give the information to you?
No,
Did you communicate
I'm
with them
not
about it?
talking about that specific thing, but I'm discussing the actual line items that you're criticizing. You made a motion to table before I could even discuss them.
But I want to know about.
Liaison.
The motion I second.
And now you're saying that you didn't get to hear about them. Like, you just wait. You could hear more information, and maybe your position isn't gonna change. But at least let it come up.
I'd like to hear from
I asked you about the labor and industry. You meet with them every month. I asked you about the labor and industry investigation. You said you're not going to talk about it. One, because you didn't know about it, but two.
I'm not in a position to talk about it.
Right.
It's not here for me to discuss.
So when they come, that's about transparency. We're about to give them $370,000 of taxpayer money, and you don't want to know, for the public to know a thing about this investigation.
That's not the answer.
Well, if you table it for 2 weeks, they'll show up, they'll explain it to us, and then we can give them the money.
And then we go into the withholding stuff.
We're not withholding anything. It's 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks.
Is going to create a wedge.
It's 2 weeks.
And it's not appropriate to create a wedge.
It's 2 weeks to get an explanation about a serious investigation.
I said my position on your motion to table, and that's my position.
That's
on the motion to
outrageous.
table.
That's outrageous.
And it's not saying you shouldn't we shouldn't have the information. We absolutely should have information that we need to have.
Why would they come here next week? Why would they come here next week, or 2 weeks from now, and explain anything if they already got their $370,000? Why would they come?
Have to come
Doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Because we grant them the permission to be our fire services company. We can rescind that any time.
And they can walk away and take all the fire apparatus that this council has paid for over the years, and we have zero ownership interest in it.
Zero.
Right?
So
Zero.
do you want that to happen?
No.
Continuing to try to drive a wedge and create all these issues.
It's not a wedge. We're asking for an explanation.
You're creating wedges.
All right.
I'm trying to create a partnership by sharing information freely.
Create a partnership.
Getting anywhere. We're going in a
It's a
circle.
partnership, not a wedge.
My position on the tabling
$370,000.
motion is what it is.
Okay, Laura, it's your turn.
Yeah, isn't it funny how we're so crazy about $370,000? Everything else that you talk about is let's spend. We got so much money. So first of all, I know the reason they are not here tonight is because it's the second week of the Citizens Fire Academy. So they are conducting that. It happens to be on Wednesday nights.
It's great.
So they are doing that. Yeah.
Couldn't schedule them on Tuesdays.
Yeah. Oh.
So I will point out, I know last year, the year before, when you were bragging about the Guide Star rating for the fire company.
I always support them.
They are rated as gold Guide Star rating, and that means they've gone through being credentialed. They have to provide all their financial information, their member information, everything they do. They had to get a special audit done to qualify for that. So there's not funny business going on at the fire company with money. They are transparent about that. I'm not sure how getting details on what fire call they went to or what accident they went to has to do with paying off a fire truck or reimbursing for funds for their engine or their pay-per-call program. It doesn't have anything to do. It's like a totally different topic that you're trying to wedge in and say, well, we're not going to help you on this because we want to get these other answers that are totally unrelated. So I can talk about each of these topics, but right now you're talking about motion to table this all. I'm going to say they'll still be having their fire academy in a couple weeks, so I'm not sure how many weeks it goes on, but it's on Wednesday nights, I think. Generally, there might be some extra nights, so they may not be able to be here anyway. We can probably answer and talk to each of these topics. It's certainly not ridiculous, any of these requests.
It's not ridiculous to table it for 2 weeks. It's $370,000.
And again, I think they will be having their fire academy, so I'm not sure, you know, they're not canceling that or postponing it, and
You talk about this.
It's a 6, 7, 8
shouldn't have to
week
come here and be
program.
grilled by,
Nobody's
you know,
grilling them.
You do. You treat them very poorly when they're here. I've heard the comments.
I was a
Everybody's heard
liaison
the comments.
for 4
It's our
years.
volunteer fire department, and you're so disrespectful to them.
No, that's not true. I was a liaison for 4 years.
Laura has the floor right now.
Yeah,
Stop
but she's
being
making
rude.
personal attacks.
Laura, are you finished?
We're making personal attacks.
She's not.
On this
thought we were
topic
gonna be
of
civil.
tabling the motion, yes, I don't think it's necessary to table this particular topic. If you want to talk about those other things, that's another topic on the agenda.
Okay, anybody in the audience would like to speak on this issue?
That's outrageous. $370,000. You won't give us 2 weeks to show up and answer.
A couple questions, and I'll start by saying, Cheyenne Ryman. I love the guys in the fire department. I know them personally. I think they do a great job with what they do as far as responding to calls. I have no issue there. I do have some serious issues, though. Are you all aware of what goes on with some of the fire departments where there is money missing? Locally, Dewey had, and I don't remember the amount, somewhere maybe in the neighborhood of $400,000 that went missing. And it's concerning when questions are brought where there's people that come to council or organizations that are asking for funding, and it seems like any questions asked about where that's going or any oversight is just met with opposition. It's the same thing with the library issue. You know, all they're asking for is transparency. What's wrong with asking what's the breakdown of the calls and not a summary? If somebody says, show me your calls as a public organization that's being funded with public money, why would you not turn that over? And speaking to Laura's point, what does it matter where the calls are? It absolutely matters. It's my tax money. It's your tax money. I don't want to see that being spent in Fountain Hill more than it needs to be spent. When Fountain Hill can't get a goddamn truck to a site, it's our money that's going. It's our response. It's our truck. It's our fuel. Everything that's running there is coming from us. That's why it's important. And if you can't see that, then maybe you shouldn't be the liaison. Maybe you shouldn't be sitting in that seat. There's bigger issues here than just saying, well, we want to play nice. Nobody is saying don't give them money and don't help them. But at the same time, do what you need to do on your end. I can't sit here and say, hey, hire me to sell your house, but I'm not going to tell you what I do. What's behind door number 1? Who knows, but pay me. It doesn't make sense. And to think that you guys just look at people bad when they ask a question about where's the money being spent, it's outrageous. Just give them the money and don't ask questions. Okay, good. And then when we're reading about this in WFMZ, because we have a huge pile of money that we're missing because don't ask any questions, we don't want to rock the boat, is that a better option? What is so bad with asking the questions? Where is the money being spent? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And what's wrong with a 2-week to say, hey, and if they can't get here, send somebody. I'm sure there's somebody that can get here. I'm sure they're not having citizens out right now at 11 o'clock at night.
Exactly.
Just be here. Send whatever somebody's asking for, and especially if this is going on for months. What, June was the first request? They process the reports. It's not like these go unseen. They process them, I would believe, every month or maybe quarter or at least every 6 months. So when you sit down and do that, send it over. This shouldn't be a question. They're asking where it's going? Good, here you go.
No one answered my question about where the money's coming from. Is it the fire fund or is it the general fund, Kathy?
We're on your motion to table, so we haven't gotten there. I tried to tell you that.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I've been up here many times talking about this, and I'm so glad there are other people coming to the meetings to talk about this. This is the thing. I work in an industry, I'm not going to say where, but I work in an industry that's highly regulated. Highly, highly regulated. Every 5 seconds, I've got to make a note about something I spoke about. And we have auditors that go back and read our text messages and read our notes, and they ask questions a year later. What did you do here? What did you do there? And I have to respond to that. So Laura, when you work in the private sector and your company is asking you to be responsible and respond to things, that has to be, that you could get fired, you can get fined from the government, you know, where you're sitting right now. The government fines us if we don't answer our questions or make notes. So the bottom line is every penny of that money needs to be held, that needs to be accountable. You know, every penny of it. It's not, oh, let's just give them $300,000. You don't do that. There are controls put in place. If you could take an accounting fraud class Fraud is happening every day in every industry, in every government, and in order to prevent it, you have to put controls in place. It's called controls. That means that this person has to check that, then the next level is this person has to check that, the next level is this person. You don't just throw money around. It's not your money. And again, I will remind all of you, it's not your cause. This is not your cause. This is, we pay you to run this township, and you are responsible for our money, of where it goes, and every penny, I don't care if it's a penny. And that includes the Hellertown Library, Attorney Gaduzian. Hellertown Library needs to be held accountable. The fire department needs, and it's not that you're accusing them of anything. That's why the controls need to be put in place, so you don't have to accuse them of anything. This is our standard, this is what we have to do, and everything has to be held. And paying them interest on something that you didn't agree to pay interest on ahead of time doesn't make any sense. Doesn't matter if we have $1 million in the bank and they want 5 of it. Doesn't matter. You have to be responsible with the money. You can't just throw it around.
Thank you.
I got a chuckle. We all want to be buddy-buddy with Hellertown, and I look at their police chief. Yeah. You see here, we have a police chief who's filed for all these hundreds of thousands of dollars in overtime, yada, 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 yada. And who caught him? Who caught him? Was it the auditor? Was it the mayor? I mean, everybody said, oh yeah, just pay this, pay that. And then we have Hellertown Library. Gee, we want to love them and hug them, and we want to be so happy with them and pluck flowers. And Judge Daly says, you are ordered to turn over. You doubt me, do you, Victoria? You look very baffled. I know it's too dense. I know it's too dense for you.
Waiting for you to get on topic.
I am on a compass. Unfortunately, you're off in some other planet. Let's just give them 300,000. And that's exactly what Daly said. You turn over your financial records. And you know what Hal said? No. And now we have 6 months later, after you guys appointed a superlative lawyer here to settle all this stuff up, it's still out there hanging. Yeah, that's you. You made the motion 3 seconds after you guys got on a council. So yes, when somebody asks a legitimate question and you say, oh, there's too many pages, it's called a thumb drive. Have you ever heard of those? 256 gigs, yeah, no problem. You dump your whole darn database into that, and that's not big enough. I can get more than enough. So you have a problem with the records? It's not like you're sitting there writing them by hand. Don't give me that stupid stuff. You know better. And when they refuse again and again and again to give you that data, flags go up. At least they do in normal people that have to watch, like this lady over here in government services would get fired. I think same thing here. Laura Ray, what are you thinking about? Okay, I don't think you have to think about it. I'm sorry, I still have time. I haven't gotten the red card and the disrespect that I deserve from you. So just hang on, all right? I'm not gonna finish yet. I agree with Tom and I agree with Jason. You know what? I can send my own signals too to you if you keep doing it. The bottom line is, yes, tabling it for 2 weeks is nothing. And if they can't get their butt here to justify it, then there's something dramatically wrong. If those 2 die in an accident, does that mean the whole fire company shuts down and nobody knows anything? Boy, this sounds like more like Hellertown than it does in Lower Saucon. Although, look who we got running the show.
Anybody else like to speak? Okay, Kathy, we have a motion, please? I mean, a roll call.
Motion to table. Mr. Carucci.
Yes, the table, yes.
Ms. Red.
No.
Ms. DeLeon.
No.
Mr. Bononis.
Yes.
Ms. Sothoff Cordero.
No.
Motion fails.
There you have it.
2 to 3.
Yeah, 3 on 7. So they're so in the pocket of these guys.
So We
So,
have people here representing the Fire Services Committee. Would you like to speak on this?
sure, I mean, there's 3 separate items. Motion 1 is to approve the payoff of the remaining loan balance for Tower 1621 in the amount of $293,718.58, which includes principal and interest. I would make that motion and ask that the money be taken out of our fire tax fund. And I'm making that motion, number 1, to give some historical context. My understanding is 1621 is our ladder truck. The ladder truck, when council, previous council, approved purchasing the power truck, the ladder truck, it was divided 25% of the cost of the ladder truck would be borne by the fire company. 75% of the cost of the fire truck would be borne by the township. At that time, the township chose, instead of providing the 75% for the truck, so it was very clear the money was gonna be used for the truck, transparent, everybody knew the cost of the truck, the specs of the truck, there was all this negotiation at that time. At that time, the 75% borne on the township elected not to pay in full. They chose to have it part of a 5-year loan. And the township didn't take out the loan for the 75% of the township's responsibility, which we could have done. The township asked the fire company to take out a loan for the township's portion of the fire truck. When they did that, in working collaboratively with the township and trying to get the fire truck approved and purchase it for the benefit of our residents, fire truck, obviously there would be interest attached to the township's portion of the purchase price. So for the last 3 years, this would be year 4, the fire company has come before council and asked for that year's payment, including the interest, for the fire truck. And from my perspective, number 1, we have the fire truck, so we know the money wasn't misused. The fire truck's been in use. It's been a pillar, I think, every time there's an event, touch a truck or whatever, you know, everybody showcases the fire truck as a pride for our community, as that ladder truck. And so there's no question where the money is going to go. We have the loan documents that justify what the payoff is for the township's portion. I'm not suggesting that we're jumping into whatever the fire company agreed to pay for on their end. It's the township's, you know, what we agreed to pay for. And I just think it's a waste of time for us to sit here year after year and say, we need you to come here year after year for the one payment and this payment and this payment. What if we don't pay our portion of it? Is that going to cause, what's that going to cause? I mean, let's think about that for a second. We don't pay for our 75% share of the fire truck because we don't like, you know, whether or not Mr. Bononis got an email response within a reasonable time that he finds reasonable. It's around in a circle. And what does it do? It divides our community. The fire truck is here. We know what the money's used for. With respect to you know, the fiscal responsibility everybody's asked for. Our township routinely goes to the fire company, gets all the information that we need. They provide us, they have to report it to the state government, the federal government. We get reports all the time. As Laura indicated, not only do they report that to us, but they've gone above and beyond to get special ratings for their fiscal responsibility. So because there is a specific request for specific information, I don't want the public to think that that turns into we don't want information, that we don't expect the fire company to be accountable for what they do with our taxpayer money. To the contrary, we want them to be accountable. What I'm saying is, for this fire truck and the historical purpose of it and the historical payments that have happened, they have been transparent. They have always, we got the truck, we have it. I don't have any concern about it. I think it's wrong for the township to ask the fire company to pay interest on the township's portion of the truck. I just think that's wrong. I wasn't here on council. You know, people that are part of my majority may have voted a different way when they did, and that's okay. It's just my opinion. I'm liaison to the fire company. I understand that this is a sticking point for the relationship between our township and our fire company, that they feel that this isn't the right thing. It's not the right thing. Why is our township mistrusting us? These are our volunteers. And they've provided financial information and provided the transparency that we've asked for. Mr. Croce, he's been on fire services all the way up until this year. So all the other 3 payments, he knows, he's approved them. He knows what it's for.
Well, we didn't pay the interest.
There's hiding, but why are we even paying it? Why are we asking them to pay interest on our portion of the truck?
He didn't pay future years before
I
it was
just have a
due.
problem with. So I think that this is an offer of goodwill to them. I don't think there's any, why would I want the fire company to unnecessarily pay interest for stuff they could be using the money for other things that we need? I don't want to give a bank loan money. I want that money to go back and be used in our community for our fire services. And we have the money. I guess back 5 years ago, we didn't have all the money to pay for our 75% share. But we have the money in our fire tax to do it, and we should do it. And that's why the 2024 request and the 2025 request is lumped there together. I'm tired of paying interest to a bank. Let's give it back to our community.
So you talk about why I mistrust.
That's why it's there. So that's my motion. I don't know if there's a second.
So you know why I mistrust. And Priscilla.
I'll second.
Priscilla was on council at the time she was the only one up here who was on council when the fire truck was ordered and agreed to be paid for. And one of the things that I believe she was president of council at the time. We had a consultant advise council on what this fire truck would have and what it would do. And one of the things our safety consultant, the council's safety consultant, Priscilla was on council, I was not at the time, said, don't paint the ladder black because you have to put it up at night and it's dark. They wanted a black ladder because they wanted it to be red and black. They went ahead and ordered it with a black ladder. And so now, fortunately, nothing has ever happened with that. But we have if something ever does happen with that, and the township is liable, the fire company's liable, but we'll have to bail them out because we're really their only funding source. We have a safety report saying, do not have a black ladder on that fire truck. And they put a black ladder on it. Why? Because they don't care. They don't care. They want their money, and they're going to do whatever they damn well please with it. And that's one example. The other example is they came to us, they wanted a new pumper tanker truck just last year. We said, fine, there's money in the fire services fund. If that's what you want, the truck you want, do it, right? Refusing to tell us that they didn't have a garage big enough yet to put the tanker truck to fit in. So now they're going to come back and ask for money for some type of garage or some type of storage facility for the thing. Okay.
It's not before us.
When I asked her, who's had a monthly meetings with them since January, about this labor and industry investigation, she knows nothing about it because they didn't tell her anything about it. It's not that she refuses to share with us. She knows nothing about it, and neither does Laura Ray. So we're going to give them $370,000 for all of this dishonesty. Listen, all they got to do is come up and answer a few questions, but you won't. Every Wednesday they'll have Fire Academy. There'll be no incentive for them to come back and answer any of these questions. Why? Because you're so in their pocket, you're going to give them the money tonight.
And all you're asking for is 2 weeks.
What's that?
And all you're asking for is
all I asked for was 2 weeks. All I asked for was 2 weeks. 2 weeks so they would come and answer a question or two. It's not driving a wedge. Those are legitimate questions that elected officials should be asking when $370,000 of taxpayer money is being spent. Those are legitimate questions. Explain to us what happened with this labor and industry thing. Who got hurt? What did you have any liability? Did your insurance company to pay for? Because we're the ones that are going to be on the hook. Whether they walk out or whether they get themselves into financial trouble, we're the ones on the hook. We're the ones on the hook. There's no other person out there on the hook.
I'm still back to the fire truck. We have the fire truck. We're talking about the fire truck. I don't, and again, the ladder's black, purple, blue, or orange, it's still here. It was our obligation to pay the 75%, and we've been paying the 75%. I don't see why we have to withhold it.
Kathy, when we paid this in past years, it hasn't been until like November or December. The payment's not due until I think November or something like that. In past years, we've never paid it this early. We can certainly wait 2 weeks. When have we paid it?
Again, I'm back to.
I'm asking Kathy a question.
All right, fine, you ask her a question.
If I remember correctly, they requested sometime in October because the payment's due early November.
Right, and today's September 19th, or 17th, 18th, whatever it is. So they're requesting it early. 18th, they're requesting it, well, another hour, another 50 minutes. So they're requesting it in September this year instead of October like they usually do. They have a fire services academy tonight, so they can't show up and ask and explain why they want it earlier this year. And we have some members of council that are in their pocket and won't wait 2 weeks to get some answers to some questions.
It's the tone of what you just said. That's the problem.
They don't want to answer questions.
It's the tone. You're implying they don't want to answer questions.
I am.
That they're hiding things.
They would be here.
We're back to
They
the
would
fact.
be here.
We're back to the fact that we have a ladder truck.
They would be here.
It's hurting our own tax dollars by by making them pay interest and sending it to a bank instead of keeping it here in our community. I don't understand.
Money's in an account in savings. Rates right now are 3 times higher than what they were 5 years ago.
Right.
And you're telling us it's hurting us? So you want to pay off and get rid of that interest payment at a much lower rate where we put that money in savings and it's earning higher rate in savings? Yeah. That's what you expect the people to believe?
No, the fire company has to pay the interest.
People have common sense.
And I don't think the fire company should pay any interest. They shouldn't be paying any bank an interest on a fire truck that we have. That's my position on it.
How about we make money on the interest because it's actually the interest that's owed on it is less than the interest we're earning in savings.
You're still not paying the fire company the interest on our 75% share of the truck. That's where we're at. That's where we're at.
Nonsense.
We'll find it. I get people talking.
So,
That's how I found out about the labor and industry thing. I get people talking to me. Don't forget, I put Steel City out of business.
are you proud of it?
Yeah, absolutely, because they were in that fire company. Absolutely, they were providing no service and protection to the residents of Steel City. Even Priscilla voted, who lives in Steel City, voted to put them out, to decertify them. Priscilla voted for that.
Victoria has a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Yeah, I did second it a long time ago.
Okay. Okay, so we have discussion. Jason?
I think it's absurd. There's no urgency to this. The interest payment the interest that's going to accrue over 2 weeks is minuscule. You haven't justified one bit what the urgency is for this. Instead of asking them to come in, you want to talk about cooperation and transparency, you're the one that's driving the wedge in it. Why? Because you're the one that is not doing your job on this council. You're the one that's causing the people in the public to question, why are you doing this? What is the urgency? You're the problem here and you're the wedge. It's a shame you don't recognize it.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I agree with that completely. And I would just add, I mean, $370,000 and nobody shows up. They only need one person to show up. One. They're not all at the fire academy at 11:10 at night. And I think, I think there's a reason why this is on the agenda tonight. They didn't want to show up and answer any questions. I think that was done in conjunction with Victoria and Laura. There's a reason why it's down on the agenda instead of the first thing on the agenda. Again, so there'd be less people here. See how outrageous that is. If we had that crowd here earlier, a lot of them would have stood up and said, listen, that's ridiculous, because it is. It's ridiculous. Priscilla many times has voted not to pay the interest on this. She's apparently changing her mind now. And Priscilla knows exactly what I'm talking about with that ladder and the color of it and how it's dangerous. There's no reason to make the 2025 payment now either. We've never done that in the past. It's pay it off 1 year at a time. It was a 5-year plan to pay it off, I think it was. And there's no reason to drain. The only reason I can say why they want to drain the fire services fund is so that with the budget coming up, they can raise the fire services tax again.
Bingo.
Higher, because they'll claim at that point that there's not enough money in the fund But there would have been if they only made half of this payment. There would be, but I think that's what it is. They've already raised the fire tax once when they first got into office. And listen, these, you know, I support the fire services, the volunteers, but the fact of the matter is you can't let them just run roughshod over the township's finances. And that's what they're doing. I mean, that's what they're doing with this type of stuff.
Okay, so it's my turn. As I said earlier this evening, that just because it's said over and over again doesn't make it the truth. And I remember there was a color with the ladder truck, white or black or whatever. It got resolved. And how I voted over the years has nothing to do with how I'm voting tonight, because tonight there's different circumstances. So I'm so glad that my record, it's so interesting to everybody that they can tell me how I voted 10 years ago, 5 years ago. You're doing so much research.
No, we're just not, we're just not fatigued.
I'm talking now.
We're not fatigued.
I'm talking now.
We can remember things.
Can we avoid the insults?
We're competent
Can we avoid the insults?
I'm a confident person too.
You said we're driving a
matter of
wedge.
opinion.
You avoid the insults.
So,
Avoid the insults.
I guess, I'm good. So, next would be Victoria.
Yeah, I think I made the motion. I think it's appropriate. I don't think the fire company is misusing any of our money. I think they've showed actually the opposite. And by forcing the fire company to pay interest on our portion of the truck is just not right. And that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line, how I feel about it. It's not appropriate. We have the money to do it. We didn't have it apparently when the truck was first purchased. So let's show our side of the good faith with the fire company. I don't like accusations that they're gonna misuse it, or they're gonna do something with it. It's clear what they're gonna use it for. It's gonna go right to the loan company that we owe the money to. So
you think.
That's where we're at.
Okay, Barb?
Right, I agree. I mean, there's no reason, when people have loans, sometimes you do choose to pay them off early so you can save yourself the interest on your loan. Why wouldn't we want the fire company to be able to do that? It goes to support the fire company. Everything is expensive. Their fundraising is very difficult because of how expensive everything is anymore. So if we can save them some money, why don't we do it? The money is in the fire tax fund. That is the purpose for the money, one of the purposes. So I don't see what the color of the ladder from something that happened 3 years ago has to do with any of this. It was just something to argue about.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm opening up to the floor. Anybody like to speak on this issue?
You can just wrestle over the microphone. Shorter too. So there's 5 of you on council. I'm sorry, Cheyenne Ryman. I just take for granted everybody knows.
You got to do it for the tape.
No. There's 5 of you that are on council. So for you, Victoria, to say, we've gotten reports, we've gotten reports, we've gotten reports, you might have gotten reports that satisfied you, but if there's...
I'm talking historical reports for years and years.
No, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that might be acceptable to you. But if there's one member of council that wants additional reports, do the other 4 just say, oh, no, that doesn't matter? You know what, Jason, just sit in the corner. It doesn't matter. No, it's the same respect. If Priscilla asked for a certain report, should everybody else just say, you know what, Priscilla, no, you don't matter. The 4 of us are okay with this, so you don't matter. That's inappropriate.
Opposed anybody. I never opposed anybody.
I'm saying if you asked for a specific report and you got some other reports, but not what you asked for, should it be okay if the other 4 just say, well, it doesn't matter because we got these, so you should just be okay with it? And that's the principle. So
I'm not implying that we shouldn't have the information Mr. Bononis has asked for. What I'm saying is it's not relevant to paying off the ladder truck.
But it is relevant. If that's what somebody is saying, that, hey, this is what we want to see, why is that not relevant? And at the same time, no, it's okay. If this was agreed to be a 5-year loan, why is there an urgency? They clearly agreed to have, I would assume, that those payments structured that way. Yeah. So why is the urgency now to all of a sudden pay it off without getting the information? And again, I'm not trying to not say don't give them the money, but if I don't even say concerns, but if there's a question of what's happening, Why does it have to be spent now? If that's what you agreed to, well, why would you have to all of a sudden pay it off early? I mean, I understand how interest works, but it doesn't make sense. If that's what you agreed, that's a bonus, and that's fine. We'll give you the bonus then, but if somebody on council wants to see something, give it to them. You wouldn't like to be singled out and have the other 4 people say, you know what, it doesn't matter, we're just okay with it. We got whatever report we wanted. That doesn't make sense. You can't do it that way. And another question I'll have is, how can you, like, where does the money actually get paid? Do you give it to the fire company or do you pay the loan servicer?
Ask Kathy.
Kathy, can you explain how we do the yearly payments?
We would pay the fire company, would be listed as a donation on our.
So what I'd like to make a note of, well, that's what I would like to make a note of. So for you to sit here and just say, so we know it's going to pay the loan, how do you know?
It has the other years. I mean, they prove to us that they pay it every year, don't they?
Correct, other years, but theft starts somewhere. And I'm not saying the fire company has theft, but not asking questions is how theft is allowed to happen.
Yeah.
That is how the door gets opened. And I don't care if it's a fire company or whatever it is. That's how it happens. When you stop asking the questions, that's how it happens. It has to start somewhere. So I don't think it's inappropriate for whoever on council. And again, I wouldn't care if it's Laura, Priscilla, you, Tom, Jason, it doesn't matter. But asking questions isn't wrong. It's just oversight. It's being responsible. And especially when it's not a payment that you're directly making. So if Kathy was paying a loan servicer and the township could guarantee that, yes, the township money is going directly to a loan servicer, different question. But when it's not, the question should absolutely be raised. And when they're dodged and avoided, that's where people become concerned. And again, I'm not painting that picture. I'm just trying to outline how these things start. Theft doesn't have to start with inception. It can start 10 years down the road, 50 years, 100. But it starts somewhere. So why not avoid it and circumvent it and just give people the information they're asking for? A little responsibility.
I'm not opposed to having the fire company produce information Mr. Panonis asked for. I've never said that. I'm not saying they shouldn't provide information. What I'm saying is the information that he's requesting specifically about calls that come from Northampton County, that they have to get from Northampton County that aren't in a database that they can put on a thumb drive or mass print or whatever. They're very specific, and they're thousands and thousands of pages from what I understand. That has nothing to do with the fire truck. I'm happy to have that discussion and say, yeah, they should produce it. I don't have a problem with that. But if we know that this money's always been paid, and we don't have the history of our fire company misusing money, I don't know why we have to assume that that's gonna happen when I say I don't want them to pay interest on a loan.
In Steel City, they did.
Kamala De Leon, but this is Kamala Optoff over here. I mean, you 4 times when Tom was speaking, you said 4 times, I could explain why, I'm not going to, and you just talked in a huge circle. And that's more of the same. It's a bunch of words, and there's no actual meaning to it or substance.
Yeah.
So if that was agreed, if the payment structure was agreed, what is the urgency to make an early payment?
Right.
Why does
shouldn't have the fire company pay interest?
I understand that, but if that was what was agreed, and then somebody says
urgency that they're going to go out of business. It's not about that.
It's 2 weeks.
It's going to happen in 2 weeks.
There's an urgency that can't wait. There's an urgency that can't wait 2 weeks to pay off a payment that's not due this year. Let me finish. No, let me finish. There's a payment that's due next year, but there's an urgency that can't wait 2 weeks to pay it because a member of council has a question. That's the urgency. Why do you all of a sudden have to push this through and get it paid? If that was agreed, you're not slighting them. You can still honor exactly what was agreed. Or you can be generous and say, hey, we're going to save the interest. But all you want to do is satisfy a question a member of council has. But instead, no, poo-poo, Jason. Go sit in the corner with a dunce cap on like a dumbass. No, answer the questions. Just give a member of council the respect of having their question answered. And that should go for all 5 of you, not just 2 or 3 or whoever.
She doesn't want them here answering that question. That's why they're not here. That's the real reason why.
And to clarify,
no incentive for them to come back and answer questions once they get their money. None whatsoever.
my emails are an example of the lack of responsiveness. I'd also like to answer the questions that we raised. What's the urgency? Why do you need this payment now? They haven't explained that in any way, and they're not here.
Right. So she said, let me explain, and then she never explained.
It's so urgent that you got to pay it now.
Can't wait 2 weeks.
Here's the deal. They're trying to deplete the fire services fund so they can raise more taxes. That's what the plan is. Watch it happen. Watch it happen.
And they want a paid fire force instead of a volunteer because they're big spending liberal
Give
Democrats.
their buddies jobs on the fire force, paid fire force.
Yeah.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. So I agree with the last speaker on everything she said. And what I wanted to do is come up here and ask two questions. Number one is, were you going to pay the loan off directly? That was one of my questions, which was a great question because, again, what we're talking about here, we're not up here always trying to bust your chops. What we're talking about is normal ways that every business runs. And the minute that there's one little control that's changed or one little control that's dropped, there could be fraud. That's a red flag. When somebody comes and says, I need this money, I need this money, I need this money, that's a red flag.
Yeah.
That's a red flag, okay? If I was an auditor, if I was in compliance, if I was in the legal department of my company, that is a red flag. I get trained all the time. If a client calls and says, I need money right now, but they never did that before, that's a red flag. I can call my compliance department and I can tell them to do an investigation on if this client has fraud in his life. That is a red flag. So you coming in and speaking for the fire department doesn't help us because it's shady. It looks shady. It might not be nothing. It might not be anything. But the one question is, great question. Do we pay them directly or do we pay the fire department? Now, there could be a million scenarios we can make up tonight. We could have a wild imagination and make up scenarios about what they need that money for and are they gonna pay that loan off? We don't know, but it would be good if we paid them directly. I think that would probably be best. The other question is, Priscilla, you don't have to answer this. Why'd you change your mind? You came up here and you said, you're sitting up there and you said, I changed my mind. In the past, I didn't want to pay the interest and now I changed my mind. Why? Because that would be good for, see, that's the transparency of the government. Some of you people on this council are like cellophane. I can see right through you. Because I read and I listen and I know what's going on.
I can see
Don't
the
interrupt
government.
her. What are you interrupting?
The government is shady everywhere we go. And you know why? Because they have a lot of money at their disposal. And that's the problem with the government. That's why we need to make it smaller so that you guys have less money of ours. We don't want you to have more because the more you have, the more fraud can be performed. So we have to put controls in place. And if you change your mind about something, like for 5 years you had something and now you decided da-da-da and you're saying this and that's saying this, we logical people that think with our left brain, we're gonna say, it doesn't seem right. We need an explanation and we should get one. So that's why we're all up here busting your chops. But she's right. If somebody from the council, he was equally voted for. You were voted in, he was voted in as well, and so was he. And half the people in this township are Republicans. And just because we're Republicans doesn't mean that our opinion is less than. It's not. And that's where the problem is in our country. We're equal.
Jason and I were voted in over Miss Optoff. We kicked her ass in that election.
Okay, next, who wants to speak?
Despite the defamation.
Yes. Despite the defamation, we still kicked her ass.
There wasn't any defamation.
It's more like a deposition. I'm absolutely blown away that I have recorded here Victoria Optoff-Cadera has spoken over 15 minutes against holding these people's feet to the fire for 2 weeks. 15 minutes, and she wonders why these meetings go on and on ad nauseum. Well, I'll tell you why. It seems to me now, it's been a while since I read about the corruption where there was a clerk in one of the local fire companies that walked off with 200,000, I think it was. 50? 3? Yeah. Okay, well over. And you don't even bat an eyelash, and you say, we are driving a wedge. No, when you walk off with that kind of money, and by the way, I notice Allentown Council and their president are locking horns on, yeah, we're suing each other because of corruption. So that's gonna come back to the surface. So if you don't know about corruption, well, here it is. More than 300,000 this clerk walked away with, okay? And then we have, again, here we are with Al, and here we are the police force, and you are going to the mat, absolutely everything at your disposal, usually it's just blathering on about nothing, no real hard facts, about why we should pay these people instantly. And they don't have enough time to send one of their reps here or call you, or you didn't call them and say, hey, we want to put financial services, we want you guys there. Can you send somebody? No, but by God, you'll take me as a resident and a taxpayer, and you'll hold them here all night long while you blather along for 15 minutes on this to deny a valid request. And it's not just that, it's the income that was pointed out. What is the cost of money? Several years ago, it was a few percent. And then I hear some wizard say, well, everything is so much more expensive today. Yeah, and we know why, don't we? Biden bucks. Okay, so here we go. So maybe you ought to try to clean your brain and understand what's going on here. And you're missing the whole point. If you don't see the corruption around you, then I will, I'll have to maybe give you a new pair of glasses here, okay? I think that's what that's all about. And you need to understand that. And as far as Laura Ray goes, she has no idea about interest or any of those things. It's just sort of, it's just going to happen, okay?
Okay,
Please,
time's up.
please, all council, get some noggin stuff up here. And don't just dig your heels in because you think whatever.
Okay, your
That's how
time is
corruption happens.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, roll call.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis? No. Ms. Alpapardero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
No.
There you have it.
Motion passes 3-2.
Mark this date on your calendars, folks.
And watch,
All right,
we'll
next, I'd
we'll
like to
put
make a
on the
motion
agenda for the
to
next
approve
meeting.
the payment in the amount of $19,150.24 for the repairs made to engine 1612. So for a benefit of the public, engine 1612 is a township-owned vehicle. It's been in our fleet for quite some time. The repair payments for this truck have been discussed for quite some time, at least during my period as liaison to the fire company. But my understanding is it's also been discussed last year for quite some time. In fact, it was supposed to be on the agenda the last meeting in December. So I'm hopeful that all of council can agree on making this payment on the truck that we own. I think, again, it would show our good faith effort in supporting the trucks that we own. And I understand that it's been something that historically other council members up here have been supportive of. So I would hope that they would do that, and my motion would include taking that $19,150.24 out of our COVID relief funds. So that's my motion, if there's a second.
Agree with that, the COVID
How
money?
much, what's the American Rescue Plan money?
I'll second the motion.
You'll second?
I want to get clarity from Kathy about what was that, the
When your turn comes, you can do that. Jason?
I'd like clarity from Kathy as to where the balance of the American Relief Fund.
And what, where?
Just one moment. $338,256.61 as of August 31st.
Well, I mean, I think that obviously this is a repair that this council was behind before. I see no difference from, but I think the money should be coming out of the Fire Services Fund, not the American Relief Fund. Yeah. I don't understand the justification for that. Makes no sense. And in fact, I would ask to go back to when we had the conversations with regard to these repairs and funding these repairs as to whether that process was started with the understanding that the money was coming from Fire Services Fund as opposed to any other fund. Do you have any recollection of that, Kathy?
I do recall that conversation.
And the conversation was That we're gonna pay it out of fire services.
In general, I think most of the expenses when it came to apparatus was always referred to coming out of that tax.
Right, that's what I thought. So.
Are you saying that you would support it if?
I haven't heard justification for why.
I just have a question.
would
Are you
stop?
saying you would support it if it
The
came out of fire
justification
tax?
for why now there's a desire to pull money out of American Relief Fund money as opposed to fire services money. I haven't heard that
That you would support it if it
justification.
came out of fire tax? That's my question.
If it comes out of the fire tax, I'll support it, yes.
Then I'll amend my motion.
Good.
Thank you.
There you go.
Good.
So, Laura, will you amend your motion?
She seconded, it was her motion. It was her motion.
It was Victoria's motion.
Right.
Laura seconded.
I seconded it.
Amend your motion
So
to take
I'll
it
second
out.
the
It's
amended.
her motion to be amended. It's her second.
She said she'd amend it.
You keep calling it her motion. It's not her motion, it's her second.
I don't think there's any question about what was happening.
Yes, I did. I amend the second.
Okay. Jason, did you have any other questions?
I do not.
Tom?
No, I'm fine with it as long as it comes out of the fire services
fire
fund
tax.
and not the American Relief Money Fund.
Okay, I agree, it should be the fire tax. And we have Victoria,
Yeah.
Laura.
Yes.
Okay, anybody in the audience like to speak on this? Okay, Kathy, can we have a motion?
Roll call.
Roll call.
Ms. Delion,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Ms. Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, Victoria, you have motion 3.
Yeah, motion 3 is to approve additional support in the amount of $50,000 for the 2024 PPC program, which stands for pay per call. Historically, the township has provided $10,000 to support our retention and recruitment program in general. Otherwise, the fire company has sought out using their own funds and also grant money. As can be seen in the packet, the grant money, which had covered the pay-per-call, and I guess I'll explain the pay-per-call process. So volunteer firefighters right now get an incentive from our fire company to respond to a call at night, on weekends, whenever. And so to give the fire guys and women some thank you for going out when they have to respond to emergency call, they get a small amount of money. It's like $4 or something per call, and it ranges depending on the rank of the firefighter. Laura can probably speak a little bit more to that. But they get a little incentive, and this incentive program is not unique to Lower Saucon. It's used throughout the state and in Upper Saucon and other municipalities around us as a way for the volunteers to respond. And this year, the fire company does not have the benefit of their federal grant. And in order to maintain that process, they have two choices. Either the township helps support that, or they would end up taking it out of their savings account to maintain the process for the fire guys. My understanding is the fire guys are concerned about that, and they appreciate it. And the other thing I want to point out about it is that our pay-per-call figure, I think of $4 or whatever it is much lower than any other municipality provides for the same type of program. So for this particular request, I think it is appropriate. I think we should incentivize our firefighters to respond to calls and maintain our current level of services. I think that this is a one-time request right now. I'm not suggesting that this become a yearly thing. And I request that this come out of the COVID relief funding because it is a special one-year request. So that's my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
So, but can I have some clarification? You say you think it's $4. What is it?
I can tell you
Thank
when
you.
it's my turn to talk.
Well, but I want to know it before I talk, so I'm asking you a question, Laura.
Oh my, okay. So their stipend program,
She's talking right now.
Can we be respectful, please? Please.
so their stipend program, their payment currently ranges between a minimum of $2 and the maximum is $4.50 per call.
Per call.
Per call.
Okay.
It's based on the person's training level. So, you know, if you trained in all the things that they can be trained in, you can get the maximum amount, and then the basic entry level is $2 per call. In addition, though, they do have to be involved in the fire company, so they have to respond to at least 15% of the calls during the year. So if somebody just shows up, you know, once or twice in the year, you know, they're not going to get their $2. So they have a pretty elaborate system of how they do that. I can speak more of.
So what, can I just get then the total figure for 2023, 2022 of the payouts?
I don't know who got which dollar amounts.
No, overall,
I mean, they had,
the aggregate amount.
the SAFER grant was for, they had $25,000 per year funded for this SAFER grant.
Right, and we would match that, we would put 10K in, so that's 35.
The 10K really was for recruitment and retention, so it wasn't really specifically for this program.
Okay.
It actually really wasn't.
Okay. The SAFER grant, is that correct, Kathy? It was $25,000?
I do believe, I thought they had it for a longer period of time. I thought they.
For 4 years, 2020 through 2023. They had 4 years of this SAFER grant, so they got, I guess, an amount each year. Something like that.
I don't recall exactly how much it was, but I thought it was more than $25,000.
So it was 25 a year or total?
A year.
A year. So the grant itself was $100,000, and they were drawing down from it $25,000 per year.
Right.
And so now they're requesting 50.
Correct, because the stipend program is ridiculously low. I mean, it's a small thing to, you know, reimburse them for the gas it takes them to drive to, you know, the station or drive to the scene, whichever they're doing, back and forth.
You said they have to respond to 15% of the calls at least?
At least in the year is how they run their program. I think every township or place has their own.
So is it paid out at
criteria.
The end? So it's paid out at the end of the year, so they have all those calls?
That's what they do currently, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes around Christmas time, you know, close to Christmas, some of the guys really appreciate that.
How many, yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in how many respond to 15% qualify. It's not,
In that yearly report that we get, it has a list of all the, you know what I mean, on that back page, it has that?
It doesn't have the you know, information on the stipend.
No, but.
And Kathy, you've never audited that stipend, the payments.
I audit what the township provides for them.
Right.
So if we provided them $235,000 a year,
right,
that's the funding I audit of theirs.
Okay.
And they provide me documentation of all
And I don't have any problem with us requesting proof of how they use the funding. That's fine.
Okay, Laura?
Well, I'm not done. Yeah. When is my turn? I didn't even go yet, right? I was asking clarifying questions. I'm asking clarifying questions. I'm not done yet. Is it my turn yet, or is Jason's turn first? Those were clarifying questions. I haven't even got to them.
I haven't been recognized yet, Tom.
I recognize.
I follow the rules.
I recognize you, Jason.
Jason, go ahead.
Oh, thank
I would
you.
go
Thank
after
you for
him.
recognizing me.
Everybody's jumping in here.
I didn't jump in.
Run a meeting.
Can we just be respectful, please?
No, she's not being respectful to me. I didn't jump in.
This is not necessary.
No,
Just
nor is
go
your
ahead.
comments. Talk to your friend, not me.
She called you. She called on you. Just go ahead.
Just
I'm not
all
jumping
over now.
Just go ahead.
So we don't know the total amount that was paid based upon the $2 to $4.50 allocation per call. I don't understand the request here of $50,000 because, as I understand it, the SAFER grant was $25,000, and you talked about the retention, which was 10 or 15,000, whatever the number is. So how do we get? And this is the reason why I said I would like these folks to be here so that I can ask these folks these questions, because the two of you who are liaisons to fire services can't answer these questions. They, I would think, would be able to answer these readily. I agree. I think $2 to $4.50 per call is a very low number for what they provide. But I'd like to understand it.
Right.
I think it's only fair to understand it. And I'd also like to know, did they exhaust the $25,000 SAFER grant by paying out $2 to $4.50 per call? Because if they didn't, then why are we paying them more than the amount that they were using out of the SAFER? If they were only using 15 grand out of SAFER, then what happened to their 10? If that's the real justification for this, is to reimburse them, okay, but I'd like to know those numbers. I just don't know how we got to 50,000, and it's too bad they're not here.
Well, they're not here.
And I can't say that I'm against, reimbursing them or paying them for the shortfall in funding from SAFER, but I don't know how they used it. I don't know how much was used up, and I don't know how we got to 50,000 when the number's 25.
They're not here because Laura and Victoria told them not to be here, so they wouldn't have to answer these questions.
So again, I think what we should do, as we should have done earlier, is table this for 2 weeks and bring them back and ask them to provide us some explanation for this, a breakdown of the numbers, so that we understand what it is exactly that they're asking for and how it's broken down. I think the taxpayers deserve to know that information.
I mean, if it's like, who's getting what here? I mean, this has like slush fund written all over it. Is like the chief and a couple of the deputies getting like $5,000 each, and everybody else is getting like $4 a call or something like that. This is completely unaudited. Kathy, you've never audited this. You've never audited these payments.
I would not audit
Right.
the SAFER grant. That's the federal
Right.
government's responsibility.
Right.
I do know that they have paid their membership some monies, and I have records of that for reimbursement of fuel program
Right.
through the $10,000 that the township pays.
Right.
So I don't know if that's a combination thereof. They're using part of the SAFER and they're using part of that. I do not know. I just do know that we give them $10,000. They provided me documentation of payments made to individual firefighters for the reimbursement of the field program and other items that would fall under the recruitment and retention.
And I think that it would be appropriate in this situation. We're giving them $50,000 for this specific purpose. We would continue with that course of conduct and ask them to provide the proof that they're using it for what they're using it for. And they've always done it for us in the past. We audit all the other stuff. I don't see why it would be a problem this time. And so
Now ask later.
that's what we do with our money every year with them. Like, so that, again, that's why I'm saying I don't know why
They've never
there's a
done
wedge.
this before. They've never asked us for this before. This is totally different.
But all the other stuff, but that's exactly how we do it. So we're not taking away checks and balances. The checks and balances argument, oh my God, they're gonna go steal money. This is, we're gonna have all of them in jail pretty soon. They're gonna run out with bags underneath their arms.
I never said that.
I mean, all the innuendos about that, or the discussion and comparisons to other agencies and groups or nonprofits that had situations like that in the past, is not the organization we're talking about here. We have checks and balances here.
But
we get validation of the money that we provide them.
What people,
So for Kathy to get evidence and validate that we're getting the money back, or we're getting proof that they're spending all this money for this purpose, is appropriate. It's nothing different than we do.
That's it. No, my turn. I didn't go yet.
Yes,
I did not. I was asking clarifying questions to Laura before, and she answered them, and I thanked her for that. My comment was, I go after Jason. You go in alphabetical order.
And Jason went, you've been
It's my
talking
turn.
the whole time.
I didn't speak the whole time. Are you done, Jason?
I'm done.
I'm done. Now it's my turn. Thank you. Problem here is this. It's not just giving them $50,000. They're setting the rules on how they distribute that $50,000. We're not setting the rules on how they distribute it. So they're telling you, it's per call, it's just 15% thing. But they're their own entity. They are private a charity. They're a private charity. We're going to give, this will be a $50,000 donation if it's made. They could change those rules tomorrow and say, you know what? We're just giving the chief $10,000. We're giving the deputies $5,000, and anybody else who goes on a fire call, we'll give them $2 each. They could do that tomorrow, and Kathy's right. She can audit that, and they'll say, this is how we spent it. And we spent it because this is what the fire company decided. The leadership of the fire company decided how that money should be distributed. That does nothing to increase volunteerism. Does nothing for the the lower level guys. So they will set the rules on how this is distributed. Laura's not going to set the rules on how this is distributed. The township's not going to set the rules on how this money is distributed within the fire company, and you're not either. They're not, there is no restrictions on how they distribute this money. They only have to prove to Kathy that they gave it to,
For its intended purpose.
for its intended purpose. But there's no restrictions that they have to give everybody something, that they have to give only the top 15%. They can change all that all they want. There's nothing we could do about it. Nothing we could do about it.
Okay, are you finished now?
So I think we should table for 2 weeks, see if they show up. We're gonna put a lot on the agenda next meeting on fire services. We'll see who shows up. I guarantee you they won't show up, because they'll tell them not to show up, they won't answer questions, and they've already got their money.
I'd like to have Victoria and Laura reconsider their motion, and we have a lot of outstanding questions here, and I would be more comfortable with tabling this to the 2 weeks and have Kathy give us more information. Is that okay?
I can ask. Yep.
And so I'm asking you to reconsider withdrawing your motion.
If that's what you ask, I'm fine with that. I will ask this also. That all members of council, when they come, to not interrupt them, to not make personal insults and imply that they've got toys and that they're doing mismanagement. Because when they come here and we have the shouting and the interrupting them while they're trying to explain themselves and that kind of thing, it creates an environment that makes it very difficult for any volunteer to come and answer that. We have skilled attorneys up here that know how to cross-examine and do all that stuff for show and great. But we don't need to interrogate anybody. So I just ask, when they come, please give them respect. Don't interrogate them, don't interrupt them, don't imply they're doing bad things, call them names or say things like, oh, he's your buddy and he's that buddy. None of that's relevant to any of it. Let's go there.
Will you ask them to be
Okay.
honest and transparent with us? Will you
This
ask them
is
to
my
not put words
turn.
in, hold on, will
This
you
is my turn.
ask them to not
Stop
put words in our mouth
interrupting.
that are not the truth? Will you ask them to provide the information that I've requested?
You're
Will you
out
ask
of
them to provide the
order,
information that we've
Jason.
asked for in this
Keep
meeting?
talking.
Will
Be
you
ignorant.
do that? Because you're asking us to conduct ourselves in a
Absolutely.
certain way.
I said
then-
that I
then
would,
do
I
that.
think that it's
Then do
appropriate that they provide you information. And I've said that.
Information, everything
Okay.
else that I spoke about, everything else that I
Okay.
spoke about, and this,
Since-
you can go back and listen to the minutes. I expect the same treatment from them as they expect from us.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to make a recommendation that they know they have their fire services, whatever they're calling it. Maybe we can pick a time when that's over, that they can come, because our meetings, I don't know what time you went to the last one.
They had their first one last Wednesday, which Laura and I attended. They have another one, I think it's like 7 or 9 weeks, I don't remember, but it's fine. We can ask them
At what time?
what Wednesday would be appropriate.
Right.
I think it would be courteous to allow them to come here at an appropriate time, get in and out of here at an appropriate time.
Okay, so are you withdrawing your motion?
For the third one, I'm okay with tabling, I'll withdraw it.
Right, but, okay.
That's fine.
But you have to withdraw your original motion, because you were moving to approve it.
Make a formal withdrawal.
I withdraw my motion to approve the $50,000 PPC program with the understanding that we will bring this back before council at such time that the fire company is here and at such time when council can have them appear before us in a
understand
respectful
all that.
way.
We don't need to have a motion to table. We'll just tell Kathy to put it on the next agenda, whenever.
I just said I tabled it.
'Cause we've gotta
Priscilla,
move on.
Priscilla, can I make one request though? That, a lot of my questions dealt with, how this money would be paid out. What are the parameters, that's being paid out? So, can you request of them that they bring something that shows, how it's going to be paid out?
I
It's,
agree.
who qualifies for what, who qualifies for $2, $4, or whatever rate they want to pay.
And the historical information.
And a little historical information on that, but also how, if we give them this money, because you see, if Kathy's gonna audit it a year from now, right? We're gonna give them the money, let's say we give them the 50,000. No, listen, Kathy's gonna give them the $50,000, and they're gonna tell us, well, here's how we're gonna distribute it. That's what Kathy has to use to go back and look, did they distribute it the way they told council they were gonna distribute it? We don't have that. We don't have that. So I'm asking them to bring it, though. I'm asking them to bring it before we vote on it. Can you communicate that to me?
That'll be part of the agenda item with that information.
And if you want to place conditions on how they do it, do it.
I just.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on. It's getting later. F, discussion and possible action regarding preparing bid document for Easton Road Ballfield restroom facility. Discussion and possible action for a permanent bathroom facility. And this was requested by Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis. So would you like to?
Yeah, I was out, well, I'll start, but unless Jason, you want to start, but I was out in the field. It's great, but I think perhaps it was an oversight not to have a permanent bathroom facilities there. Mr. Optoff brought that to our attention. And the thing is, we got a $22,000 savings from the fence rebate. We have American Relief Fund money in the bank, and I think we should look into building permanent bathroom facilities there. We have plenty of time to do it. That field is not going to be heavily used anyway until the spring. It's only September. I think there's time to do this, and I think the residents would appreciate something more than a porta potty to go. And I think with the $22,000 savings, it'd probably go a long way to building something. So I'd like for motion for Brian to look into it, and as far as where it would go. And water hookup, I believe there's water along the road there for the warehouses, but I think we'd have to get Bethlehem's permission to get the water. But things like that, because I think it will be something residents complain about in the spring if we don't address it now.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Jason. Okay, discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I listened to the public. I don't know if it was so much of an oversight. I can use a porta potty. I'm not above using a porta potty, but perhaps some folks in the public are, and they would like, a brick and mortar restroom facilities with running water and I don't know whatever else. But if that's what the public wants, then I think we need to listen to the public and find out what the cost of this is, and the way to do that is to submit bid documents and see what sort of figures we get back. I agree we have a little bit of a savings as a result of the builder having an error with regard to the pads and everything else. So if that money is found money, then perhaps it would be appropriate to use it towards these bathroom restroom facilities. The public seems to want it. They've spoken very, very loudly and clearly about it. So
I think you got an email this week about it from somebody.
I did, yeah.
We've heard Mr. Optoff speak about it.
I did.
I've heard others speak about it.
Okay, you finished, Jason, because he's speaking.
I'm all done.
So, Tom?
Yeah, okay. Well, I got an email on it this week too, apparently, and.
Everybody on council did.
Oh, okay.
The entirety of council.
I think.
Addressed to you and I.
There's plenty of time to do it before the spring when it's heavily used, and there's a lot of residents out there watching games or playing in games, and something we should get done.
Okay, Victoria?
Yeah, I think I said it last time this came up. I think there were motions made at other council meetings about bathrooms and investigating this. The issue that I've heard from residents last year moving into this year is the cost of this project and how much it has cost us for this specific use for a narrow segment of our community. So I am not in favor of spending any additional money to increase the cost of this ball field and potentially make it the most expensive project we've put forward in quite some time. I don't, thinking about building a building and saying now we're gonna use, like, I think it was like $20,000 that we saved on the fencing for the field. Somehow that's gonna like cover all of our expenses to build a new bathroom facility?
Good.
Absolutely not.
How do you know?
It's not appropriate, and if we save $20,000, that's great, but we're still talking a $3.4 million ball field as it sits. I don't think the public has any interest in us spending any more of our money, COVID relief from wherever, from any source on that specific field. So I can't be in favor of that.
All right. When they
Okay,
come in
Laura.
this spring, we'll blame you.
No, it's the planning to begin with. Your 3.5 million should have
Yeah,
included
plenty of
it. If you're gonna go to 3.5 million.
You have plenty of time to.
I mean, we got batting
correct it.
cages.
Yeah.
You chose batting cages
Yeah.
and dugouts and all this stuff, but no bathrooms. That's
Yeah.
the planning part that I talked about.
They're going there to play a baseball game, not to go to the bathroom.
We don't need batting cages before
Well, you
we
don't
need
need-
bathrooms.
Bathrooms.
Plenty of time to
And we
build
don't need
these.
bathrooms, there we go.
All right,
No
Laura.
bathrooms,
Very
you're gonna own
good.
it by the spring. You're gonna own no bathrooms.
Yeah,
by
there
the
were
spring.
plenty of
Public wants a bathroom, not me.
overages on the project, so the $22,000 doesn't put a dent in all the overages that there were. I am not in favor of putting more money on this project.
Use the porta potty then.
Yeah, should have planned for that.
Well,
Your dad's gonna be
you'll
upset
own
with
it
you.
by the
Your dad
spring.
was so.
Have a
so
field of
advocate
dreams
for
with
it.
no bathroom
Yeah,
for
you'll
$3.5
own
million.
it by the spring.
I think you'll
You
own
have time
that.
to put it,
Who's
you'll own it.
talking?
You watch. I'll bring it up every meeting, you'll own it.
That's right, bring it up.
Every
Okay,
meeting, you'll own
at this time, I'm gonna open it up to the floor.
it. You'll own it.
One podium, don't fight over it.
Glenn, I am really shocked because I remember a gentleman sitting over here by the name of, I don't know, Lawrence or something, and said, how can you have a ball field without having bathrooms? And I thought the council completely agreed. Those were necessary. And they were going to name it after him.
Yeah, the Optoff Outhouse. Yeah.
I don't
The
recall what it
Optoff
was.
Outhouse was the name of it.
But
Outhouse. It's
We're
not a
gonna put
bathroom anymore,
We're
it's
gonna
an
put a
outhouse.
plaque.
Okay, come on, guys,
Sorry to
it's
interrupt
late.
you, go ahead.
Optoff Laboratory doesn't
He
mean
has
it.
the floor, let him
Well, I
talk.
know there was a debate
OO.
about who should they name it after, whether it should be VOC or LOC. And I know we got lost for about an hour or two in that part of the debate, but then I thought that, gee, you need to have running water and hot and cold, and you really need to have a ladies and a men's and maybe a them together. So you need all these extra things, and you need to have lights at night so you know where you're going, so to speak. Need heat in the winter. You don't want to sit on a cold seat. You could have a night game there. So I'm absolutely shocked that you're not going to entertain the cost to do this. I'm sure this gentleman's going to be heartbroken when he comes by and he sees, he doesn't see the beautiful, the toities there with his name on them. And I think that's terrible disregard of the public's ability to request something that's sorely needed. What are they going to say? This council doesn't give it? I hope not. So maybe you ought to look at it and rethink that. It could be the new standard, and everybody, all the little outhouses I see, that the trucks bring in and during games, and oh yes, and when we go to Dimmock Park, they have them there, and all these things. You're not going to see it. You could put these people out of business if you keep putting in your own toilets with and does the pickleboard court have these? We need to have them there too. Need to have them everywhere. Actually, you know what? It's the bewitching hour, and I'm tired of you folks. I'd really like to know about Mr. Hudson, but obviously, yes, I see you, Priscilla, but I don't anymore. I'd really like to say something about Mr. Hudson not coming. And by the way, he's on several of these documents. He's going to be signing them, I think, but he's not here. So maybe like the Philadelphia guy, Foles, that won the Super Bowl, they have him, hire him for one day. You can hire Mr. Hudson for one day to sign these documents that he's supposed to sign in the packet here. So, and he darn well better not get any money for not serving this township.
I guess.
Okay, anybody else like to speak?
I guess if Mr. Larry is that disappointed, I could always have an Optoff outhouse sign put on the porta potty.
Okay, anybody else Okay, seeing none, Kathy, roll
Tom, would
call.
you consider amending your motion to make it Priscilla's powder room or something like that?
Well, that's the women's one. It'll be Priscilla's powder room, and we'll do the top outhouse for the men.
If you just planned for it in your 3.4 million, you would have been able to name it those things.
Let's do that.
Now you're out of luck.
It's not too late.
You amended your motion,
It's
Tom.
not too late.
Then I'll second the amendment.
It's never too late.
Just dump more money down the drain, or the toilet, one way or
Okay,
the
let's
other.
have a roll call,
There's
please.
no toilet there.
Down the toilet.
Mr. Bononis,
Oh, yes.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero,
No. I'm not flushing anything.
Dad's gonna be
Mr.
upset.
Carochi,
Yes to the top outhouse.
Ms. Ray,
No.
Ms. DeLeon.
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, next we have G, the EAC Network Fall Gathering Conference. Members of the Environmental Advisory Council, EAC, expressed interest in attending the EAC Network Fall Gathering Conference hosted by We Conserve PA on Saturday, October 5th, 2024 at Temple University with a cost of registration not to exceed $500. Laura, would you like to speak on this?
Sure, I mean, the We Conserve PA is like the state version of an EAC. They have this annual gathering. It's a networking and trainings. And I think we have two people interested in attending, so that's,
How much is it
Who
per
are they and
person?
what's the cost per person?
the cost is $75 per person,
Okay.
two people.
So that's 150, so why are you asking for 500?
I think when we originally asked, we weren't sure how many people were attending, so we were trying to make a guesstimate.
So the only people that we're gonna reimburse for attending are EAC members, correct?
Yes.
Okay, are you gonna make a motion? I'll make a motion.
I'll make the motion to, approve EAC attendance and covering the cost of the registration.
Okay, I'll second that. And discussion, Jason?
Is there a dollar limit in your motion?
It's not to exceed 500.
Well, that was not what you said. That's why I'm asking your motion.
I'll amend my second to include that.
Make the motion to cover the cost for EAC members to attend the conference on October 5th with the registration costs not to exceed $500.
Okay, I second it. Jason, discussion?
2 times 75 is 150, not 500. It makes no sense.
Okay, and
That's all
you
I
know
have.
how many times we do motions where you say something not to exceed 5,000 or whatever because you don't know the exact
Do I
cost?
still have the floor? Am I still recognized?
And then
She's answering your
it comes
question.
in at lower, and that's something that happens all the time. So don't pretend it doesn't.
You said there's 2 people going at $75 a piece, which is $150. And you want to get approved for more than that.
Maybe
It
a
makes no
third
sense.
person might want to register late, I don't know. So we would like to be able to, the conference is on October 5th. We know of 2 people attending at this time.
Okay,
Okay, are you finished, Jason?
I'm finished.
Tom?
I have nothing.
Okay, I support it. Victoria?
I support it. I think it's great we're doing these things.
Loris? Obviously you support it.
I already talked.
Okay, public comment. Anyone there like to speak? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, next we have H, discussion and approval of resolution 68-2024 statewide local share account funding grant. Staff is requesting approval of draft resolution 68-2024 to submit a grant to the Commonwealth Finance Authority from the statewide local gaming funds for the construction modifications requested for the Public Works building. Kathy?
I believe council remembers that a few meetings ago, I believe, we had this discussion about improving the Public Works building. I believe it was during our capital plan discussion. The statewide grant is a competitive grant that's open statewide. It's still with the local share gaming funding. If you approve this resolution, there'll be a match from our, not a 100% match, but there'll be a cost to the township once everything is said and done, because obviously the quote in here was $1,248,000, and I only put it in for $1,200,000. There's an escalator clause, I'm sure, by the time construction starts. So we did put in our capital plan for $1,200,000. So hopefully if we get some money from this application, we'll have sufficient funding to move forward with the project in a couple of years.
That's great. Except a couple years, I want sooner than that.
A project of this nature will take some time.
I know. I'll move for approval of the resolution 68-2024 for the grant to the Commonwealth Finance Authority. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Victoria. Jason?
Kathy, do you have any idea what the cost was when Hellertown built its new public works building?
I do not know, but I can find out for you.
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing that. I'm not opposed to this, but the price tag in here is $1.2 million. That seems like a really expensive addition for what appears to be a conference room with a bunch of chairs around it. I think there's 2 bathrooms, and I'm not sure, maybe a locker room. I'm just wondering, what's the price of a new public works building as opposed to a $1.2 million addition? You can find out. I'd be interested.
I'll research that for you. I know that the difference between this type of construction compared to that's more of a pole building construction, which might be less expensive than what this was a building construction idea. So, but I can definitely find that information out for you.
Thank you.
Okay, Tom?
The grant, Kathy, could it be applied if we did build a new public works building, let's say on another property somewhere close by?
I don't see that being a problem.
And so we could use the grant if we build something close by, a new public works building.
I'm sure as long as it's within the scope of what we're requesting, the administrators would not mind.
Well, I think we should, I mean, obviously we'll apply for the grant, but I think council should explore we've all been in that building. Maybe it's time for it to go. It's time for something modern and new to be built.
Well, the apartments are gonna need more parking, so that'd be a good spot for it probably, right?
Okay, you finished, Tom?
Yes.
Okay, I support the grant funding. Victoria?
I support this. I had the opportunity to tour our public works facility, and I learned about the idea of having a public works, extension, and that there had been this work done preliminarily to try and determine, what they needed. And this was the request that they had made in the past. And I think, it's really important that we get this. And quite frankly, I wish that we would have looked at improving our public works building before we spent $3.4 million on a ball field.
Okay, Laura?
I thought we were being civil. There you go.
Yeah, I'm in support of this.
Anybody in the audience like to speak to this? We have our lone Mary Ann. Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis? Yes. Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. We have consideration and possible action regarding MOU Police Collective Bargaining Agreement. The attached memorandum of understanding, was prepared by our labor solicitor. The township's police, I'm losing my voice. The township's police chief is requesting to reclassify positions in the police department. In addition, the police officers are requesting to accept the drop provision in the police pension plan identified in their collective bargaining agreement. Kathy?
Yes, I brought this to council. We've had discussions regarding this. The chief, obviously, in his memorandum, it highlights his need of reclassifying the positions, just so that we are consistent with other departments, and also so that certain members of the police department can attend meetings on, if he's unavailable. And the other part of the MMOU was to, the officers were increasing or requesting to increase their drop provision in their pension plan. The actuary has reviewed it and determined that it wouldn't cause any harm to the pension plan. So we have that on record for audit purposes, that a study was completed. And if council is agreeable, we can attach
Okay,
this
well,
to their
move for
collective bargaining
approval
agreement.
of the MOU Police Collective Bargaining Agreement. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Jason, discussion?
So you said the MOU for the it's two parts. The first part is reclassifying the positions in the police department. The second part is extending the drop provision in the police pension plan collective bargaining agreement. So if that's what your motion is for both.
I asked Kathy and she said I only need one motion.
I understand, but you didn't describe it as both.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So that's why I want to make sure,
yes,
clear. So
no,
if that's what your motion is, then I'm fully supportive of this, that both parts are included in this. And we have two police officers who are here with us tonight after midnight. They work shifts. I appreciate the time. I appreciate everything that the police department does for our community. So thank you, guys.
Yes, I'll ditto that. Tom?
I support it.
He's shaking his head no.
I support it.
Okay, I support it. Victoria?
I support it. I
Okay,
thank the
Laura?
police officers.
Yeah, we discussed this and I'm in support of this too.
Okay, anyone in the audience? Nope. Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next we have J, discussion and possible action of administrative staff compensation. Council will discuss the compensation of the acting assistant manager and the two administrative assistant positions. And this was requested by Mr. Carochi.
Well, yes, it was. At the time, we had a manager. I requested it on Wednesday. We had a manager who started the next day. His name was Sheldon Hudson. And, I guess he worked Thursday and Friday, but he's no longer with us. He's with us. He's with the world, but not no longer with the township. Because I'm concerned that he was only working 20 hours a week, and we bumped up some pay for some people when they were filling in as interim township manager and doing other work, and I didn't feel that their pay should go down just because we had somebody working 20 hours a week, and they were the ones actually training him and helping him. So that just didn't seem fair to me. I guess I just want to assure council to assure that these levels won't change since we don't have a permanent manager right now, yeah, I guess a permanent manager.
Well, I think that this was printed up before this happened.
Yes.
So I think that Kathy would automatically become, she's the assistant manager already. So without the manager, even though we had that time limit, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, she's still the assistant manager.
Yeah, but she was interim manager, and she was getting paid more as interim manager.
Right, and it should
Carol,
continue.
Stacy.
And I'd like to bump her up a little bit because of all the extra work that she's doing.
That's what I'm saying. I would make sure she doesn't go back down.
No.
Because we don't have a permanent manager. So I don't really care how we do it. I think she should still be called the interim manager.
Yeah, I agree.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
All right, my motion is that beginning on Thursday, that we.
Whatever date that
It
was.
is Thursday.
No, she's talking
Last
about
Thursday.
last Thursday.
Last Thursday, beginning,
So that would have been, last Thursday, if I can see, would have been the 12th?
yeah. Beginning, last Thursday, that we increased, the rate for Ms. Gorman, to be above, what she was getting paid, to give her an additional 15,000 for all the work that she's been doing. An additional 3,000 for the 2 staff that have been helping. So effective Thursday, they would remain in the roles that they had before as acting manager and the other 2 assistants remaining with but with the increase in pay. Should there be an issue because we had this manager for a couple days, then the titles can be switched whenever that's necessary, but the pay should begin effective last Thursday at the increased rate. With also the idea that we would work together as a council to determine our way forward in light of the resignation. And that's my motion.
Okay, I'll second that. And further discussion, Jason?
Are you saying that Kathy's compensation would be $15,000 above the already increased compensation, or $15,000 above what her base compensation was as assistant manager and as finance director?
No, it was above the amount that we bumped her up from, so it was the newer amount, not the old
Up 2
amount.
increments.
Say that again?
Sure. So when she became the interim manager,
Yeah,
her compensation was bumped up,
yes,
suggesting that it be bumped up
additional,
15,000 above the level that was already bumped up to.
correct.
Thank you. And the same thing for staff, $3,000 above what their bump up already was.
Correct.
Okay, that's the clarification I needed. I fully agree. I think these ladies have done a tremendous job under difficult circumstances with uncertainty of who's coming in, who's staying, and they continue to be willing to step up, and I think they deserve every dollar, if not more.
Right, I agree. Tom?
Yeah, I agree. I'm just confused. Is her title interim manager or assistant manager with the yellow?
Neither, I believe the motion was acting manager.
Acting, okay, okay, I like that. That's fine, great, yeah, I'm all on board. Yep.
Well, now let's just take a step back. Our code says interim manager, right?
I've been referred to as acting manager for the past 6 months.
Is that what the code says? I don't remember.
We
Assistant
appointed
manager
her
gets
that position.
Assistant manager gets appointed as acting manager
Okay,
until.
so it's acting. I get, okay. Sorry, Tom. Just wanted to make sure. Who's next? I'm next. I just already said what I wanted to. Victoria?
I made the motion. I could never have imagined that the search would be this difficult, or that we would be faced with a situation where 2 different candidates ended up backing out. This one, started and stopped, it's things that you cannot anticipate. He had plenty of opportunity to understand the difficulties of this role. He had been through a vigorous process. And he had even been here 2 years ago and understood that vigorous process. So I'm sorry to the public that we had to go through this. And I hope that we can find a good way forward, and that's it.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I mean, it is disappointing, but the circumstances, but I am supportive of the motion to increase the salaries for the staff who's been filling in.
Okay, anybody in the audience? Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have discussion and approval of the 2025 minimal municipal obligation, which is the MMO approval. The Pension Advisory Committee met on September 11th. The committee accepted the MMO as presented and is now ready for council's approval. This is a required action, and these amounts will be included in the 2025 budget. Kathy?
Yes, the MMO is based on the 2023 actuarial evaluation, and the estimated compensation for the township employees for both the uniform and non-uniform plans.
Okay, I'll move for approval of the 2025 minimal municipal obligation for both the uniform and non-uniform.
I think the amount should be referred to. The non-uniform plan.
I don't have those numbers in front of me, sorry.
3.
So, okay, so the MMO for the non-uniform is $199,110, and for the police, it's $294,039. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so P and Jason. And discussion, Jason?
I think the public should know that the non-uniform employee and police pensions are fully funded, very stable, which many municipalities are not. So those are some of the few things that are in good order.
Right, agree. Tom?
No, I'm glad everything is fully funded.
Okay, I agree. Victoria?
I agree.
Laura?
Yeah, I agree. No
Okay, anybody in the audience? Nope. Okay, Kathy, roll call.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Pop Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Carochi.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. Deleon.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, there's no miscellaneous business items. We have the approval of the August 2024 financial reports. They're ready for council's review and approval. Does anyone have any questions for Kathy? If not, I'll make a motion to approve the August 2024 financial reports. Would there be a second?
Second.
Who was that? Victoria?
It was Laura.
Laura, okay. Jason, any comments?
Nope.
Tom?
No.
None for me. Victoria?
None.
Laura?
No comment.
Okay. Anybody in the audience? Nope. And maybe we have a roll call, please.
Ms. Pop Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Carochi.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. Deleon.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
Abstain.
Motion passes 5-0, 1 abstention.
4-0.
4-0.
Sorry. That's okay. It's getting late. Okay, so we have, moving on, council and staff reports. We have the acting township manager, and we'll have Kathy.
If I can find
I don't know where we got Sheldon from, but.
I just will defer to our, to make this easy, defer to our website. We have several events going on for the rest of them. The next couple of months for the recycling programs, and we'll just keep everybody updated on all the events that we're gonna have for the rest of the year on our website. That we're coming along pretty quickly on that as well.
Newsletter?
Yeah,
You're in the newsletter.
Yeah, thank you. We're on Facebook, so there's a couple of, I forgot my sheet, but
Yeah, there's a
the
couple.
recycling,
Fall
cleanup is October 5th, the e-recycling is September 28th, 9th? September 28th is a Saturday. So we'll keep everybody updated on all those programs on our website.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Council, Laura?
Oops, okay. Yeah, so, the tire recycling program, we, on this past Saturday, we had a total of 93 tires recycled, so we were pleased with that. There didn't seem to be any traffic issues, or most of the people came right up at the beginning. So, it ran smoothly. The guys that operated and loaded the truck were great. Last Wednesday was the first night of the Citizens Fire Academy, that the joint effort between Dewey Fire Company and Lower Saucon Fire Rescue are holding as a way to make citizens aware and get them interested in becoming volunteers. So they're going through a whole program. So the first night we got a history of fire services, which was pretty interesting. And then they had them all get in gear to see what it's like to be carrying around this heavy outfit that they wear. And we went out and learned how to do fire extinguishers, the different types that there are, the water and the chemical. So it was great. I liked it. Let's see, so the EAC meeting, so we already talked about the conference that's upcoming that we can attend. Also, there's an electronic recycling that EAC's hosting here at the township. That's on Saturday, September 28th from 9 to 12. And this is all over Facebook, so you have to kind of look at it because there's all kinds of prices for all the different pieces of things that you might want to recycle. And let's see, also attended Parks and Rec meeting last week. We had talk again about the concept of creating QR codes that would be laminated, that could be posted at the various parks. And it would indicate, you know, if somebody is there and have some information that they would like to report, such as something's broken or something's not working properly, that they could just use this QR code and come directly in and report that information. So we would like to kind of get a blessing on that. Don't really think there's a cost in doing that. And also the Parks and Rec was favorable in writing a letter of support for the grant application for the wood fence replacement at the Polk Valley Park, I believe, is where it's in kind of rough shape. So I think those are all my topics.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
We met out at the Eastern Road Ballfield with some neighbors to address any concerns that they had with regard to the near completion of the ball field. I have a question about Laura's QR code proposal. I don't understand how that process would work. Who's going to get the reports? Who's going to have access to the reports? Will it automatically generate a work order? Does it place the township on notice of a condition? And if the condition isn't promptly addressed by Public Works or somebody else, is the township then liable for whatever it is that's reported? It sounds all nice and gimmicky, but the practical implementation seems very questionable to me. She's just looking for approval. I think all those questions need to be answered because these are real world issues that would come up. With regard to the tire recycling event, I did hear from a resident with a complaint about the spouse of a volunteer who was making homophobic slurs, was making threatening comments and gestures towards the attendee, and essentially forced that attendee off the property. I think that's ridiculous. The fact that this event is taking place under those circumstances, that any resident or attendee to something like that would be subjected to that kind of nonsense, particularly by the spouse of a volunteer from EAC, it's absurd. Now do we have to start paying for sensitivity training for the people that are working at these EAC events? Do we need to have security and the police there? There are already 2 police officers who are here at this meeting. I mean, where does it end? If you people can't conduct yourself and corral the folks that you've got there that are doing these events, then don't do them. Just don't do them because you're creating more aggravation and nonsense. I know it makes you feel good because you think you're saving tires or whatever, but when you got people that are bringing in big tractor tires that are buried in a field forever, it's not the purpose of this. And then certainly not the purpose to have people that are attending go through this kind of garbage. And lastly, I would remind folks that we're coming up on tax season. and budget season. And the two go hand in hand with this council. I would point out that the Saucon Valley School District School Board has raised taxes despite sitting on $10 million in reserves. They've raised taxes and they're sitting on $10 million in reserves. And the fine folks that did that are Bill Brune, Donald Carpenter, Vivian Demko, Laurel Eichhorn Parsons, and Jay Santos. Again, Brune, Carpenter, Demko, Eichhorn, Parsons, and Santos. Just like this council did at the beginning of the year, they're sitting on $9 million in reserves. They raised taxes. School board sitting on $10 million. They raised taxes. So keep your eyes open, folks. We're coming up on budget season here, and I'm sure there's going to be some more tricks happening. That's all I have. Thank you.
I'll go next. Attended a ribbon cutting at Be Social last week. It was nice. And I also attended a meeting with the Easton Road Ballfield residents regarding the street. And that's all I have. Victoria?
I did go to the Citizens Fire Academy last Wednesday. I was impressed. I was impressed on how they ran it. They had different expertise. We got the history lesson of, fire services and how it evolved through time, and learning how to extinguish a fire properly was very informative. I do wish I could attend more of them. I know they had one tonight. So I want to thank all those that organized that event. And I think they had like 9 people, two young men from Lower Saucon, hadn't graduated high school yet, were there with their mom, and they stayed the whole time, very interested, and I just thought it was a wonderful thing. We have the rail trail meeting in Hellertown this coming Monday, so everybody can attend there. If they have any issues with the rail trail, I think it's been going pretty nicely. There's nothing real major going on right now, but I know we recently had our township clean some kiosks and do some maintenance on it per their request, so that's how that's going. Water Authority meeting, I believe, is next week also. That's all I have.
Okay, let's see, Tom. Tom?
Yeah, I need an audience to perform now.
You're what?
I need an audience.
He has an audience. He wants an audience.
So you don't have a report?
Nope.
Okay, solicitor?
Nope, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other business, is there a motion to adjourn?
Oh, we had the non-agenda.
Oh, now wait.
The comment non-agenda.
I'll keep it quick. Mary Ann Garber, I represent the Bethlehem landfill, and as Kathy noted a few minutes ago, I just wanted to remind everybody of the fall cleanup event at the Bethlehem landfill. That's on October 5th. It is for any Lower Saucon Township resident to dispose of their waste for free. There are certain parameters based on what we're allowed to accept under our permit. There are coupons so that if a resident wants to come to the township and pick up a coupon, that indicates what can be disposed, what can't be disposed, and what the hours of that event are. So again, that's Saturday, October 5th, pursuant to the amended and restated host agreement.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kathy, is that on the website?
I believe it is, but we'll make sure that it is. We'll promote it.
Okay, thank you.
It's in the newsletter too.
Thank you for doing that.
Okay, so if there's no other business, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Victoria, I'll second. All in favor? Aye. And the time is 12:33.